have the resources and the people who can help these youth to really exploit their potential in agriculture.
Sadly, we have never transformed from our leaders whom we so carefully select to represent us. So we need to stop looking at ourselves as inferior. We feed the world, we are the world, and the world looks up to us.
It is a great pleasure to be with you today, and I look forward to this session where we reflect on how best to bridge the gap that still exists for gender equality. Of course, we know while there are milestones won, we are still far from really attaining true gender equality.
Data matters. In the context of generation equality, it is important that young women's voices are seen, recorded, documented, and then provisionally implemented. That's why research also matters.
From what I know, that there's already a manifesto document that highlights that young women voices are going to be heard and documented, but it's up to the government to make sure that there is a reporting on that.
Under-reporting data research, we still need to invest in these to be able to find solutions for even women at the grassroots level, even women who are still ashamed of reporting because of the stigma around violence against women. So there's still more to be done.
And so I do recognize the point of underreporting of data. I do recognize the point of underrepresentation of views. But I think that we do need a forum at least that allows for us to report the underreporting of data, that allows for us to understand that this is still a continuing problem. And so I think that this forum is actually very important because it allows us at least a vehicle where we can make some progress.
Are people underground are capacitated enough? Are we capacitating enough? If we are, in what ways? And after all, we are talking about sustainability, which include all parts of the community and all members of the community, including women. Then what's going on under the ground?
At the global level, women have to celebrate the fact that the UN, the global government, African Union, the continental government is cognizant of inequalities existing in the continent. And as a result of that, where we fail to achieve gender equality, efforts have been made towards achieving gender equity. That's a thumb up.
As Plan International, we are proud to be co-conveners of the Gender Equality Forum together with MS Training Center of Development Cooperation, YouLead Secretariat, the East Africa Community Secretariat, the Office of the African Union Chairperson, Person's Youth Envoy. It is a great pleasure to be with you today. And I look forward to this session where we reflect on how best to bridge the gap that still exists for gender equality. Of course, we know while there are milestones won, we are still far from really attaining true gender equality.
Data matters. In the context of generation equality, it is important that young women's voices are seen, recorded, documented, and then provisionally implemented. That's why research also matters.
From what I know, that there's already a manifesto document that highlights that young women voices are going to be heard and documented, but it's up to the government to make sure that there is a reporting on that.
Under-reporting data research, we still need to invest in these to be able to find solutions for even women at the grassroots level, even women who are still ashamed of reporting because of the stigma around violence against women. So there's still more to be done.
And so I do recognize the point of underreporting of data. I do recognize the point of underrepresentation of views. But I think that we do need a forum at least that allows for us to report the underreporting of data, that allows for us to understand that this is still a continuing problem. And so I think that this forum is actually very important because it allows us at least a vehicle where we can make some progress.
Are people underground are capacitated enough? Are we capacitating enough? If we are, in what ways? And after all, we are talking about sustainability, which include all part of the community and all members of the community, including women. Then what's going on under the ground?
At the global level, women have to celebrate the fact that the UN, the global government, African Union, the continental government is cognizant of inequalities existing in the continent. And as a result of that, where we fail to achieve gender equality, efforts have been made towards achieving gender equity. That's a thumb up.
As Plan International, we are proud to be co-conveners of the Gender Equality Forum together with MS Training Center of Development Cooperation, YouLead Secretariat, the East Africa Community Secretariat, the Office of the African Union Chairperson, Person's Youth Envoy. It is a great pleasure to be with you today.
What solutions are we seeing coming out of this space?
What I see happening within the climate space and young people in the climate space is finding this nexus between having something that supports our livelihoods as well as being able to engage in our passion for the environment.
One of the things we've realized is that indigenous knowledge in the communities is not necessarily captured in our research and even in the design of some of our solutions.
There's an audit and there's an environmental impact assessment that we should be able to feed in, because while we look at where things are happening, what are we doing closer home? What is me and you doing to ensure that we are safeguarding the environment and ensuring that we have sustainable climate?
According to the World Health Organization, about 2 billion people globally do not have access to safe water. Let that sink in. 2 billion people globally do not have access to safe water. One of the most precious commodities, that is oil, that is petrol, that is diesel. Why is it that water is more expensive than diesel, than petrol? Have we ever asked ourselves that question?
Among of the burning session in the ES Youth Fellowship, climate was among of it, because it sparked the conversation from youth who are being tired with the stories about climate action, and what they need now is to take action, not about the stories.
What solutions are we seeing coming out of this space?
What I see happening within the climate space and young people in the climate space is finding this nexus between having something that supports our livelihoods as well as being able to engage in our passion for the environment.
One of the things we've realized is that indigenous knowledge in the communities is not necessarily captured in our research and even in the design of some of our solutions.
There's an audit and there's an environmental impact assessment that we should be able to feed in, because while we look at where things are happening, what are we doing closer home? What is me and you doing to ensure that we are safeguarding the environment and ensuring that we have sustainable climate?
According to the World Health Organization, about 2 billion people globally do not have access to safe water. Let that sink in. 2 billion people globally do not have access to safe water. One of the most precious commodities, that is oil, that is petrol, that is diesel. Why is it that water is more expensive than diesel, than petrol? Have we ever asked ourselves that question?
Among of the burning session in the ES Youth Fellowship, climate was among of it, because it sparked the conversation from youth who are being tired with the stories about climate action, and what they need now is to take action, not about the stories.
What solutions are we seeing coming out of this space?
What I see happening within the climate space and young people in the climate space is finding this nexus between having something that supports our livelihoods as well as being able to engage in our passion for the environment.
One of the things we've realized is that indigenous knowledge in the communities is not necessarily captured in our research and even in the design of some of our solutions.
There's an audit and there's an environmental impact assessment that we should be able to feed in, because while we look at where things are happening, what are we doing closer home? What is me and you doing to ensure that we are safeguarding the environment and ensuring that we have sustainable climate?
According to the World Health Organization, about 2 billion people globally do not have access to safe water. Let that sink in. 2 billion people globally do not have access to safe water. One of the most precious commodities, that is oil, that is petrol, that is diesel. Why is it that water is more expensive than diesel, than petrol? Have we ever asked ourselves that question?
Among of the burning session in the ES Youth Fellowship, climate was among of it, because it sparked the conversation from youth who are being tired with the stories about climate action, and what they need now is to take action, not about the stories.
Day 4 of the YouLead Summit is dedicated for the post-summit agenda, where we have delegates and invited speakers break down into countries for them to be able to discuss the key priority areas and solutions that are going to inform YouLead Africa's next year of programmatic actions.
We need a review of university courses to meet the marketplace demand. We want the courses in our university to be very practical.
There should be access to reliable funding so that young entrepreneurs can kickstart their ideas, and those who have started can also can scale their businesses.
So East African heads of state need to pay much attention on ensuring that meaningful representation spaces are created for youth.
As youth, as we prepare to be in politics, we should have political tolerance in terms of our political agenda.
Healthy people budget improvement that will help us to introduce and come up with innovation systems that promotes alternative energy sources. And that includes funding sources for young innovators in different areas and different regions of East Africa and Africa at large.
African problems are political problems. If we need to solve our problems as Africans, we need political solutions.
Day 4 of the YouLead Summit is dedicated for the post-summit agenda, where we have delegates and invited speakers break down into countries for them to be able to discuss the key priority areas and solutions that are going to inform YouLead Africa's next year of programmatic actions.
We need a review of university courses to meet the marketplace demand. We want the courses in our university to be very practical.
There should be access to reliable funding so that young entrepreneurs can kickstart their ideas, and those who have started can also can scale their businesses.
So East African heads of state need to pay much attention on ensuring that meaningful representation spaces are created for youth.
As youth, as we prepare to be in politics, we should have political tolerance in terms of our political agenda.
Healthy people budget improvement that will help us to introduce and come up with innovative systems that promote alternative energy sources. And that includes funding sources for young innovators in different areas and different regions of East Africa and Africa at large.
African problems are political problems. If we need to solve our problems as Africans, we need political solutions.
Gather around One Young Africa. The YouLead Summit is back. For the 9th year running, we bring together an Africa-wide audience of youth leaders, continental, regional, and national policymakers, private sector, and NGO stakeholders to craft responses to the continent's rapidly growing youth population, their challenges, and opportunities. The YouLead Summit is convened annually by the East African Community and MS Training Center for Development Cooperation through their youth engagement initiatives, the EAC Youth Ambassadors Platform, and YouLead Africa. From the 4th to the 8th of November 2024, the YouLead Summit will be held in Arusha, Tanzania, under the theme Igniting the Potential of Africa's Youthful Population, Reinstating Education as an Eminent Public Good. As has been the tradition, we'll explore this theme through the lens of our signature forums. Day 1, the Under 40 Political Leaders Forum, examines the role of policymakers and development partners in creating an enabling environment for youth participation in governance, leadership, and development.
Thank you very much,
Policymakers and
CSC.
Development Partners Roundtable examines the role of policymakers and
Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, the head of the institution of MSTCDC and our honorable delegates and stakeholders have gotten in, and once they are here, we are extremely ready to start. Welcome to YouLead 2024. A round of applause to ourselves. Break tea is coming. Come on, some more energy and applause to that. YouLead 2024 is here, ladies and gentlemen. Another round of applause to ourselves. Absolutely. Welcome to YouLead 2024. My name is David Nyaribi. I'm the Ambassador of Possibilities. Find me in my free time and we shall discuss more about that. The YouLead Summit never starts without the YouLead song. So I will ask us to stand, and the team at the back is going to give us that song. And then when it's done, I will speak for a very short time, and then we shall officially start the program. So if you may, let's arise and have the YouLead song.
Day 3, Arusha.
Tusonga mbele mama Afrika, Afrika, Tusonga mbele mama Afrika, Afrika, Kwa pamoja Afrika, mwishani wote.
Yeah. Thank you so much. We just needed to know that the music is ready. You never do this without dancing and celebrating, so you will be able to enjoy the moment. We are just going to restart it and just feel it, dance, enjoy as we start the YouLead Summit 2024. Yes.
Tusonga mbele mama Afrika, Afrika, Tusonga mbele mama Afrika, Afrika, Kwa pamoja Afrika, mwishani wote.
Young people to join. We can have some countries, some people, please just feel free to step up. Yeah, feel free to come. If you have a flag, if you have something, please just come.
So
shape young men and women. With the pillars, with the future, here we are. Let's join together with ability to change communities, with love, with peace, to respond to our need, to call for unity. Africa, hear me cry, never leave me alone. As I say loud in a brighter future, let's join hands for youth and women. Let's join hands for youth and women. I lead, we lead together. So you lead, I lead, we lead together. We lead, let your dream be a reality. We lead, let your dream be a reality.
Yeah, vijana wa Afrika wote waungana, vijana vijana kutoka mashariki, magharibi, kaskazini na kusini, hata na kati, twaja pamoja ili tufanye nini? So you lead, I lead, we lead together. So you lead, I lead, we lead together. We lead, let your dream be a reality. We lead, let your dream be a reality.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I could see the different countries, the different regions of the world represented here. Thank you very much. And once again, welcome to the YouLead Summit 2024. This year's theme, Igniting the Potential of Africa's Youth Population, Reinstating Education as an Eminent Public Good. Ladies and gentlemen, we are physically here, but we also have our colleagues online. We have online audience and participation, so certainly we'll be able to be hearing from them as well. Two more things. So in terms of announcements, we also have sign language. So we'll expect the people that need that kind of support to sit at the front seats and be supported. We also have English and French. English is what I'm speaking. Parler is French. It's the one that we shall be having on channel 2. So besides you on your desk, just like you can see on the chairs at the front, we have these particular gadgets. So you'll be able to tune the channel. If we have a French speaker on the podium or at the front, then certainly you will need English interpretation. But then if we have an English speaker like I'm speaking now, then certainly you can get French on channel 2. Is that clear? Thank you very much. Like you have been seeing in the videos that have been moving, YouLead is basically 5 days, and Sunday is the arrival day, and Monday, which is today, has been termed as the political day. Day 2 is the business day. Day 3 is the gender and equality, as well as peace and security day. Day 4 is the post-summit agenda, and this time we have our breakout sessions with our different partners. And then day 5 is the location experience. If it's happening in Arusha, it's the Arusha experience. If it's happening in Nairobi like last year, it's the Nairobi experience. If it happens in Kampala, Ugandans in the house, it becomes the Kampala experience. But if it happens in Rwanda, it becomes the Kigali experience. We always host it in the capital. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, join with me to welcome the head of the institution of MSTCDC, and that is none other than Dr. Anna Haule. Ladies and gentlemen, let's receive the doctor.
Yeah, now it will work. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to TCDC, Youth of Africa. Yes, we are from everywhere in Africa. Is that not true? So, are you here today? Yes. Okay, 2 people are here. Are you here today? Yes. So, welcome, welcome, welcome. Before I begin my very small speech today to you, I would like to introduce to you the DCM, the Deputy Chief of Mission, Mr. Andrew Lentz from the American Embassy. He's sitting here in the front row as a participant today, just like the rest of you. He is there. And then our guest of honor for today, who will be very welcomed in this afternoon's presidential address, but we have the Honorable Amara Kalon, who is the Minister of Public Administration and Political Affairs from Sierra Leone. And he's also sitting here as a participant because he wants to get to know you. So welcome. Okay, just so you know. And we have our guests from the Office of the Prime Minister of the United Republic of Tanzania. They are also sitting here and they'll be speaking to you in a few minutes. But good morning again. Welcome to the home of YouLead, MS Training Center for Development Cooperation. We are extremely delighted to welcome you in Arusha as you gather here for the 8th YouLead Summit under the theme, Igniting the Potential of Africa's Youth Population, Reinstating Education as an Eminent Public Good. I'm extremely optimistic today as the leaders of today and tomorrow are convening to discuss the most pressing issues affecting the African continent. It is no mystery that Africa's youth are undergoing challenges such as impeded political participation, lack of job opportunities, instability, climate change, and gender inequality. But it is equally important to note that remarkable actions and initiatives are being led by Africa's youth, demonstrating your commitment and leadership in achieving the Africa we want. YouLead was conceived as a bridge, a platform that brings together all these remarkable initiatives, as well as the brightest minds that are conceiving solutions to Africa's problems, while positioning Africa's youth as leaders in addressing these challenges. We are here today because YouLead Summit presents the opportunity for young people to come together and have a seat at the table with policymakers, development partners, and relevant stakeholders to deliberate and craft sustainable solutions to spearhead the welfare of the youth and the community at large. As new threats spread across the continent, we must prepare the current generation to be accountable citizens. We must stop waging internal conflicts against ourselves. We must expand intra-Africa trade and exchange of services. We must confront climate change and combat famine and disease. And as we struggle to upkeep the democracy race through the streets in different parts of Africa, the entire group of young people, Gen Z, and the rest have a stake in the aspirations of a generation that longs to determine its own destiny. It is always good to start small. With 70+ years of independence, most African countries are not where they want to be just yet. Nonetheless, it is worth celebrating the steps that have been made towards understanding that development is always a work in process, with significant efforts to build responsive democratic spaces, citizen-centric social services and infrastructures, close friendship and partnerships, ties of language and culture. Those initiatives to touch the life of every person on the continent will foster sustainable achievement of our goals. Now, as hopes remain for a better continent, new opportunities unfold for a transformed community with special relationships affirmed for meaningful and impactful partnerships. As Africa's resourcefulness triumphs, efforts will eventually pay out as we march straight forward together. I therefore wish you fruitful deliberations during the Under 40 Political Leaders Forum and the Policymakers and Development Partners Roundtable. This is your home, Youth of Africa. You are most welcome to MSTCDC. Thank you for listening.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for Dr. Anna. Thank you so much, Doctor, for opening with the remark. The summit is jointly organized annually by the East African Community Secretariat, the MSTCDC, which is the Training Center for Development Cooperation, in partnership with other stakeholders and partners from all over Africa and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, after hearing from Dr. Anna, it is now time for us to listen from the Principal Political Affairs Office of the East African Community, Mr. David Onen. Join me to welcome Mr. David Onen.
David, how many hours do I have? Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Ann, for welcoming us here. If you were in the town, I would have said welcome to ESC headquarters, but now we are all welcome here. As you said, my name is David Onen. You can add Michael if you like me so much. I am the Principal Political Affairs Officer, in which docket the YouLead Summit is resident in the ESC. A number of you are aware that this summit is co-hosted or co-convened by the Secretary General of East African Community and the patron whom we are missing today because he's not able to be with us, His Excellency Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete, and co-hosted the host in TCDC. And so we are a big partnership in this. I don't know how many of you have ever been to this summit before. The people who are coming for this summit for the first time, can you show your hands? I want to see if we are making progress. This is a big number. How many people were in the previous ones? So as we go on, new one comes in the rest. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of today is a very resounding theme for the young people of Africa, and for us especially in the East Africa. We have a big battle to fight. The only weapon we need in our hands is education. Unfortunately or regrettably, it appears our education is not fixing the problem we are facing, or you are facing as young people. Many problems in terms of solving the problem of Africa, being employable, and leading the continent. So we need to have a fix for this. And the fix is what we are reflecting on today. Later, the big drum, my supervisor will come and speak to you in the afternoon. I'm only a small drum. But I just want to say that it is a time when you have to do very, very critical reflection, and you have the people who make the education policy are going to be here. The people who support, who fund, or assist the programs are here, and the beneficiaries, who are you, and the rest who have left at home, who are supposed to be reflecting on and giving policy options going forward. I am coming from a place, a number of you know, to Moroto in Uganda. I came yesterday from Moroto, where we were meeting or having a dialogue with the border communities in that tri-junction of South Sudan, Kenya, and Uganda. Karamoja in Uganda, the Turkana in Kenya, and the Taposa and Dingdinga in South Sudan. When I met the young people there and look in their faces, some of who don't even know how a classroom looks like, then you know how much and deep-rooted our challenge of education is. They are crying they want education. They are crying they want economic opportunities. They are crying they need other livelihood options other than rustling or raiding animals. And they're saying they have had enough of the challenges of conflict based on the resource scarcity and also pastoralism. And they're talking to their leaders and they're talking to their governments. And we had ministers there from the three countries, and we are here, and what are we going to do? For them, where they are, they can only raise their voices. Actions must come. some of the reflection we are having today, especially you people who are coming from the partner states, you have your representatives here from your governments, national governments, speak to them and let them have commitment for your future and for the education of the people to come. We have to start fixing the problem here, and good is that you are the starters, you are the beginners and the initiators of these policy options that fits the type of education and the future that you want. Whether it is the SDG, whether it is the Africa we want, whether it is the UN policy on education, we have to fix it locally, and we have to start with you. I don't have much to say, but I want to know who is in the house. Are there any people coming from Burundi in this house? Burundi, can you stand up, please? We haven't seen you, so we need to see you. Burundi, you're most welcome. Have your seat, Albert, from Democratic Republic of Congo. I don't have French here, so you are here. More are still coming. How about the Republic of Kenya? Please take your seat. Richard? The Republic of Kenya. Most welcome. And the Republic of Rwanda. You need to give support to Rwanda, please. Because at this rate, we need to give a lot of support for them so that we can see more people come. How about the Republic of South Sudan? Can you imagine? I would like to see the guys coming from Somalia for the first time, joining us. You are most welcome, Federal Republic of Somalia. This is a great home for the young people. How about the Ugandese? South Sudan, yes, South Sudan is here. Sudan is not yet here, but we hope they will come soon when they settle the other issues they're having now. Whom have I not mentioned? I will come to you, South Africa. How about the United Republic of Tanzania? I would be surprised if I was able to count how many people are here from Tanzania, because you are the host and should be the example. And finally, if you are not from the East African region, where did you come from? Mali, stand up. Yes. I heard South Africa is in the house. Karibu sana, welcome. Is there anybody from Swati? No. Botswana? Malawi? Zambia? If not, where are you coming from, the rest? If you are outside the continent of Africa, can you stand up with you? Ladies and gentlemen, you will enjoy this 1 week here with the summit. And when Friday comes and you are enjoying Arusha, don't forget East African Community Headquarters. It's part of Arusha. Some people can take you to the parks instead of taking you to our home, but make sure you are also there. And set your goals right now. By the time of the end of the summit, you must know that you have achieved or you have not achieved what you have set. Set your goal right now, that from this summit, this is what I'm taking back home. If you don't have anything to contribute, at least have something to take back home. So that is my appeal to you. But once you enjoy responsibly. Thank you, Sandra.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for Mr. David Onen. And another one because he shares the name with me. Thank you very much for welcoming us as ESC, and also setting the pace that certainly our patron will be joining us at some point. Ladies and gentlemen, this summit and engagement within Tanzania is not possible without the government of Tanzania. A round of applause for the government of Tanzania. Yeah, someone there understands government structure and the way government works. Without government permission, it is very difficult to organize anything. So join with me to welcome Mr. Nasibu Mwaifuga, representative from the Office of the Prime Minister, for remarks, and then we shall go to the next engagement.
Do you hear me? Yes. Good morning to all of you. Thank you. My name is Nasibu Richard Mwaifunga, as it has been introduced to you. I'm the head of delegation of the government officials from the United Republic of Tanzania, and we are four. I would like you to recognize their presence. Please hand up your hands or stand up so that they cannot see your presence. My delegation comes from the Office of President, the Office of the Parliament, the Minister of Gender, and who I'm speaking to, I'm coming from the Office of Prime Ministers. May I start by thanking the organizers of this occasion for bringing together all the youth from different parts of our region. I understand that this is the time we have come to re-energize and remind ourselves and on the discussion of things of importance to our life and the development as well. We from the government, we have been sent with our spirit to come and take note your concern. So we may have nothing to tell other than advising you to have a comprehensive discussion with respect to ideas and the opinions of all of us. So be free to tell us from the government, what do you think is the responsibility of the government, or the responsibility of you youth, because you are the one who are assumed to be the drivers of development of any nation. So please, we have to listen, you are concerned, to go and tell our superiors, for we the policymakers to take note and to see how we can move forward. Having said that, I wish you fruitful deliberation, and the government recognize your presence here in Arusha. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I will continue to remind you that we still have our online audience, and at some point, certainly we shall be able to engage with them. And also we are having online presence even for the physical participants. You can be able to share a photo, a quote from the speeches that have already happened, or those that are yet to come, and you use the hashtag YouLead24, and 24 is representing 24. Feel free to tag at One Young Africa, which is the official handle for the YouLead Summit, and then our communications team will amplify to the corners of the earth. Also feel free to tag our different partners that are right within the book, but also we shall be appreciating and announcing them at some point. Also, there are people that are having challenges with the interpretation gadgets, or if you do not have one, we have a team standing by to support you. Just put up your hand and they will be able to reach you and support you. And also if you exit, you are requested to leave it behind. Do not move away with it so that the network can be maintained. Ladies and gentlemen, like I earlier stated, day one of the summit is summarized as the political day, because we get to have engagements, especially that flag us off, like the under 40 Political Leaders Forum. And that's the session that we are going into now. Any politicians or leaders in the different sectors in the house? You say, yay, yay! These ladies will have double breakfast. Yay, yay! The gentlemen, I'm about to take off the breakfast list. Yay, yay! Okay, finally you have it. Thank you so very, very, very much. I'll be introducing some of the statements we shall be saying here, but without taking any more time, we are going to have the Under 40 Political Leaders Forum, and this will be moderated by Ms. Allen Sisia from the Youth Sounding Board member of the European Union delegation to Tanzania. A round of applause for Sisia. Yes, and Sisia will be closely supported by Mr. Manzusa Kingu, Youth Sounding Board member to the European Union delegation to Tanzania as well. And I will give them the honor to invite their panel. So please, if you could come to the front and we start. The team at the back, you can give them some music as they arrive, and then they will welcome the panel. Yes. Let's give them another round of applause. Thank you so much. Let's not tire to appreciate these wonderful people. Karibu. So, where are we sitting? You can one here or one there. Okay.
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, our esteemed guests and our esteemed panelists, habari ya asubuhi. Habari ya asubuhi. Good morning. Bonjour. My name is Helen Sisia. I am a member of the Youth Sounding Board to the European Union delegation to Tanzania. But I'm not alone, I'm with
Mansuza Kingu. So it's pronounced Mansuza Kingu. Yeah. Thank you very much, and I'm very delighted to be here with Helen. She's just a wonderful fellow and companion, and yeah, so I think now we can start by welcoming our lovely panel. So can start by mentioning Mr. Jacob Eyeru, chairperson of the National Youth Council of Uganda.
And Mr. Johnson Rita. I'm sorry if I couldn't pronounce it well. Mr. Johnson Rita, head of Regulation and Coordination, National Youth Council of Kenya. You are welcome.
So the next one will be Hamza Abdi Wahab, Director of Youth Hub Somalia.
And the other one is Mr. Paul Siniga, a member of the Youth Sounding Board to the European Union delegation to Tanzania.
The following one will be Ms. Hilda Gaspar, EAC Youth Fellow, second cohort.
And the other one is Mr. Richard Chubaka, I'm sorry, the regional coordinator and the youth ambassador to the Democratic Republic of Congo, East African Community Youth Ambassador Platform.
So the following one will be Mr. Lugome Abdila Manafi, Executive Secretary to Naweza Organization.
The other one is Miss Winie Nakazibwe, Administrator, Julius Nyerere Leadership Center.
So after Winnie, it's Mr. James Kodije, Programs Officer, Democracy and Good Governance.
Another round of applause to our panelists.
There's just one.
So I'm gonna introduce our topic. Our topic is titled "If You Sat Where They Sit." If you sat where they sit, whereby we want to navigate about how it feels to wear the shoes, like how it feels if you were a leader. What could you do? What could you do? So I would like to first welcome our panelists to introduce themselves, their names. I know we have mentioned their names already, but they can just mention their names and their titles and what they do, just shortly. You are welcome.
Thank you. My name is Winfred Nakazwe, Finance and Administration Officer, Julius Nyerere Leadership Center at Makerere University. I'm also a lead in programming. Thank you so much.
Thank you. My name is Johnson Ridha. I work for National Youth Council Kenya as the Head of Regulation and Coordination, and currently also acting Head of Research and Policy. And basically, the National Youth Council is a semi-autonomous government agency that was formed to harness and advocate for youth voice within the Republic of Kenya. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. The energy is not young enough. The energy today is not young enough. I was complaining when we were dancing in front here that the strokes were too few. It was as if they had an arrangement with Mr. Onen here to dance slowly. But we'll see as we get on. My name is Jacob Yeru. I'm serving the young people of Uganda as the chairperson of the Youth Council, and I am more than delighted to be at YouLead for the 18th time.
Habari. Good morning. I'm Hilda Gaspar from Tanzania, EAC Youth Fellow Court 2, but also I'm actively engaging in political spaces here in Tanzania. And also with Passion in Community, I co-founded an NGO called Eminent Foundation and a business firm called Global Ventures.
Good morning, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Hamza Abduhab. I'm from the Federal Republic of Somalia. I'm serving as the director of Somali Youth Hub, the acting National Youth Agency of Somalia, and I'm very delighted to be invited here today to YouLead Youth Summit 2024. Thank you so much.
Habari zenu. Kwa jina naitwa Paul Siniga. My name is Paul Siniga from the United Republic of Tanzania. I'm a former speaker of the East African Youth Parliament. We were the largest advisory board to the EALA under the patronage of Speaker Martin Goga. It's nice to see some familiar faces here. But I'm also part of the European Union delegation to Tanzania's Youth Sounding Board. We advise the ambassador of the EU here in Tanzania on youth issues. I'm also a consultant, an entrepreneur, and currently work at Africa Practice.
Morning. Well, my name is Abdullahi Lugome. I'm Executive Secretary of Tunaweza Organization, and I'm also an East African citizen. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jambo. Bonjour. D'accord. My name is Richard Chubaka. I'm from the Democratic Republic of Congo, and I serve as the regional coordinator of the East African Community Youth Ambassadors Platform, which is the EAC Secretariat initiative under the Political Department Affair, and regional integration, ensuring meaningful youth participation in all the aspects of the regional integration. Thank you.
A round of applause, please, to our wonderful panelists. So we'll be beginning today's discussion. So let me ask if my colleague here, do you have anything to say? Or we can just start the questions.
Actually, I don't have anything to say. But I'm also, it is my first time to attend the YouLead Summit, you know. So I'm so excited to be here and to moderate this session with the great people here. Yeah, you can continue.
Okay, thank you very much, Helen. So the first question goes to Mr. Jacob Eyeru, Chairperson of the National Youth Council of Uganda. This is such a big role. So Mr. Eyeru, you are the chairperson of the National Youth Council, no doubt. This is inevitably a role that demands full responsibility. Could you please share with us what are the challenges, but also what motivates you to serve in that role? Thank you.
Okay, I think the challenges are not hard when you're dealing with youth. They are very easy to see. And I think one of the biggest challenges that youth have is not having a unified agenda. It's very difficult to get young people to agree. Everyone wants to run their own Barack Obama race. So everyone wants to be great. And nobody is willing to serve for the greatness to be achieved, okay? So that's my first challenge. I feel like there is a lot of disparity in terms of what young people from different backgrounds are aspiring to and what young people in totality need to work together for. And so you find that when you're working in the urban center, what they are telling you to do with government is very different from what the rural center is talking about, which is very different from what those who are in political leadership as youth are talking about. So merging these various interests of young people remains a big challenge, and that is a present thing. I'll maybe speak about only 3 challenges and I'll go to the motivation. The second challenge that I think is very important, which is a common challenge everywhere, recurrent, is the concern of whether you would ever have enough resources to do what you want to do, okay? And I don't think there's a place in Africa where they can say that we have enough resources unless they are saying they are underground. They say we have a lot of potential. Our resources are not exploited, not so. Yeah, but when we talk about the resources for leadership, we talk about budget resources, we talk about intelligentsia resources. We don't have enough of that in the National Youth Councils. But the burden that is necessary to fulfill is very large. Because, for example, on every International Youth Day, every youth with their particular personal problem wants to hear you address it. The one who is unemployed wants to hear what's your plan. The girls who are suffering with teenage pregnancies in their communities and they're trying to do some effort want to hear how is the National Youth Council helping us. The young people whose businesses are dying every year want to know how are you helping us with tax incentives. So all these things that are done by different arms of government, different departments, professors and so on, and are not solving, young people want you to be able to solve or give leadership for solving. And I think that's a good challenge because then it harnesses the capacity that we have to be able to work around solutions. The third and the final challenge that I'll share, and this one is a bit more political. I think that in terms of young people who are in political positions, we are becoming very polarized, and it is affecting the working of the institutions of young people. If a political institution, for example, today, Nairobi has the issue of the impeachment of the deputy president, maybe here they are preparing for elections. In Uganda, we have very strong opposition sides in parliament quarreling, and that gets to affect how young people come together. Young people drive polarization. In other words, if you're talking about going to the streets for one actor in politics against another, you find that young people are the biggest actors in that space. And that affects us who are working to unite young people's voices in politics because it compromises the wins that you're making along those lines of what common things unite us and how do we work together. But that is where I'll start the motivation. Whenever you see that what you've done creates impact, and that impact is bring a smile and fulfillment on one young person's face, you are motivated. And for me, that's what keeps me motivated. I'll give you an example. When we came into leadership in 2021, government had for 2 years scrapped a national entrepreneurship program where it was giving out grants in Uganda that were going to a tune of about 13 million US dollars as grants for young people to start. And government was saying, young people are receiving this as a grant, but it should translate into a revolving fund. So when it comes to what makes it a grant is that you don't pay it back. You pay it to yourself so someone else can get from it. But young people were not paying it to themselves. The one who would get it, someone gets about 10,000 US dollars or 5,000 or 3,000, they decide to go and get married. Another one gets it, and that's the first time they'll own a piece of land. And the plan was not working. So government said, let's abandon these young people and we go into other things. So when we came in, that was the first thing that we really advocated for. And when we moved around the country to see the impact of what $11 million can do back in the young people, when they were now understanding that it's our responsibility to make this happen, when we saw the impact it's making on the rural last mile young person who are really motivated to do that even more. The final thing that I think we'll speak about it in terms of motivation is really when you look at the bulk of hope in young people, there is this energy that Africans have even in our challenges, that we have this energy of hope that keeps vibrating on everyone's faces, that as Africa, we are young, it's our time. And as they talk, you who is sitting at the helm of the National Youth Council, you know that they're talking about what you must do. And so it becomes a challenge, but also a motivation to work, not to let your generation down, and to be visible, to be heard, for your voice not to be under the table, and to be counted where it must matter. So I think that's how I'll answer the question, and thank you so much.
Okay, wow, that's very, very, very informative from Ayelo, a land of approach for him. That he mentioned is that not having a unified agenda, the interests of youth, addressing issues aligned to youth. There's also issue of polarization, the revolving fund, and also the issue about the back of youth. I think you mentioned all these issues. So these are some of the issues that I've captured, and we'll look forward to address them as we finish this panel. So the next one on the question is Mr. Johnson Ritha from the National Youth Council of Kenya. So Mr. Ritha, I see you're seated with Uganda, so that's really neighboring. So what is your role for the critical daily operations of the National Youth Council? Could you please guide us on what motivates you to serve young people daily? What are the challenges and opportunities? So it's not so much different from your neighbor.
Thank you. Basically, youth challenges are almost the same all over. To make the audience understand the context in which I'll be answering the question is to understand the context of Kenya. If you look at the demographics of Kenya, out of 10, 8 of them are young people below the age of 35. And one of the major challenges that is within the Republic of Kenya is unemployment. Having said that, maybe now I can attempt to answer your question. Number one, I can talk of so many stakeholders that are in youth space that are uncoordinated. In other words, I can say so many stakeholders that are in youth space that are competing to serve the young people. And it happens that these stakeholders mostly are in the cities, in big cities, which leaves the vulnerable youth in different parts of the Republic of Kenya exposed. So it's a major challenge now when you are trying to coordinate the all stakeholders, because one of our mandate, as you asked, is to coordinate the activities of youth survey organizations. We see the resource mobilized for an activity. You meet 4 or 5 organizations in the same location doing the same, but they don't synergize, which means the impact might not be felt by the young people of that part of the country. The second issue that I would like to tackle, and has been mentioned by my colleague, is about resources. And I would like to talk about this also, adding the issue of political goodwill. The National Youth Council of the Republic of Kenya has through the H.E mainly. And one of our one of the roles is to ensure that we have resources to serve the young people. They allocate resources, but they are very limited for such huge population, which means the young people are looking at you to support their initiatives, but in some instances it becomes very challenging because they are not enough. On the same depth, the National Youth Council, in terms of governing organ, is the council, which comes into in terms of election from the grassroots. But for the last 4 years, we have not had the council, simply because we have not received support from the political class to give us resources to do elections at the grassroots. Having said that, allow me to talk about the kind of young people and the challenges that are having, because our challenges basically are the same challenges that the young people are facing. If you look at employment, the young people are expecting us to go and look for employment on their behalf. But unfortunately, our efforts are not enough. So we are seeing a lot of depression among our youth, and we are supposed to give them hope. And having said that, I think that's where I start what motivates me. What motivates me is the young people of the Republic of Kenya, because they try to give solutions. They try to give solutions to the problems that we are facing. In this sense, they are innovative, they encourage you, they are ready to work with you. So every day as you wake up, you know that the young people are ready to be mentored, are ready to receive services from you, to be guided, and to work with the National Youth Council to put to follow up with the government to deliver on their issues. Something else that also motivates us is the realization that we are talking about unemployment, huge unemployment in the Republic of Kenya, and I think in Africa in general. But you are lucky to be having that opportunity to serve the young people. So if you look at where you are coming from and realize that you have passed through that and you are lucky to get that employment, you try to do the best that you can to ensure that the young people at least are more motivated. And the other issue is the issue that the young people expect you to give them hope. And you realize you are the person that has been given that responsibility. When they become depressed, you are supposed to look for partners or to know how to handle the situations at hand, so that at least you ensure that they have hope to proceed to tomorrow. In terms of opportunities, I think in the Republic of Kenya, the youth of the Republic are enlightened. And currently they know how to take they know their rights. For example, recently they took the government to task to deliver, which I tend to think in the near future they will take leadership in big numbers, because they currently they are united in a way, which means if you are united, it means when it comes to elections or when it comes to demanding for your services or for during public participation, at least your issues will be heard. The other great opportunity that we are having is in terms of internet connectivity and in terms of online participation. Most of our participation, especially during the recent Jay-Z protests, were being coordinated through the systems and also developments. People are making, they are trending through online. They are having meetings to discuss things online, which makes it very easy, especially noting that we have a challenge of resources in terms of even staffing. Then it becomes very easy now to reach every part of the Republic of Kenya because of IT. So basically, that's what I think for now I can say. Thank you.
Hello? Yeah. So thank you very much, Mr. Ritha from the National Youth Council of Kenya. So maybe just to quickly capture what you have mentioned. So the problem, one of the things that you highlighted under the demographic of Kenya is this huge youth population, and the most issue being unemployment. Also, the other issue that has been mentioned is also competing to serve the young people. There is competition among stakeholders in serving the young people, and also doing the same things, but rather not coming together and creating something that can be merged into one and have an impact as a whole. Another issue that you mentioned was resources. Limited for the whole population of young people. And also, you even mentioned that this issue of resources even affects conducting election on the ground as the National Youth Council of Kenya. But one of the major things that you really try yourself to give young people is hope. Which to me, I really abide with you with that. Young people really need hope and motivation. Young people of the Republic of Kenya, another thing that that you highlighted is realization and also opportunities. You mentioned that the opportunity of the internet connectivity, and we have seen as the Gen Z movement in Kenya was largely driven by the internet and how it grew until holding your president accountable. So you are taking leadership in a big number. This is also another opportunity that you see that youth are already enlightened. They have the skills, the knowledge, and so what you're required is taking leadership. So it's the government or leaders giving more spaces and opportunities for young people to lead. So I hope that captures your whole argument. So a round of applause for Mr. Ritha. So I will welcome Ms. Helen to continue with the questions.
Yeah, thank you, my colleague Mansuza. So one of the things that I have noticed here is that from Mr. Jacob from Uganda, you say the youth are not united, and one of the reasons is about the issues of their political affiliations. Then Mr. Johnson from Kenya, you said the Kenyan youth are the one who motivates you because they are united. So maybe the Ugandan youth have got something to learn from the Kenyan youth. Am I right? Yeah, and maybe even we Tanzanian youth. So thank you so much for the remarks, for what you have said. So I have a question to Mr. Hamza. Mr. Hamza, you are the director of the Youth Hub in Somalia. So I was interested to know your daily responsibilities as the director of the Youth Hub in Somalia, and the challenges and what motivates you to push for what you are doing.
Thank you so much, Helen, for that wonderful question. First of all, Somalia has been facing a lot of crises in the last few years, and I think now we are in the road of recovery in one way or another. And leading to that is now joining East African Community as a new member of the EAC, and I think which we have a lot of things to learn when it comes to our fellow National Youth Councils from Kenya and Uganda, the wonderful jobs they are doing. The Somali Youth Hub, it was initiated 8 months ago by the Ministry of Youth and Sports of Somalia to act as an agency for the youth, but also primarily on implementing the National Youth Policy of Somalia that was adopted in 2023 and which will be continuing to 2030. In the National Youth Policy in Somalia, it's stated that the National Youth Council should be established. And to establish a National Youth Council in Somalia, as Jacob said, youth nowadays are not united. And I resonate that statement in Somalia because it goes similar issues because there's a lot of political influence when it comes to youth political issues. And youth are not united in a sense of, in a manner of and creating their own formal legal systems for them to deal with the government or for them to deal with each other. And now, with the national youth policy that the government have approved last year, we came up with a plan on making the National Youth Council in a formation way. In Somalia, we have a federal member states. In the federal member states, each federal member state were consulted. Some of them have accepted the National Youth Council to be approved and to be going forward. And some of them now, there's still negotiations going on with the Ministries of Youth and Sport of a federal level and in the federal member states level. And I think that we as youth in Somalia should be taking this in a serious manner because we do not recognize the importance of having an intergovernmental agency, and it's now for us to preach to each other on how important it is for us to have an agency or a youth representative from the youth. And currently, we have established a voting system, and which will be a one man, one vote system at the National Youth Council. And the Ministry of Interior, which is now the Minister of Foreign Affairs, actually approved that voting system to be done. And you know, in Somalia, in the last 30 years, we never had one man, one vote elections. And for our presidency or for our parliamentary elections. But I think now if we do the National Youth Council elections by one man, one vote, this will lead to the government to organize a democratically led one man, one vote election. And I think that will be something wonderful if it happens. And another thing that we are also planning to do is before we start talking about National Youth Councils, we also try to talk about youth, peace and security. Somalia is a very fragile country when it comes to security. How do we now and recognize the voices of youth in the urban areas, in the rural areas, but also in areas now that are being freed from Al-Shabaab terrorists, and also do rehabilitation and stabilization in those areas for the youth who are affected in those areas. So we have started actually in last week, in the 28th of October, and also on the 1st of November, we have started Somalia officially our Youth, Peace and Security National Action Plan consultations. And with that, if it ends by this year, then we can have a concrete plan for next year to start our National Youth Councils. Thank you so much on that.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hamza. I'm having a question to Mr. Paul Siniga. So you introduced yourself here, and I heard you have got a lot of hats, member of the Youth Sounding Board, in civil societies, blah, blah, so many responsibilities. So I'm interested to know how are you using the communication to advance the youth agenda? I'm interested to know that, and also the challenges that you are facing and what motivates you. Thank you. You are welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for that wonderful question. My background in diplomacy and international relations was the reason why I decided to be actively engaged in not only youth advocacy, but also public diplomacy. We understand that a lot of institutions, or be it government or embassies or NGOs and stakeholders, are doing a lot on the ground, but a lot of young people don't hear about what's happening or what these institutions are doing. One example I'll give is our government in Tanzania does a lot for young people, but it's very few young people who really understand what the government is doing. So I saw opportunity via social media and digital media platforms to advocate young people on what is actually being done with development partners and governments and stakeholders on the ground, to educate young people, to see what young people can also contribute, communicate, to reiterate some of the issues that have been commented on, is young people want to be part of the the center, part of the table. So if we do not know what's happening on the ground, if we do not know what the development partners and governments are doing, then we will feel like they're acting in silos. But in reference, if you look at it, there's a lot of development programs that are being done by governments and stakeholders. So I saw that opportunity as a forum for me to educate young people on what they can see from the government side, what they can see from development partners side, and how they can interact with such opportunities. So one of the opportunities that I saw using communication for development was communicating for positioning. I took to my social media to actually promote some of the key development actions that were being taken here in Tanzania, such as the SDGs advocacy work, which I am an ambassador for under the UN resident coordinator here in Tanzania. And for over, since 2016, we've been promoting the SDGs to young people and how young people can be involved. And I have trained almost 26,000 since 2016, which is a huge, massive thing for me to achieve as a young person. And I would really credit our digital platforms to reaching out to young people and giving us, the masses who understand and interact with what we are doing. So my urge to a lot of the governments and development partners here, social media, digital media is the way forward. Young people are there. Let's leverage these platforms because young people are listening. We've seen that in Kenya, how they've used social media to advocate for their issues. And we're seeing that in all across the globe at the moment. Another way that I used communication for development was communication for connection. As a young person, you want to communicate in a sense that connects you to the stakeholders. We know our government leaders, we know our stakeholders all have digital platforms. So that is one way that we as young people can communicate with them and ask them questions on accountability, relevance, and what they're doing on the ground, and also advise them. We're seeing a lot of disparities where young people are saying, we are not connected, we are not included. But I think we all have 24 hours, we all have digital devices, and some of us are actively engaged in there. Why don't we use those digital platforms to actually communicate with our key stakeholders to kind of facilitate the development that we want to see? Another opportunity that I saw through digital platforms was cultural sensitivity and clarity. There's this disparity where governments and development partners sometimes kind of miss out on communication with young people, as much as they're doing a lot on the ground, but there are times where that information is not communicated effectively to reach young people. So young people will feel they're left out. But in essence, that development work is actually being done. So I think it's also an urge to our partners here to kind of tailor their messaging to reach out to the stakeholders and the relevant audience to understand what it is that the development work is doing on the ground. There are challenges, of course, in communicating development to young people and reaching out to young people and trying to interact with young people. Not everyone wakes up in a good day, so we understand that. So one of the challenges was navigating these entrenched hierarchies within the spaces. So we understand that when you're communicating development, there's a lot that goes on, there's a lot at stake. So sometimes it could be seen as you're trying to promote a different agenda or a certain agenda, or also navigating like certain bureaucracies. So these are some of the challenges that you face when you're trying to communicate with young people, because you have to ensure that the message is really entertaining and tailored to actually for them to understand what you're trying to communicate. Another challenge was, as I said before, lack of miscommunication. You might share some key, findings or details of your research, what you come up with or what is being done on the ground, but, there's certain factions that don't understand what's being communicated. So that's also rises up as a challenge. A last challenge that I've kind of also come across with, I realized that a lot of young people who are advocates for youth on social media face resource challenges, resource limitations. Not all of them have the reach or the capacity to actually communicate development in an effective way. And that could be through funding, that could be access to data, that could be statistics. So this is also a call to action and an urge to government and stakeholders here. Please do communicate with young people using your digital channels, provide us with key data, provide us with numbers, provide us with key information so we can use that to actually advocate for the right messages. And please use us in your boards so we can advise you, relevantly. And I think one of the key examples that I want to reiterate on is the European Union Youth Sounding Board. That is going across all over the African continent at the moment. The EU has taken initiative under their agenda to appoint young people on all their delegation boards to advise them on youth issues, because that helps it spearheads the development works that's being done on the ground, and also recruits young people's ideas and mindsets and vision to see how that development work is actually tailored to cater to that country specific and local content. So I think a call to development partners here, a call to government, let's work with young people to communicate effectively, because at the end of the day, communication is what sells. Communication is what positions us. Communication is what puts us at the right track on how we monitor and assess our development work. And I think being here under the patronage of so many supporters in the EAC, it shows the realization that institutions are ready to take, to lead initiatives with young people. But my call to action remains the same. Tunaomba mtuweke vijana kwenye bodi zenu, tuwashauri ili tuweze kufanikisha maendeleo endelevu. Let's put young people on boards. Let's work with young people on board. Let us have young people create momentum for development. Asante sana.
Asante sana. Thank you, Mr. Paul. Nadhani we have to bold that sentence. Let's work with young people. Thank you so much. I would like to welcome my colleague Mansuza so that he can proceed with the other question.
Okay, since now we are running out of time, so we have to mind that, our panelists. Sorry if I'll be cutting your speeches, but let's just be mindful of time. But the next one, I'll welcome Ms. Hilda Gaspar, EAC Youth Fellow, second cohort. Ms. Hilda, you are a current fellow of the EAC Youth Fellowship. You are equally contested to become a member of parliament during 2020 general election. Wow, that's wonderful. Yeah, that's really wonderful. What motivated you to be a representative of the people and, most importantly, of the youth of Tanzania? What were the challenges and what motivates you to continue your journey as a prominent youth leader?
Okay, thank you so much. As been mentioned, I'm Hilda Gaspar, and I'm EAC Youth Fellow currently. As you asked, what was my motivation to contest for Member of Parliament? I can say, as the theme for this under 40 youth in politics, it says like if you were sitting where they sat. So for me, it was just I wanted to stop to play blaming game, and I wanted to go to the roots and go to where it's supposed to sit and to drive the changes. So for me, as you know, like Member of Parliament, most of them is for representation. So for me, I wanted to go beyond just mere representation and be at the driving wheel for the change I want in my community. I know, like regarding the census in Tanzania, like more than 60 to 65% of the youth of the population are youth under 40. So I realized now youth were not supposed to blame maybe the leadership or to blame the government, because so long we are many, we are the one to make those changes. We are the one to drive the agenda of the nations. So I wanted to go there regarding the huge population of the youth, especially in my community. I saw the challenge of unemployment and the situation where I contested. We have the potential for agriculture. We had potential of trading, cross-border trade. We had potential of tourism and all other potential economic forum for youth. So I wanted to go there and drive the changes. But also, being the youngest contestants amongst all, we were 39, and only four were women, and I was the youngest. For me, I didn't want to drill, even though I couldn't win. I took it as a learning platform for me, and it made a lot of changes for myself. Because From the time I just contested, get the platform to say what I wanted to say, to pitch what I wanted to do for my community, even the response from the audience made me to realize I have the task to do. So from there, I just went on with the journey, and I didn't even felt bad since I couldn't win, because even getting the audience to pitch and tell them my aspiration for my community, it was there winning for me. So from there, I went on, as you say, like what even made me to continue the journey. I counted every step ahead. It will have a meaning, and it did, because from there I got a lot of platform, even in policy making platform. Today we have our representative from the Prime Minister's office, and we had a task to reform our national development policy, and I was part of it. I participated in Tanzania, reviving of Tanzania Development Vision 2025-2050, and I know, like, I have my contribution. But also, I co-founded an NGO which deal with youth in economic empowerment, as well as I started a business farm in agribusiness, because I know, like, going in this journey, regarding the challenge I faced, which didn't make me to win, I learned from that, and I know I have a lot of to do to even rooted my aspiration deep, so that when I go again, I'll have something to tell even more. If I'll just
2 minutes.
Okay. If I'll just speak on the challenges. First and most challenges youth we face when we are going to this political platform is the traditional political system. They tend to favor the people who are well structured. You know, like you're well financed, you have your background, you have been in the government, you have the huge support on your back. So it's where the system will favor you. But also, regarding we have the potential of youth being in a big number, but it's rarely they can support another youth because of the finance. They go where there is the money. You do campaign for somebody and has money for you, for per diem, for transport, for logistic, everything. So sometimes it's challenging to get a lot of youth regarding our number to support us. But also, as youth, we like political education. Most of us, we are going to these political spaces sometimes as fans. We are going there to tally up the number, but we don't know the ideology, we don't know the manifestos, we don't know where we are there. So I think regarding the theme of this year on education, I think as political space is concerned, we really need to invest on the political education, on civic engagement, on these ideologies, but also we have to go back to our history. As youth, we really need to know our history. We really need to know about our country, because you find sometimes the youth are in political spaces, but they don't know even what is happening, because they don't know what has been to happen, what had happened in previous years. So I think we need to invest on the political education, but also on creating platform for youth to be economic independent. We cannot get there, we cannot sit there if we're not political independent. So I think as stakeholders, as partners, please invest to help youth to be economically independent. I think it's where they can make decisions on their own. Thank you.
Wow. I don't know why you didn't win, but if you try again, you're going to win for sure. Try this time. So what I got from her speech is that as young people, we should go for it. As the word itself means, just go for it. Don't be shy. Don't worry about the challenges. You get it as a learning. It will be a learning opportunity for you. You don't necessarily have to win, but just go for it and learn through the journey. Thank you very much, Hilda. So the next speaker, who I would like to welcome is Mr. Richard Chubaka, Regional Coordinator and Youth Ambassador to the Democratic Republic of Congo, and also East African Community Youth Ambassadors Platform. Mr. Richard, you are the current Regional Coordinator for the East African Youth Ambassadors Platform and current Youth Ambassador for the Democratic Republic of Congo. You are vested with the responsibility of ensuring youth meaningfully participate in AAC regional integration processes. Please tell us more about your mandate. What are the challenges and opportunity? But what inspires you, Mr. Ambassador? Welcome.
All right, thank you so much for this opportunity. I prefer engage with this kind of setting. We have the opportunity to talk to the youth, and I will start by the last question. What does inspire me to actually come and serve as East African Community Youth Ambassador to the Democratic Republic of Congo, and as well as the regional coordinator of the East African Community Youth Ambassadors Platform? I will answer by a simple word: impact. Impact, as a French writer, actually is a black from Martinique, used to say, every generation in a relative opacity must discover its mission, and either to betray it or to accomplish it. And I believe in that. I believe in what we call a generational cause, and I believe in the potential of our youth. Comrade from Tanzania, Peter Paul Siniga, highlighted it clearly. The challenge faced by the youth in our region, the East African community, mostly is the lack of information. Part of our work is to make sure that youth meaningfully participate in all the aspects of the regional integration in terms of policy making, contribute on influencing policy making, as well as making sure that the youth understand those, all the strategies and frameworks already established, as well as doing advocacy work. So the work we do, I understand it in three simple sentences. The first one, it's awareness work. East African community has done quite a lot of effort to make sure that the regional integration process goes well, as we share a lot in common. And part of the biggest, we have 300 million of population in the EAC, and the biggest population is the youth. The average age, as Google it last week, average age in the East African community is below 20 years old. Just imagine that. The youth is not the future. The youth is the present. Dear youth, we have the strength of the number. Now, after doing that awareness work, we are supposed as well to gather their opinions. We cannot ask youth to give opinions to frameworks, strategies, or policies that they do not understand. So part of our work to explain them properly. Then secondly, we gather what do they think, concerning those policies. Do those policies include their interest? All those are questions that we are supposed to work as part of our work. Then we take their opinions and we do advocacy work to make sure that they are included in all the strategies and they participate at the regional integration agenda. The challenge we are facing, as I was saying, lack of information. I've explained it properly. Secondly, we have what we call the East African, the EAC youth policy, adopted in 2013. That policy has goals, objectives, clear and well formulated, a lot of very good English. And actually the policy was supposed to be reviewed after every 5 years. Now we are in 2024, which is 11 years. And the good question, I got to learn about that policy last month, and I was appointed 6 months back. I realized that there is that problem of disseminating, popularizing all those frameworks. Then again, 10 years challenges, have changed. There is a lot to be updated. We have climate change issues that actually are beating properly the youth in all, the aspect of the society. We have the youth involved in agriculture. We have the youth involved in the new technologies and everything. We have actually the digital revolution, the fourth industrial revolution. And what does all those framework actually say about all those updates? So those are the challenges we are facing. The third one, I'm not going to talk about, I'm not going to talk a lot about it, is the effective youth participation on the table of decision making. The youth, actually, I don't know, we have here chairperson of different national youth council. I'd like to ask you this question. Are you really heard by your government? What is the impact of the work you are doing? We realize that the youth are there, but they are there as, symbol of like inclusion. We include the youth, but what is the quota? The measurement, you can say measurable goal, you can say, what is the quota of the youth? Maybe in the parliament, there should be quotas in the parliament. What is actually, maybe if you want to create a fund to entrepreneurs at the regional level, because the ES youth policy actually, there's a section which says that there must be a fund for entrepreneurship. There is no amount specified clearly for those youth and in which you want to achieve that amount. There is no clear measurable goals. Voila. So what I try to mean by that, for all these youth, this is the time, this opportunity to speak and to highlight on those small points. In French, we always say, le diable se cache dans les détails. The devil hide in details, and we must talk about those details. We must understand them more. As Pablo Picasso used to say, before to break the rules, we must understand them. We are not breaking rules, but we want a change, right? And to bring the change we want on board, we need to be on board. So to come back to the first question, impact drove me here, and I will continue to push for impact because I've seen very motivated young people who actually want to make sure that all the youth know about these policies. Actually, in the East African Community Youth Ambassadors platform, we have launched a monthly newsletter that summarize and highlight the activities of the ambassadors, and we take opportunity to explain some of the policies already, the common market protocol and different frameworks established in the regional integration agenda in 3 languages: French, Kiswahili, and English. And all that, it's only because we have a very good support from the political affairs department, and as well, but we need to do much. We need to go higher than that. We need to, youth is not an homogeneous block. We have youth who have interest in politics. We have those who are involved in cross-border trade, those who are in sport, art, and hustlers. So thank you. What I mean, we need to find proper ways to know how we can reach all those youth and they understand this framework so that they can express themselves effectively and we can drive the change we want to see in the regional, the East African Community region. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. That's a powerful speech. Just bear with us, panelists. Time is not on our side. So I would like to welcome Helen to finish up with the remaining questions.
Thank you, Mansuza. So the next question goes to Mr. Lugome. You are the executive secretary, if I'm not mistaken, of the organization. So my question is, why a youth-led organization? Why not like, why not a political party? Why not a business entity? Why a youth-led organization? And another question is, what are you doing as part of your responsibilities and the challenge you can also share? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for the questions. Very shortly, why not political institution? Is youth organizations have been working with Tanzanian ruling party, CCM, for over 15 years, and I was a leader, but I didn't see the impact of me to the young people. So the tragic thing is, I attended the first YouLead 2017, and we had some post-summit agenda. So through the post-summit agenda, we saw some challenges of doing those programs after post-summit agenda. Then we said that we need to have an organization in Tanzania which will be working with other organizations in East Africa. And thanks to MSTCDC, they gave us a room there at Pan-African Hall, 2018. We got a room there, we discussed it. Then from there, I was, in 2018, yes, I was appointed to be the first speaker of East African Youth Assembly. And I managed to travel in all 6 countries by then of East African by bus, not by flight, by bus. So I learned a lot, the geopolitics and what youth wants. So combine that with the post-summit agenda in YouLead, because most of the issues we're discussing is formation of what? Of East African Youth Council. But Tanzania, we didn't have youth council. Same as Burundi, by that time, they didn't have youth council. It was only Uganda, Kenya, and yes, even South Sudan, they didn't have. So we decided now to form Tunaweza organization in Tanzania, which will support these initiatives. And by starting, it was these challenges I mentioned, which geared up to us to form organization. So I could not work with the political party to solve these challenges of youth council, and also we were also advocating for ACDEC, African Charter on Democracy, Election and Governance. And also we at the YouLead 2018 we get the challenges. South Sudanese were not allowed to enter to Tanzania without paying visa of $50. You see, and the East African members, they just joined, so they don't enjoy being members. I remember we went to Mr. Onen and to help us to solve this challenge. He said, no, anything done by youth without youth cannot be youthful. We can assist you, but you have to go back to your ministers. We started advocating. I remember I went and talked to the foreign minister of Tanzania, Paramagamba Kabudi. I introduced myself. We started discussion, and actually we won. South Sudanese, they started coming to Tanzania without visa. You see, so you cannot solve those challenges without having the organization. But also, we came to advocate. Most of the youth in East Africa, they want to be in a political space, but they are not well enough having some funds. And when you enter to the political parties, there are a lot of challenges in political parties. So it's only ACDEC, African Charter on Democracy, Election, Governance, allow members to stand with the independent candidate. So the issue was to start advocating for every country to ratify and sign for ACDEC, for them to enter, to give the space to young people to stand as an independent candidate. And actually, we won from some countries as a quick win. But also, another issue was about the planning. We got a lot of support from MSTCDC. Previously, they have that trainings where it's a tailor-made training, and they were trained us to do. But as a young youth organizations, we were just failing to plan. And some of us, we are planning, but we are not executing our plans. So that was a big challenge. So what we came up with octopic strategies. And through those octopic strategies, I think you know octopus, huh? Octopus have 8 legs, right? So if you are doing advocacy, you need to have multiple options. So our nature of organization is through advocacy. So once you fail the first one, you need to have the second plan. And if the second fail, so that is what we call octopic strategies, just like an octopus. So through that, we motivated us to form the youth organization called Tunaweza, and it's working broadly within the East African region. I even through that managed to travel, which region in Uganda? RDP Uganda, by bus from Dar es Salaam to Kampala to Masindi. Yes, Masindi. You see, but now young people, if you ask them to travel by bus, they ask you, no, it's very far, give me a flight. You see, that's a big challenge. You have to volunteer, you have to learn, support your fellow, and support your fellow young people. Back to the to the challenges, actually, we are facing. As youth organization, we are facing a lot of challenges. Funds. It's a big challenge, and I thanks God that there is development partners here. Development partners, they have this habit of giving funds to those organizations who have at least bank statement of 3 years. Just imagine, I've just established my organization today, and it's really, we are really working hard. You see, we need some funds from you guys. Please reduce those terms and conditions to support young people organizations. Yes, that will be supporting a lot. Yeah, and also another challenge we are facing is regional registration. So here is where we came to, sorry, my voice is not good. Yeah, it's come to, we need to have an East African Youth Council. East African Youth Council will manage to have coordination of all youth organization, because now if you want to have a regional youth organization, you have to register in 3 countries first. You see, yes, Tanzania, Kenya, and Uganda. That's a big challenge. So we need to have a coordination which will help us. Mr. David Onen, go and talk to political affairs to see how you regulate this. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lugome. Thank you for speaking up for young people. Thank you so much. I'll go to Ms. Winnie, but before going to Ms. Winnie, you know, I have just came to realize that you people, you speakers, you have seated near by one another there. Paul and Lugome, you were all speakers. But why you you are together everywhere? Oh, okay. Okay. So Miss Winnie, you are in academic area. You are in academic. So my question is, what motivated you to go in that field of academic and not another field of like politics or economics? Why this research and academic field? And also another question is, how do you see the academia supporting the youth leadership and political participation?
Thank you. I'll start by posing a question. In the field of governance and politics in the academia at university, and I'll start by asking a question to the young who are here today. What is politics? And how do we participate in politics? And what is governance? And what does it mean to us? Politics leading. Politics leading. Do you know the nexus between politics and the governance? That's a food for thought. You could answer it, and I will not go into the details of answering it, but I'll go straight to my question. We all know as young people that we need to interest ourselves in the field of the academia, especially in the field of politics and governance, because as we all know, that determines who we are. Politics will always determine who gets what, when, and how. Going to be able to determine and request for what we want until when we know what we are supposed to actually get from the system. So me as a student, or as someone from the School of Political Science and Public Administration, I cannot answer that question before talking about my mother discipline of political science. Yeah, we all know that politics, a political system, a policy formation, and actualizing policies into actual development will all go back to the mother discipline of political science. And to me, because government chooses what to do or not what to do, so it gives me space, gives me a motivation, because as a young person who is looking at change, to transform my community because I'm a change agent. I'm a leader of today, not tomorrow. My leadership starts today and my impact starts today. So for me to be able to make that influence, I must understand how the political system works, how policies are being formulated, actualized into development. And of course, I cannot talk to policy and politics without governance. Governance is just a tool that helps us, people who are in the political system, people who are decision makers. It helps us to actually serve the interest of our people. And in this case, because we are talking about young people, it helps us serve the interests of young people, those of us who are in youth leadership. And I cannot talk about governance, really, and I don't talk about the principles that we must uphold as leaders, as young leaders. The good governance principles of accountability, transparency, efficiency, effectiveness, integrity, responsiveness to the needs of young people. So, all those are essential of, contributing. We want young people to be and to actually achieve their journey of leadership. And the academia, what's the role of the academia in promoting youth leadership and also youth participation? I must say that the academia gives us space as young people, gives us space for us to be able to engage and explore the diverse ideas, the diverse perspectives, those ideas that are so complex to us and they're very important to our leadership journey as young people. It gives us a platform, the academia gives us a platform to be able to gain the knowledge, to be able to effectively engage, to be able to, to lead. And it also gives us the skills to be able to participate in the politics. And the young people, the numbers are large. And they are both posing a threat and an opportunity, I must say. And as an academia, looking at the large numbers of the young people being an opportunity, but also a threat, it gives the academia an opportunity to empower young people, in terms of developing their skills and in terms of building their capacity for citizen engagement, for leadership, but also for political inclusion. But, understanding just the system and how it works is not just enough. Because for you to be able to understand a system does not make you a leader. Because leadership to young people should be service, not to occupy a political position. So occupying a political position is not leadership. And for us at the Julius Nyerere Leadership Center, which is based at Makerere University, co-promoted by Makerere University and Uganda Management Institute. By the way, it is a presidential initiative that was established by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, to merge the gap between the academia and the professional world. So the center there exists to equip young people in terms of conducting leadership skills for the young people. I'm glad to report that at least we've been in of the presses in Uganda, but also I want to admit that we are part of the engagements of EAC Youth Fellowship. So we have a program together with them. And, we are doing a great work at the academia because we realize it is very important. And how is this achieved? This can only be achieved by the academia working with different stakeholders, establishing these partnerships. For example, the establishment of this Julius Nyerere Leadership Center that has been able to conduct youth leadership skills in different areas of servant leadership. What we preach is servant leadership. It doesn't need you to be in a political position for you to serve your community and actually be a change agent and be able to impact the life within your community. So through those trainings, young people have been able to gain the skills. They have been able to gain the knowledge that they can actually translate and go back in their grassroots where they come from to be able to transform the communities. Secondly, we do host cross-generational conversations. These cross-generational conversations are really very important because they bring makers, they bring the young people, and the way this Yeah, this is a space that's being provided by the academia and the other, different universities, Makerere and the other universities, I must say. And that's why I'm working with the Ungozi Institute at the University of Dar es Salaam. But it has given them space to be able to voice their concerns. There's no way you're going to go and face the political system and just start shouting like the way our president puts it, that the youth lack an, and therefore they just shout about the system. Yeah, it is high young people we get organized, go back, come up with something. That something should be servant leadership. It should be our drive. For me, that is what drives me. It drives me to understand how systems operate, how policies can be translated into actual development to make sure that we can impact lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Winnie. That's really powerful. So since now we have exhausted our panel, we have just one takeaway question. In just 30 seconds, each of you, what is your dream for African youth? We'll start with Ms. Winnie, then till the end. It's 30 seconds, please.
Thank you so much. I love that question so much. Given the numbers of African youth, we know we make the largest population of the world. And 70% of the population, young population, is actually Africans, be under the age of 30 years. And those between 15 and 24 make the number of 20% approximately. And what would be my dream for the African youth is one thing. I want to see a network of a very healthy and innovative youth who are having a single ideology of servant leadership. Servant leadership that focuses on, that focuses on serving people. You have that moral compass, that character of serving people, regardless of where you are, regardless of the space you're holding. But your idea, your motivation is for you to be able to serve your community, to serve your people before any privilege, before any, above self, service above self. We've a challenge where you invite young people to participate in something and they'll ask you, what are the benefits? Yeah. I want to see young people who are not going to ask for the benefits but are willing to serve. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. For me, first, I would say that the greatest resource that the African continent has is the young people, the youth of this continent. And I would like to say a peaceful, united, borderless Africa that gives opportunity and invest in the young people of this nation to work anywhere, to train anywhere, and to contribute to the dreams of and the vision of the continent of Africa. Thank you.
I'll keep it 30 seconds. 3 things. 1, an Africa where we have more actions than words. 2, an Africa where young people are growing up in a world that they are living by choice, not by chance. And 3, and Africa where we can feel each other's pain. If someone is going through a hardship somewhere, you can feel the pain they're feeling, so we can act about it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. My call away. I want to talk to your neighbor. If they use, please tell him or her that we're behind time. We are behind time. Yes. If you we know the history, and because most of you don't know the history, most of our African giants, they started fighting for what they believe on, even at their early 20. So if you're in the mid 20, you're behind time. So let's wake up. Let's not keep blaming the system. We are the system.
That's actually very powerful. I don't know how to counter that. But and for me, I will focus on one thing. It's for us to be united and for us to do a lot of things together as youth, we need to be actually accessible to each other. In Africa, it's very hard to go around to each country. Sometimes you can see as Africans, you have to transit in Europe to come back to another African country. So the Africa I want to see is where we can have free access for us to learn from each other. Thank you.
To reiterate some of the words my American colleague there, President Bush once said, public service is a noble calling. And we've seen how the trends here have emerged, that public service is not only in governance, even individuals and stakeholders actually engage in public service. So my vision for a greater Africa will be a governance model that recognizes youth as equal stakeholders in nation building and embedded with perspectives at every level of policy formation, but also paving the way for a more responsive and forward-thinking governance. That's my perspective.
How many of you have read the Agenda 2063 of Africa? Yeah, that is my vision of Africa I want. Thank you.
The Africa I want, in 3 sentences. I want an Africa where leaders like Yves Rebecca Lanyeru are well accompanied for their effort done in terms of addressing issues on that, where leaders like Robert Okiror are to a regional fund to launch their startup, pilot them, and actually expand. And my last word is an Africa where the youth federate their effort together, they equip and inspire one another. We do not need Messiah. We need an army of trained leaders prepared for the African future.
Thank you so much, panelists. So we have learned a lot of things from you, and these are some of my takeaway from this debate. First is, for us, the youth, we should leave behind our political affiliations so that we can fight for our common future. That is the first one. The second takeaway from this panelist is we have to use the social media effectively, and this one is for all of us as individuals, as development partners, as the government. We have to use this social media effectively. Also, another takeaway is for the government and development partners that you should work with the young people. You should also consider the young people because we are the present and the future. The other one is for us, the young people, let's take spaces. We are the change that we want to see in our societies. The other one is also for young people that the youth, we should know our history. There is this Swahili word ambayo inasema kama hujui ulikotoka huwezi kujua unako kwenda. So we have to know our history so that we can see where we are going. The other one is the call to development partners to reduce the terms and conditions so that to support the youth organization. Can I get a round of applause for this, please? Yeah, and the last one is to be informed. Yeah, we have to be informed so that we can make informed decisions. Thank you.
So I think all the key takeaways have been exhausted. Maybe one thing that I should have emphasized that has come out from this panel is, one, as young people, we should go for it. Second, we are the leaders of the present, so we have to take action now. So thank you very much. Thank you to our lovely panelists. This was very insightful, and I believe as young people we have learned a lot, and we are going to take an action from all of this. Thank you.
You could sit for one and then another you will stand so that we can get all the angles. You would want to smile. A photo lasts 1,000 years. Your great-grandchildren will see these photos. I will now request you to stand, just closer to the speaker, yes. Exactly, and put your very best smile like you have won $1,000. Thank you very much. Another round of applause to the panel, as well as Kingu and Helen for the moderation. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I know. I have been sitting in the audience, and there was a bit of a whisper asking whether they were going to ask some questions and also engage. We can promise that in the next panel discussion, certainly they are interlinked. So in the next panel discussion, you'll be able to ask some questions, and they will not only be limited to that particular panel, but also relating and coordinating with the panel that has just left. So go for the breakfast with a smile. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to announce that for those that got the general tags, just to identify you as a participant, but you didn't have a name, the tags with names have come. So during the health break, please pass by the coordination table and be able to get a tag with your name on it so that we can identify you by your wonderful name. At the Julius Nyerere Leadership Center, where I sometimes go and facilitate on leadership, when we are happy, we say ding, ding. And when we are not, we say dong, dong. Can we practice that in 30 seconds and then we go for break? When you are happy, we say ding, ding. And when we are not, we say dong, dong. So I'm going to mention something and then you tell me. Breakfast? Ding, ding. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 30 minutes. So we will have our partners and key guests ushered for breakfast in some location where we shall also visit at some point, but then the rest of us will also be directed to the different serving points so that we can continue to have ding ding.
Tusonga mbele mama Afrika, Afrika, Tusonga mbele mama Afrika, Afrika, Kwa pamoja Afrika, maishani wote. From country to country, yeah, we gotta work together. We are leaders now, aiming higher for the better. Together, to make our nations greater, we're sharing to empower. So you lead, I lead, we lead together. So you lead, I lead, we lead together. We will lead, we will lead. Let your dream be a reality. We will lead, let your dream be a reality.
Yeah, listen, together we shape young men and women. With the pillars, with the future, here we are. Let's join together with ability to change communities, with love, with peace, to respond to our need, to call for unity. Africa, hear me cry. Never leave me alone. As I say loud in a brighter future, let's join hands for youth and women. Let's join hands for youth and
So you
women.
lead, I lead, we lead together. So you lead, I lead, we lead together. We will lead, we will lead. Let your dream be a reality. We will lead, we will lead. Let your dream be a reality.
Yeah, vijana wa Afrika wote waungana, vijana vijana kutoka mashariki, magharibi, kaskazini na kusini, hata na kati, twaja pamoja ili tufanye nini?
So you lead, I lead, we lead together. So you lead, I lead, we lead together. We will lead, we will lead. Let your dream be a reality. tusonga mbele mama Afrika, Afrika, tusonga mbele mama Afrika, Afrika,
Kwa pamoja Afrika, mwishani wote. Bonjour,
from country to country, yeah, we gotta work together. We are leaders now, aiming higher for the better. Together, to make our nations greater, we're sharing to empower. So you lead, I lead, we lead together. So you lead, I lead, we lead together. We will lead, we will lead. Let your dream be a reality. We will lead, we will lead. Let your dream be a reality.
Yeah, listen, together we'll shape young men and women. With the pillars, with the future, here we are. Let's join together with ability to change communities, with love, with peace, to respond to our need, to call for unity. Africa, hear me cry. Never leave me alone. As I see light in a brighter future, let's join hands for youth and women. Let's join hands for youth and
So you
women.
lead, I lead, we lead together. So you lead, I lead, we lead together. We will lead, we will lead. Let your dream be a reality. We will lead, we will lead. Let your dream be a reality.
Yeah, vijana wa Afrika wote waungana, vijana vijana kutoka mashariki, magharibi, kaskazini na kusini, hata na kati, twaja pamoja ili tufanye nini?
So you lead, I lead, we lead together. So you lead, I lead, we lead together. We will lead, we will lead. Let your dream be a reality. We will lead, we will lead. Let your dream be a reality.
Hello, Kujani. Search Bakai. Piana. Bravo. Amahoro. Mambo.
What solutions are we seeing coming out of this space?
What I see happening within the climate space and young people in the climate space is finding this nexus between having something that supports our livelihoods as well as being able to engage in our passion for the environment.
One of the things we've realized is that indigenous knowledge in the communities is not necessarily captured in our research and even in the design of some of our solutions.
There's an audit and there's an environmental impact assessment that we should be able to feed in, because while we look at where things are happening, what are we doing closer home? You know, what is me and you doing to ensure that we are safeguarding the environment and ensuring that we have sustainable climate?
According to the World Health Organization, about 2 billion people globally do not have access to safe water. Let that sink in. 2 billion people globally do not have access to safe water. One of the most precious commodities, that is oil, that is petrol, that is diesel. Why is it that water is more expensive than diesel, than petrol? Have we ever asked ourselves that question?
Among of the burning session in the ES Youth Fellowship, climate was among of it, because it sparked the conversation from youth who are being tired with the stories about climate action, and what they need now is to take action, not about the stories.
Gather around One Young Africa. The YouLead Summit is back. For the 9th year running, we bring together an Africa-wide audience of youth leaders, continental, regional, and national policymakers, private sector, and NGO stakeholders to craft responses to the continent's rapidly growing youth population, their challenges, and opportunities. The YouLead Summit is convened annually by the East African Community and MS Training Center for Development Cooperation through their youth engagement initiatives, the EAC Youth Ambassadors Platform, and YouLead Africa. From the 4th to the 8th of November 2024, the YouLead Summit will be held in Arusha, Tanzania, under the theme Igniting the Potential of Africa's Youthful Population, Reinstating Education as an Eminent Public Good. As has been the tradition, we'll explore this theme through the lens of our signature forums. Day 1, the Under 40 Political Leaders Forum, examines the role of policymakers and development partners in creating an enabling environment for youth participation in governance, leadership, and development. Policymakers and Development Partners Roundtable examines the role of policymakers and development partners in creating an enabling environment for youth participation. The SDG Workshop shall examine the SDGs, the pace of their implementation, and propose ways in which the youth can influence the implementation of the same. The Presidential Address, co-convened by His Excellency Dr. Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete, former President of the United Republic of Tanzania and the Secretary General of the East African Community. The Fireside Chat with His Excellency Dr. Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete on education as a priority to achieve the African Union Agenda 2063 aspirations. Day 2, the Under 40 Business Leaders Forum gathers young business leaders, decision makers in government, and development practitioners to find solutions to pressing issues in the region's business development. The East Africa Youth Enterprise Awards seek to recognize youth-led businesses across the East African Community, EAC, partner states that are resilient, innovative, and are simultaneously taking deliberate, innovative actions towards decent livelihoods and youth unemployment. Day 3, Arusha Peace Forum, a youth forum on peace building and conflict prevention, showcasing models that promote the role of youth in peace building and participation in conflict prevention as proactive measures to maintaining peace and security in Africa. The Gender Equality Forum discusses ways to dismantle the structural causes at the root of the gender inequality and advances the Action Coalition's commitments. Day 4, Post-Summit Agenda of Action, a proactive mechanism to ensure that the life of summit discussions go beyond the summit reports, actively transforming regional business and politics by providing the right environment at program level in partnership with YouLead consortium members and stakeholders.
Tusonga mbele mama Afrika, Afrika, Tusonga mbele mama Afrika, Afrika,
Kongo Africa, Mwishani Wonse, Bonjour, Mamo.
From country to country, yeah, we gotta work together. We are leaders now, aiming higher for the better. Together, to make our nations greater, we're sharing to the power. So you lead, I lead, we lead together. So you lead, I lead, we lead together. We will lead, we will lead. Let your dream be a reality. We will lead, we will lead. Let your dream be a reality.
Yeah, listen, together we shape young men and women with the pillars, with the future. Here we are, let's join together with ability to change communities, with love, with peace, to respond to our need, the future. Let's join hands for youth and women. Let's join hands for youth and women.
I lead, we lead together. So you lead, I lead, we lead together. We will lead, we will lead. Let your dream be a reality. We will lead, we will lead. Let your dream be a reality.
Yeah, vijana wa Afrika wote waungana, vijana vijana kutoka mashariki, magharibi, kaskazini na kusini, hata na kati, twaja pamoja ili tufanye nini?
Yes, 1, 2. Yeah, yes.
Gather around One Young Africa. The YouLead Summit is back. For the 9th year running, we bring together an Africa-wide audience of youth leaders, continental, regional, and national policymakers, private sector, and NGO stakeholders to craft responses to the continent's rapidly growing youth population, their challenges, and opportunities. The YouLead Summit is convened annually by the East African Community and MS Training Center for Development Cooperation through their youth engagement initiatives, the EAC Youth Ambassadors Platform, and YouLead Africa. From the 4th to the 8th of November 2024, the YouLead Summit will be held in Arusha, Tanzania, under the theme Igniting the Potential of Africa's Youthful Population, Reinstating Education as an Eminent Public Good. As has been the tradition, we'll explore this theme through the lens of our signature forums. Day 1, the Under 40 Political Leaders Forum examines the role of policymakers and development partners in creating an enabling environment for youth participation in governance, leadership, and development.
1, 2.
Policymakers
Test.
and Development Partners Roundtable examines the role of policymakers and development partners in creating an enabling environment for youth participation. The SDG Workshop shall examine the SDGs, the pace of their implementation, and propose ways in which the youth can influence the implementation of the same. The Presidential Address, co-convened by His Excellency Dr. Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete, former President of the United Republic of Tanzania and the Secretary General of the East African Community. The Fireside Chat with His Excellency Dr. Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete on education as a priority to achieve the African Union Agenda 2063 aspirations. Day 2, the Under 40 Business Leaders Forum gathers young business leaders, decision makers in government, and development practitioners to find solutions to pressing issues in the region's business development. The East Africa Youth Enterprise Awards to recognize youth-led businesses across the East African Community, EAC, partner states that are resilient, innovative, and are simultaneously taking deliberate, innovative actions towards decent livelihoods and youth unemployment. Day 3, Arusha Peace Forum, a youth forum on peace building and conflict prevention, showcasing models that promote the role of youth in peace building and participation in conflict prevention as proactive measures to maintaining peace and security in Africa. The Gender Equality Forum, discusses ways to
Yes,
dismantle
1,
the
2.
structural causes at the root of the gender inequality and advances the Action Coalition's commitments. Day 4, Post-Summit Agenda of Action.
Yes, 1,
A
2.
proactive
Yes.
mechanism to ensure that the life of summit discussions go beyond the summit reports, actively transforming regional business and politics by providing the right environment at program level in partnership with YouLead consortium members and stakeholders.
Tusonga mbele mama Afrika, Afrika, Tusonga mbele mama Afrika, Afrika,
Since 2017, YouLead Summit has been the climax event and convening platform for different stakeholders to debate, assess, and deliberate on the most pressing issues affecting young people. The YouLead Summit 2022 was held from the 12th to the 16th December 2022 at the EAC headquarters in Arusha, Tanzania, and MS Training Center for Development Cooperation under the theme Digital Access and Future of Work. Day 1 hosted the Under 40 Political Leaders Forum, which examined the policy and institutional environment and the state of youth participation in political governance, explored factors that help or hold back youth from becoming leaders, and advanced new thinking on what it will take for Africa's youth to become the leadership for the Africa we want. The Policymakers and Development Partners Roundtable examined the role of stakeholders in creating an enabling environment for youth participation. It examined the relevance of the Africa-Europe Partnership to African youth and how to best make it work for the African youth in areas of digital access, economic opportunities, and decent work for youth, especially under the AFCFTA. The afternoon session of Day 1 also featured the launch of the Tanzania Youth Democracy Dialogue Project and the plenary experience-based young leaders debate on If You Sat Where They, the Leaders Sit. His Excellency Donald J. Wright highlighted that youth in Africa want democracy and that democracy provides opportunity to build, strengthen, learn, share ideas, collaborate, and get mobilized to achieve the Tanzania we want. Honorable Masai Pamela Simon spoke on the relevance of such an initiative and called upon the integration of climate change as a key to achieve digital access and the future of work in Tanzania. Honorable Nusrat Hanje called on youth MPs to connect with the youth by meeting them, engaging them, and ensuring young people are meaningfully engaged. The plenary session provided the opportunity for delegates to outline the priorities if they were the leaders in certain elected positions. The day ended with an inspirational fireside chat between delegates and Dr. Susan Nasozi Mwanga, the first female head of Department of Political Science at Makerere University and Executive Director of the Julius Nyerere Leadership Center, and His Excellency Fatumata Tambajang, former Vice President of the Republic of the Gambia.
Today we are going to be focusing on conversations relating to youth and business. For a while now, since the year 2019, YouLead has been programming around youth and business. We have collaborated in a number of partners to do the same, including the African Continental Free Trade Agreement Secretariat, Africa Youth Business Council, and Ikoyaka. We created this body so that we can provide a platform for young people to be able to participate. The former for young people to organize around business, and the latter for young people to influence processes at the AFCFTA.
The AFCFTA is a blueprint for attaining inclusive and sustainable development across the continent over the next 50 years in the context of African economic integration.
Today, one of the greatest disservice you can do to yourself is to limit your education to the classroom.
Very passionate about helping Africans build global businesses because we've grown up being drummed up that we've been enslaved, we were colonized, that even when we have the biggest ambition for our businesses, we want it to be Pan-African. I to go beyond that. Do not think Africa, think global.
We have some youth that are really already engaged in agriculture. They are really trying their best to make sure that their agricultural enterprises are doing well, but they have some barriers that are affecting them and hindering them from doing their best in the agriculture sector. To the people in power, the people who have the resources, and the people who can help these youth to really exploit their potential in agriculture.
Sadly, we have never transformed from our leaders whom we so carefully select to represent us. So we need to stop looking at ourselves as inferior. We feed the world, we are the world, and the world looks up to us.
Day 4 of the YouLead Summit is dedicated for the post-summit agenda, where we have delegates and invited speakers break down into countries for them to be able to discuss the key priority areas and solutions that are going to inform YouLead Africa's next year of programmatic actions.
We need a review of university courses to meet the marketplace demand. We want the courses in our university to be very practical.
There should be access to reliable funding so that young entrepreneurs can kickstart their ideas, and those who have started can also can scale their businesses.
So East African heads of state need to pay much attention on ensuring that meaningful representation spaces are created for youth.
As we prepare to be in politics, we should have political tolerance in terms of our political agenda.
Healthy people budget improvement that will help us to introduce and come up with innovative systems that promote alternative energy sources. And that includes funding sources for young innovators in different areas and different regions of East Africa and Africa at large.
African problems are political problems. If we need to solve our problems as Africans, we need political solutions.
Tusonga mbele mama Afrika, Afrika, Tusonga mbele mama Afrika, Afrika,
Kwa favor, Africa. Mwishani wonse. Bonjour. Bravo.
From country to country, yeah, we gotta work together. We are leaders now, aiming higher for the better. Together, to make our nations greater, we're sharing to the power. So you lead, I lead, we lead together. So you lead, I lead, we lead together. We will lead, we will lead. Let your dream be a reality. We will lead, we will lead. Let your dream be a reality.
Yeah, listen, together we shape young men and women. With the pillars, with the future, here we are. Let's join together with ability to change communities, with love, with peace, to respond to our need, to call for unity. Africa, hear me cry. Never leave me alone. As I say loud in a brighter future, let's join hands for youth and women. Let's join hands for youth and women.
I lead, we lead together. So you lead, I lead, we lead together. We will lead, we will lead. Let your dream be a reality.
waungana, vijana he, vijana ha, kutoka mashariki, magharibi, kaskazini na kusini, hata na kati, twaja pamoja ili tufanye nini?
What makes me incredibly optimistic this morning, and that is why we are all gathered here, is that we have agreed to the common agenda, and that is to make Africa great. I hope you do agree with me with that.
I'd like to take this opportunity as patron of this summit to thank His Excellency President Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, for agreeing that his great country plays host to the 7th YouLead Summit.
Youth have spoken and we have carefully listened, and it is why, for the first time since 2017, we are hosting YouLead Summit outside the United Republic of Tanzania.
The EAC has set a very high standard for other regional economic communities to reach out to the youth, and so today you have converted me, so wherever I go I'll try to encourage even our colleagues in SADC to launch an initiative similar to this one.
Good or less good or bad, what goes on in Africa has repercussions in Europe. And conversely, what goes on in Europe has an impact in Africa, as we clearly see with the war of aggression by Russia against Ukraine. We thus have a mutual interest in seeing each other prosper, be at peace, and fulfill our potential.
The East African community must embrace youth as champions of African solutions to African problems. Our youth must be champions of East African and indeed African integration. Our youth must be the champions of climate change adaptation. Our youth must be the champions of peace and security in our region.
I must admit, I'm impressed by the wonderful work being done by the YouLead Summit Secretariat in pursuit of the objectives of the program in the fields of politics, business, peace and security, and gender equality. They have made me feel happy and proud to be your patron. Ladies and gentlemen, I commend the Secretariat for choosing a very pertinent theme for this year's summit: youth empowerment through capacity building, revitalizing youth voice and agency towards the Africa we want.
What solutions are we seeing coming out of this space?
What I see happening within the climate space and young people in the climate space is finding this nexus between having something that supports our livelihoods as well as being able to engage in our passion for the environment.
One of the things we've realized is that indigenous knowledge in the communities is not necessarily captured in our research and even in the design of some of our solutions.
There's an audit and there's an environmental impact assessment that we should be able to feed in, because while we look at where things are happening, what are we doing closer home? What is me and you doing to ensure that we are safeguarding the environment and ensuring that we have sustainable climate?
According to the World Health Organization, about 2 billion people globally do not have access to safe water. Let that sink in. 2 billion people globally do not have access to safe water. One of the most precious commodities, that is oil, that is petrol, that is diesel. Why is it that water is more expensive than diesel, than petrol? Have we ever asked ourselves that question?
Among of the burning session in the ES Youth Fellowship, climate was among of it, because it sparked a conversation from youth who are being tired with the stories about climate action, and what they need now is to take action, not about the stories.
It is a great pleasure to be with you today, and I look forward to this session where we reflect on how best to bridge the gap that still exists for gender equality. Of course, we know while there are milestones won, we are still far from really attaining true gender equality.
Data matters. In the context of generation equality, it is important that young women's voices are seen, recorded, documented, and then provisionally implemented. That's why research also matters.
From what I know, that there's already a manifesto document that highlights that young women voices are going to be heard and documented, but it's up to the government to make sure that there is a reporting on that.
Under-reporting data research, we still need to invest in these to be able to find solutions for even women at the grassroots level, even women who are still ashamed of reporting because of the stigma around violence against women. So there's still more to be done.
And so I do recognize the point of underreporting of data. I do recognize the point of underrepresentation of views. But I think that we do need a forum, at least, that allows for us to report the underreporting of data, that allows for us to understand that this is still a continuing problem. And so I think that this forum is actually very important, because it allows us at least a vehicle where we can make some progress.
Are people underground are capacitated enough? Are we capacitating enough? If we are, in what ways? And after all, we are talking about sustainability, which include all parts of the community and all members of the community, including women. Then what's going on under the ground?
At the global level, women have to celebrate the fact that the UN, the global government, African Union, the continental government is cognizant of inequalities existing in the continent. And as a result of that, where we fail to achieve gender equality, efforts have been made towards achieving gender equity. That's a thumb up.
As Plan International, we are proud to be co-conveners of the Gender Equality Forum together with MS Training Center of Development Cooperation, YouLead Secretariat, the East Africa Community Secretariat, the Office of the African Union Chairperson, Person's Youth Envoy.
Ladies and gentlemen, we need to get back. Our 30 minutes of the health break are done. I know some people are using this time to network, to catch up, some of you last met before COVID. So you are meeting and saying, how was it? Where were you? Have you recovered? We shall have that time. I can promise you that we shall have the catch-up time. And we shall have that time when we have our dancing shoes on. Late this evening. In some of your countries, you call it sleeping in shoes. Those from Kampala know it. Okusula mungato. I don't know what the Tanzanian and Kenyan colleagues would say in Swahili, but maybe I'll get someone at some point to tell us. But we shall have that catch-up moment. Please, just come. Some of you met in Kenya last year at the Bomas of Kenya, and you're updating the information and catching up. But we shall have that time. Just get back. Whoever can hear me, just get back. Kindly get back so that everything will run according to the program. And the ladies have spoken to me that when I called people to dance and celebrate and open the YouLead song and the summit in the beginning, it was mainly the gentlemen. So they have requested for only ladies moment. So I will need about 15 young ladies. If you have your flag, if you have something to carry, we are going to have the women. I think at some point I will drop off so that it's just the women. And whatever they will be doing, all of us, the men who would have stayed and also the women who would have not come, I encourage as many to come. And from all continents and from all the parts of Africa, please, you will have to be represented here. And then our technical team at the back will be able to give us the YouLead song, and the ladies are going to take us through. That will be our icebreaker for the next session. So just prepare as we get our people back. Just make sure that you come back. You'll complete that tweet at some point. You will be able to call home at some point. But just get back at this time. For the last panel that we had ESC Youth Fellows who were coming from cohort 2. And that was Hilda Gaspar, as well as Mr. Richard Chubaka. These have been here for some time, so you'd want to interact with them, and they were on the panel like you saw them. So we want to thank them for sparing the time to come, as well as other panelists for the insights that they shared with us. There are some areas in the room that still need people to come. I don't know, the organizing team just make sure that everyone that is supposed to be in for the summit steps through. But now, volunteer ladies, please come. The ladies, please come. Ladies from West Africa, Southern Africa, East Africa, Central Africa, Northern Africa, Asia, Europe, South America, North America, and of course, Australia, where you need 13 plus hours. Please just come. Just come. Just come. Where are you? I don't want to call names. I know some of you, and you're looking at me and saying, not me, not me. Yes, you. Ding, ding. Come. Aha! We have some representation from the back. We need representation from the middle, as well as from the front. Yes, clap for them and join them. If you're ready, join them and come. Yeah. Yes, exactly. We have some more coming. Come. We need about 15. The stage is big. Yes, I see an East Africa and West Africa, North Africa. Yes. Hey. Ding, ding. Come, please. Aha. Yes. Aha, Sarah, you're welcome with your flag. Come, if you have a flag, if you have something to wave, just come. And then amongst yourselves, in 10 seconds, try to get the one who will direct the processes so that we are moving in an organized way. Some more ladies, please. And I can assure you, we have people online. We are on streaming live on YouTube. You want to be on TV, please. Come. The ladies, come. Aha, Natasha, yes. This could be your moment. Come. Aha. I love the flag. Please come. If you have a flag, come. Aldrin, yes, come. We need about 15. Mathematics, how many are here now? We need 15 or even 20, it's okay. The stage is big. Any more ladies as we start this session very quickly? Yes! We need Europe to be represented. Europe, America, we need some people to come. Just feel free to come. Whether you are youth or not, come. Come. We are almost there. I love this. The gentlemen, are you seeing? Huh? Africa is gifted. You can see, right? Yes. So the team at the back, when you're ready, please, the ladies are taking us through. And when they are done, then we shall have the next session.
Tusonga mbele mama Afrika, Afrika, Tusonga mbele mama Afrika.
It's not a presentation, let's be part of it. All of us, let's arise and enjoy the moment.
Country to country, yeah, we gotta work together. We are leaders now, aiming higher for the better. Together, to make our nations greater, we're sharing to empower. So you lead, I lead, we lead together. So you lead, I lead, we lead together. We will lead, we will lead. Let your dream be a reality. We will lead, let your dream be a reality.
Yeah, listen, together we shape young men and women. With the pillars, with the future, here we are. Let's join together with ability to change communities, with love, with peace, to respond to our need, to call for unity. Africa, hear me cry, never leave me alone. As I see light in a brighter future, let's join hands for youth and women. Let's join hands for youth and
So you
women.
lead, I lead, we lead together. So you lead, I lead, we lead together. We will lead, let your dream be a reality. We will lead, let your dream be a reality.
Yeah, vijana wa Afrika wote waungana, vijana vijana kutoka mashariki, magharibi, kaskazini na kusini, hata na kati, twaja pamoja ili tufanye nini?
So you lead, I lead, we lead together. So you lead, I lead, we lead together. We will lead, let your dream be a reality. We will lead, let your dream be a reality. Hello, Kunjani. Search Bakai. Kiana. Bravo. Amahoro. Mambo.
Yeah. The ladies were ding, ding, dong, dong. Ding, ding. Yes. Let's give them another round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, the ladies. I'm sure we have captured the moment, but you have also enjoyed. We have also enjoyed the moment. Thank you very much. Welcome back from the break tea. Was it ding, ding, dong, dong? Ding, ding. We shall even make it more ding, ding tomorrow.
mama Afrika, Afrika, tusonga mbele mama Afrika, Afrika,
Shape young men and women with the pillars, with the future. Here we are, let's join together with ability to change communities, with love, with peace, to respond to our need, to call for unity. Africa, hear me cry, never leave me alone. As I see light in a brighter future, let's join hands for youth and women. Let's join hands for youth and women.
Wote waungana, vijana vijana kutoka mashariki, magharibi, kaskazini na kusini, hata na kati, twaja pamoja ili tufanye nini?
Tusonga mbele mama Afrika, Afrika, tusonga mbele mama Afrika.
Thank you very much. To our online audience, we had a technical hitch, but we are back. The power was trying to be dong-dong, but we have made it very ding-ding, and we are fully back. Ladies and gentlemen, without taking any more time, we are going into our next segment of the program, and this is a Policymakers and Development Partners Roundtable. The Policymakers and Development Partners Roundtable on reimagining the role of policymakers and development partners in rethinking education for young people's competitiveness in contributing to the achievement of the Africa that we want. This engagement is co-convened by the Embassy of Denmark to Tanzania, the East African Community Secretariat, and Oxfam. The moderators have requested me to invite the panelists, and then they will pick it on from there. Ladies and gentlemen, join with me to welcome Honorable Mr. Andrew Lenz, Deputy Chief of Mission, United States Embassy to Tanzania. Yes, he's been with us, early and strong with us. You're welcome. Join with me to welcome Mr. Jamal Mohammed Abdullahi, Director General, Ministry of Youth of Somalia. Yeah. Okay, as he comes, join me to welcome Mr. Rina. Yes, Miss Rina Raurizen Truna. She's the co-founder and deputy director 2030 Beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome Mr. Edward Francois Bokman, Transformative Education Policy and Program Lead of Oxfam International, the Africa Platinum. Yes. Give him another round of applause as he comes. Join me to also welcome Miss Karina Nzialwoska, Head of Economics and Governance, European Union Delegation to Tanzania. She's over there. Join me to welcome Mr. Tobias Nauruki, Head of Protocol, Africa Parliamentary Network for Values. Yes, he's over there. Join me to welcome Miss Uwera Juliet, who is a researcher and lecturer of law at Uganda Christian University, the Center of Excellency in the heart of Africa. That's their catchphrase. The Center of Excellency in the heart of Africa. Last but by no means the least, Mrs. Dorcas Mwakoi, Country Program Lead of AGRA, Tanzania. Yes. And this wonderful panel will be moderated by Mr. David Onen, the Principal Political Affairs Officer, East African Community. Yes, and also one that I will call a Muzukulu, Mr. Julius Muhindi, Youth Sounding Board member to the European Union Delegation to Tanzania. And at some point, they will be supported by Mr. Regan Muinda, Regional Partners Coordinator for the YouLead Summit. Thank you very much. Over to the moderators.
Thank you very much. Which one is on? Yes, good afternoon. Do I know how to hold the microphone? Are you hearing? Thank you. Thank you, David, for inviting our panel. And our panel look very fresh. I think the break tea worked. Without wasting time, we are going to business. You know, my colleagues from Britain, the British, when it is time for business, you know what they do? They fix the necktie, they adjust the jacket, and that is business. For a Japanese, the Japanese, when it's time for business, the jacket is off, the sleeves are folded. And I think Andrew is a very good example of that. How about for the African? The African generally doesn't have a jacket, so we'll throw away the shirt itself. That's the time for go dirty. So we go dirty now in the business. Thank you. To begin with, we are discussing in broad terms education policy for Africa. And the tenets we want to reflect on is the quality of education that we have implemented in the past and what we are implementing now, but also we are looking at the accessibility to education. The accessibility has so many dimensions, including gender sensitivity and youth inclusion. So in this session, we want you to reflect on, I am afraid there are no government policymakers. Is there any government policymaker here? We may find ourselves only people who support education in other people's countries. So, yeah, Somalia is there from government, I think. Our discussion is symbolized by those three boxes of SDG. There's education quality this side, there's in the middle there partnership, and then the last there is the gender dimension of education. So our first question is, and for each of you, you have a minute, at most 2 minutes, to say whether you are happy with what you have supported in the past in terms of education in Africa. And you can mention why you are happy or why you are not happy. Then we shall go to the next round of questions. I start with my immediate left.
Thank you.
My name is Dorcas Makoi. I work for AGRA. AGRA used to be Alliance for Green Revolution for Africa, but now we call ourselves AGRA in Tanzania. So, question around education. I'm coming from the agriculture sector. We all know that there's burgeoning youth population in Africa. Most countries in Africa are agro-based. The economies are agro-based, and therefore, if you are talking about livelihoods for youth, opportunities, jobs for youth, they are going to come from agriculture. So how do we come in the nexus about education? Probably I would want to demystify this education. I don't know how you are defining education here. There's education at tertiary level, institutions, universities, education for TVETs at that level, and there are people who have never been to school, and there are people out of college. So for me, education is continuous, and it's at different levels. So as AGRA, how are we working with this population, mainly rural folks and even the urban? So we are working. We are proud of what we've been doing, because our key goal really is to transform agriculture, that agriculture can pay, agriculture can pull people out of poverty, especially the youth. From last year, we started implementing a new strategy, and our key goal is to reach at least 1 million plus youth and about 200,000 plus jobs for youth and young women. So we have various facets on how we look at education, how skilling youth particularly to be able to be employable. And we have what we call priority value chains in Tanzania. And through this end-to-end value chain investments, we are working with youth in what we call VBAs, village-based advisors. We are working to build their skills around how do they reach the 3 million plus farmers we want to reach in Tanzania. So building the skills of youth to provide these services, and mostly they are out of school youth, some of them at different levels. So training them to be able to offer those services to farmers, we find that important, and for us that is critical. Training them to be able to tap into opportunities around end-to-end value chain investments like aggregators, providing market access opportunities. Another level we all agree is issues around, for example, mechanization. We are just completing a study on opportunities for youth and young women around mechanization and what we can do in terms of skilling. We have partnered with TVET, Tanzania Vocational Education Training Centers, in 4 regions where AGRA operates: the northern region, the central region, the southern, and the western region. Why are we partnering with TVET? We realize that even as we support investments around access to mechanization, which is critical for agriculture transformation, we can create jobs for youth and young women by partnering with TVETs to tailor make some what we call curriculum that and the youth are linked to various jobs opportunities. Yes. So TVETs, we also have digitization, where we are working with various innovators to have accelerators and therefore skill youth around digital innovations that may scale up into business models. I want to say that private sector is at the core of this, because when everything is done, if private sector is not mopping up, is not crowding around this investment, then nothing is going to happen. So we are working with private sector around all these investments to be able to tap into these opportunities. But the long and short is that we have to make sure that education at the universities is tailor-made to industry, and therefore curriculum is tailor-made to industry. And that's why even when we are working with TVETs, we are not just venturing out of anywhere. We want to make sure that the curriculum is tailored to be meaningful to the industry out there, even as we link them to even private anchor firms around mechanization. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I allowed you to go for more than 2 minutes because you are the first speaker. But the rest will take a little shorter. Our catchword is tailor-made. There are many other things we have noted, but that is the catchword. Education must be tailor-made. Can we proceed? Does it work? The question is, are you happy with the policy options that you have implemented in education? If you have been supporting or assisting in education, are you happy with what you have been paying for? For government, would have been, are you happy with what you have been implementing? And for other supporters, are you happy with what you have been supporting as a development partner, for example?
I'm going to speak. Good morning. I'm going to speak on behalf of Uganda Christian University because that's where I work. Yes, we are happy with our contribution to the education sector, and that's because I'll give a few points. As Uganda Christian University, we carry out a number of scholarships and funding to students who want to study but do not have the capacity to be able to fund their education. So, for example, we have the Guild Fund. We have class settings where they collect money for different students in their streams or classes to be able to afford tuition. And in that way, we are contributing in supporting these students to be able to get a good education. Another, I would say, is currently Uganda Christian University is developing education access through infrastructure. For example, they are working on the buildings, developing faculties, working on the libraries, stocking them, and in this way, putting up even the physical infrastructure, classrooms for students to be able to go and attend these classes, restocking the library for students to go and get access to material is in a way contributing to providing good quality education to these students.
Sorry, can I interrupt for 1 minute?
Yes.
Let me make my question more clearer. We are asking the question is, as an institution, education institution, you are implementing a state education policy.
Okay.
That policy comes from government. Are you happy with that policy which you are implementing as an education institution? And that should apply to all of us. If you are a donor, if you are a development partner, you are supporting the education sector in a certain country, but you are supporting a certain policy that the government is running. Are you happy with it? If not, why?
Yes, we are.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Tobias Nairuki. Okay, there are so many policies in education. First, the most important critical thing that most policymakers and even the stakeholders and the government, we still have the gaps. There are so many young people who go to school, even to the university level, but at the end, they end up not doing what they were studying for. So the policies in the education sector can say, not all policies apply to the interests of the different education sectorials. For instance, I can give an example of the Kenyan policy. We have the competence-based curriculum, the CBC curriculum, that was adopted by the government recently. This curriculum is tailored to be able to upskill the young people from that junior level to the university level, so that they are able to, when they come out of the university, at the university, they're able to meet the market standards, then also aligning with the international standards in the education. Some policies are citing examples of the ESC education protocols, which has not been tailored to the local countries in the different parts of the region, and also the African Union's Continental Education Strategy for Africa. These policies are there in place. As a policy representative, representing the members of parliament from the African continent, then also sitting on their policy desk, there are so many gaps to be addressed, especially by stakeholders and partners in education, so that the government may be able to adopt a cheaper policy that aligns with the needs of the people. Today, when you ask any young person seated in this tent whether he's happy or was he or she able to further his studies at master's level, the young person will tell you no. Reason? Education in Africa is very expensive. And this is a fact. That's why many of the young people from Africa tend to seek for scholarships outside Africa to be able to meet the demands of the market. Because when you visit a job market, you'll be asked to submit a master's degree. You'll be asked to submit a PhD, or those are the requirements for you to get a specific job. So some policies are working, some policies are not working. But for us to be able to address all this, stakeholder engagement like the one we are having here, and we appreciate the organizers, to understand what are the gaps. And key amongst the gaps is the expensive policies that we have in our government systems that are making our people, especially the young people, not to be able to further their studies even at university level, and those also to further at master's level. And that hinders them to be able to meet the job market demands. Thank you.
Can I go, David? Yes? Good. So I'm trying to answer exactly to your question. So as the European Union, we came to Tanzania with to the education sector from the angle of women empowerment, gender-related policies. And I must say that we are very happy with the spin and with the type of engagement we wanted to have. We came to Tanzania with our big gender transformative action at the time where Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan became the president and revolutionized a little bit the gender-related policies. And I think that on the basis of this engagement for more women empowerment, we had excellent discussions with the Ministry of Education
it. They have changed the curriculum, and subjects have reduced. The way of setting exams and answering questions has also changed, and they're doing that so that they can fit into the current trends, not back then how things used to be done. So now they are trying to adjust the curriculum to fit into the current trends. So you need to, for quality education to happen, there has to be some changes. For example, like I've stated, you need to train the teachers or educators, and you also need to keep changing the curriculum.
Thank you. Can I add to some of that? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, the access versus quality. I guess I would challenge the framing of the question. I feel like it's two sides of the same coin. That I don't think you can talk about access without talking about quality, and you can't talk about quality without talking about access. And it goes to some of what you said, that some of our programming that we're focusing on, I'm sure some of my other colleagues up here are doing the same, is how do you teach English language? A lot of our teachers, a lot of the teachers in the school system don't know how to effectively do it. And if that's part of the goal, is to have people coming out, young people coming out of the education system ready with English language proficiency to compete in the marketplace, make money, etc., then you need good teachers. If you've got good teachers who are able to do that, I think that opens up access. All of a sudden, people are understanding and hearing in new ways. They're approaching and accessing the learning in new ways in the teaching. The other thing is just one of our other programs is doing data, funding data that we're sharing with local and community governments so that they understand what's happening in terms of access and quality of the education system. And we're finding out a whole lot of things. And it gets to what I think my colleague was saying too about gender norming. So as we look and do some of this research, we see that girls are still getting pushed into one side of the, into one track. We see that teachers don't have the skills or the training they need. That children are dropping out because they're not getting those inroads education. So we're sharing that data. That could lead to an increase in quality, which then leads to increases in access. So I feel like they're the same thing, same side. We don't have to choose as development partners or as leaders in our communities.
To respond to Mr. Wane's question on education after school, what are the skills required for the youth to be able to meet the standards in the market? The United Nations, through UNESCO, an agency that is focused on education, has partnered with almost all ministries of education around the world. The reason being is to help the institutions to be able to meet the standards of education and also the market demand. Today, the young people are very well connected with social media platforms. So they need trainings on information technology. We have courses on computer science. Institutions have tailored this by having competent lecturers and teachers in primary schools and junior schools so that to enable the young people, as you grow up, you learn the skills that you'll use, even if it is to employ yourself, so that you sustain yourself both out of market and at a personal level. Besides that, also, Agenda 2063 of the African Union also addresses the different curbs that the many countries are grappling with in the African continent. Tailoring all this, the United Nations is also very keen to ensure each and every country, through the ministries of education and also the ministries of health, to meet the standards, and also now mobilizing the different donors to fund the education programs and help children who come from poor backgrounds to be able to go to school, so that when you are out of school, even if you may not be able to further your studies in master's program, you're able to sustain yourself.
Technical skills? Okay, great questions. I think in terms of solving many of the issues you raised, it's about these partnerships. How do you actually build alliances with those who are the innovators in your local community or at large in society. That will actually give you access to the most new, innovative, most progressive people you have in society. We have tested that in different technical trainings, and that has really, given the, if you talk about igniting youth here at the YouLead Summit, that has really ignited them in order to get the first mover hand into their education. Often, in example, in Denmark, we see that many with the more practical trainings, they are a bit left behind because they are not as highly valued as academic training, but they are more needed than ever. So actually trying to build alliances where we are having academia, we are having entrepreneurs collaborating and being those who coming to the trainings at the schools, at the where you have where you're in an intern, wherever you go. Make that link, because that is actually the way forward to bring in the news knowledge at a very young age. That also brings the network that will then allow you to get a position later on. I think this actually ties the knot to the question from Joseph. How are we actually going to make education for all inclusive? And using, for example, carpenters and making them understand the way forward of universal design if we're going to push SDG 11 about cities and local communities being sustainable. That is how you build schools. It's about how you gain access. That's the very practical element. And if I may add a last point here, that also goes about the values. How do we perceive each other? How do we actually look at everyone as a human being who have a very important contribution to the society in which they live? And I think those values are key for you as young leaders, and maybe I come back to that later on. But that actually really is the way forward. Human rights, access for all, and then couple up in innovative partnerships that connects across sectors. Thank you.
Well noted. We may want to make it faster.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Very quickly. Just quickly for question one to my Muganda Wange from the Mamba clan. Ilinia and Genzi Mutebi Edward. So we must talk afterwards, please. For question one, when it comes to scholarships and sanitary pads and those things, yes, they are very important, but there are a lot of other things that underpin the inequity and what keeps girls out of school. So we have funding from the Scottish government where we are working with the governments in Rwanda, Malawi and Zambia, where we are looking also at career guidance, psychosocial support, working with traditional authorities and religious leaders when it comes to social norms, parents. You have to work within the entire community, in the entire space. A school is not an island. So when it comes at least to supporting access for girls to school, finances, yes, you have to have financial resources, you have to supply requisites and other things, but there's a whole ecosystem that we operate in. We are not islands as people. So I just wanted to flag that one, and that is similar to the question about students with disabilities. It's the same when it comes to infrastructure, assistive devices, and I won't go into detail now because I think that was an excellent answer about universal design. But those are all, this is the larger ecosystem that we are operating in, and we have to take that into account.
You can choose not to respond to any questions, but if you have, you respond, please.
Maybe I choose to respond some of them. Actually, a lot of them are very interesting, but I would maybe talk a little bit about education after university, how to connect education and then to the future job market. And, there are different career plans that can come up from the higher education. One of the, let's say, where we see the most of hype recently, a lot of policies, a lot of things that are happening also with our support, is whole area of entrepreneurship. You see, you come up from the university with brilliant innovative ideas, with brilliant ideas for business, but how do you bridge this gap? You know, how do you move from there? And I think this is where we need a lot of connection with the concrete opportunities that will help you to actually start your own business and act on your business area, on your business innovation. And we are supporting those type of, let's say, passages between university and the future business through many different ways. So we have defined a lot of programs that help young entrepreneurs, help startups to access to finance, to get a support to actually crystallize their idea and implement it, and then scaling it up through the banking institutions. So we have created channels of access to finance through many different catering to different niches, to small entrepreneurs that really need a little bit of hand-holding in the beginning, granting to help them crystallize their idea, moving up to the startups, how to provide funding that is specifically catered for the needs to connect them with other entrepreneurs and funding, and then looking at scaling up, working with bigger banking institutions on access to finance that it's better, let's say, addressing the needs of the small, medium-sized enterprises or SMEs. But we're also working, because, you know, we're providing a lot of finance and access to finance, but we're also thinking how to change the policies. So once we return to our country, what stays? Fintech sandboxes on startup policies, how the states can support young entrepreneurs of the future, for example, giving tax incentive, helping them to, let's say, for 2 years to be shielded from administrative burden so they can develop their ideas, to scale up their ideas in the future. We are working with Ministry of Finance, for example, on new innovative ways of financing your business ideas. Crowdfund guidelines we developed with capital markets and securities agencies. We are now working on green bonds framework, both for private sector and the government, sub-government type of entities. We are working on bringing to Tanzania, for example, the first private venture capital fund, and we are already working with the government on government-created venture capital fund, just to see how to support those ideas in the future. But entrepreneurship is not the only career path for you in the future. You can go to politics, you can go to other leadership positions, and we have very interesting programs, for example, working on leadership skills for women, working with Wungozi Institute. I think it's already 3 or 4 cohorts of brilliant women that have been trained and that are now equipped to kind of take on this leadership role in the future. And finally, one of the career paths could be going into further research for the future, into doctorship or something like this. And for this, I think Europe has one of the most wide scholarship program developed. It's called Erasmus+, working with all the countries in the world, but also every of our European Union member states has its own national scholarship scheme. So I think between all those programs, there is a lot of opportunities for researchers, for young let's say, Africans who want to continue their studies in the future to go into those type of opportunities and to benefit for them in the future.
Yeah, there's a question directed to me by the Kenyan participant. This was in terms of access to land for youth. Yes, it's true. An average farmer today is 60 years old, and therefore they should be handing over the baton to the youth, of which majority of the population in most African countries, almost 60% is youth at this point. So what can we do about that? I think the government needs to have intentional policies to facilitate youth to access. Kenya has given one of the best examples I think I know of through the Building Better Tomorrow program. That is a clear government policy, you know, how I'll call it a policy in Tanzania, where the government has set aside acres and acres of land, mainly for youth. And the government has put in funds. They are training youth, skilling them, and also providing farms in terms of what we call block farms for youth to be able to farm and also become SMEs around those block farms. So the government has to be intentional. If it's not happening in Kenya, I think there's need to motivate the government around that. But if you're coming from Kenya, I think it was happening in one of the counties. The first governor of Bomet, Ruto, he'd set aside several acres of block farms, and the youth were farming in those block farms. So it's about youth being able to maybe policy and advocacy around that to be able to have the right policies. If not policies, framework, kind of incentives to encourage youth to be able to farm. But I want to say opportunities around youth, it's not just farming, but there are several other opportunities along the, that youth can be involved in from end-to-end value chain investment. Moderator, I have one point, and I want the education. I told you, I don't come from the education sector, but the education sector can learn a lot from ag sector, where I come from. I've been in the policy space in government, but even now outside government. And I'm happy USAID talked about it briefly in terms of coordination. A study was done sometimes back in agriculture. Those days I was working in Kenya, and the landscape showed millions and millions of dollars that were invested by different partners, several of which were not even aligned to government. So how can partners work together and align to government agenda in countries where they're operating in? So that's what. So the institutional architecture around education sector has to be looked into. Talking about implementation of policies. Someone mentioned about policies. In agriculture, like Agra, we realize that government has to be at the center for transformation of agriculture to take place. And that calls for strengthening capacities of government. I don't know how many are doing that in the education sector, talking about embedded advisors, talking about hand-holding sometimes government to be able to understand, providing evidence-based policies, inclusivity, bringing the right actors on the table for those policies and policy agenda. So all this, someone talked about pads. I don't know, nobody talked about this. I don't know who will answer. Okay, so inclusivity, bringing the right people on the table to have and advocate for the right policies. I think all this, the ecosystem around these policies is also very important. Thank you very much.
Yeah, then you pass it. If you have any.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you, colleagues. And I have to first apologize to everyone. I need to catch a flight, so I'm going to have to leave the stage in a moment. But if I could, I just wanted to do two things to challenge you in the days ahead as you're discussing and coming up with your policy agenda. I think one, to my colleague from this morning who was challenging donors to do more with youth groups, and it got lots of applause, and work directly with youth organizations. You know, we need to evolve. There's no question that a lot of our developmental policies and our approach to different issues gets stuck. And so we need to hear ideas like that from you and how to do that effectively. So how do you do that in the US system? One of the ways is organize together, go to Washington, DC, talk to members of Congress. They're the ones who fund our programs. So I think they would really welcome hearing young leaders from across the African continent saying some of the things you are doing haven't worked. And we've got groups with young leaders who are passionate, who are ready to drive change, fund us. And this is how you do it. But then you also have to be ready to answer the question, how are you going to make sure that your use of US taxpayer dollars is being accounted for and that you're showing the outcomes? But I challenge you, do that advocacy not just in your home governments, but in Washington, D.C. The other thing that I just wanted to share with you is the nature of the conversation in DC also is starting to change. And it may be in some of other capitals as well, particularly in Tanzania, which is now a lower middle income country. So the debate or the dialogue is starting to be around sustainability. How do we move toward sustainability? Which means Tanzanians and the government taking on larger and larger share for some of what the development community has done in the past. And it coincides with the fact that there are just fewer dollars available for the whole world when we look at our development budgets. So you have declining budgets and this change as Tanzania and other countries rise the income ladder, that the relationship and the partnership we need to establish changes. So I think that's the other thing for you as you discuss in the coming days. What does sustainability mean? How are we as youth leaders driving toward that? What do we need to have from our governments to make sure that the dollars are available and the continued commitment of our partners, that they are targeted and effective? Which I think goes to your first question, Mr. Moderator. Are you happy? I think we all need to keep that in mind. Are we happy now? And what does happiness look like in the future? And how do we make those dollars more effective? So thank you so much.
And you are welcome, and at your own convenience, you can excuse yourself. But be sure that after this summit, we are on the plane to DC to advocate. Thank you. Last, if anything.
I don't want to take much of everyone's time, and there's the question was asked towards incentives for girls, but we have a project that is going on in Somalia called the Bahnano project, which is ongoing in the middle of Somalia. Bahnano project actually funds families and give them incentives, and this actually incentives the family actually to be in the ladder of to have these kids to live, to not work while they're child labors, but rather go to schools, and also provide some kind of cash incentives for the families to help themselves. So this is one example that I can bring from Somalia. In terms of upscaling, of course, as I said before, we are discussing the National Transformation Plan to include in green jobs and green skills in the education systems. When it comes to, there's a lot of climate is a very big issue now when it comes to the Horn African region and East African community. And how can we now be more, providing more green jobs for the youths? And also how can we as governments now try to provide TVET or technical programs for green skills? And that's something that I think the donors and the government need to discuss more.
Awesome. We have one more word and then we'll wrap it up.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm very sad that our colleague from the US has now left because I think one of the things that was mentioned was accountability. And I want to mention that I think part of the challenge we have in what I've seen as Oxfam when we have to work with local partners is the onerous reporting requirements and accountability that is there when it comes to the capacity of youth organizations and the capacity of any local organizations. I think that is something that does need to change. And I would advocate that maybe that's a conversation here, because it's something we've worked now directly with the EU on the new Youth Lab project. We're sub-granting more than 4 million euros to more than 100 grantees over the next 3-4 years. And we've submitted a completely remodeled third-party support funding to third-party support proposal to the EU to try and change the kind of reporting that is required, because I think that is part of the key disconnect when it comes to donors and local organizations, is how onerous that is, the amount and then we don't want to pay for human resources, or not me, but donors do not like human resources in the budget, and that's part of the challenge, is you don't then have people to implement and actually do the kind of accountability reporting, finance reports, etc. So that is just my last word.
Are you talking about your neighbor on the right, or it is because we know EU is very good at that. Accessing fund from EU is one thing. Using and accounting for it, you spend more than half of the fund in accountability. Okay, but that is the policy, individual donor community policy, which they know it fits their own accountability demands back home for the people who give the money. Julius will wrap up with the remaining 10 or 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much, our speakers, for responding well to the question from the audience and the one asked by my fellow moderator, Mr. David Onen. So, as we have seen that you development partners and policymakers, you have been supporting education sector in the African continent actually more than 30 years, but still, this education system is not able to meet the needs of the current generation and also for the future generation. So, as we move forward, since the YouLead Summit, as I know it, is a solution-oriented, what are you going to promise young people, you as development partners, as you cooperate in the, with our government, together with the African continent in general, in redesigning the education architecture in our country in order to meet the African we want as embodied in Agenda 2063? You can respond in just 2-3 minutes. Then after we'll be wrapping our session.
What are you promising the youth?
Yeah, I think what we are promising is to work together with government to ensure that the policies, they have the right policies in place. First of all, that those policies are evidence-based. They are informed from what works and what will not work, and work with governments also to help them implement some of those policies, but also support governments in terms of the system, the ecosystem around mutual accountability, that people work together for a common cause, enhance coordination, but also internal systems to monitor progress that is being made. I think that is very important. And also as donors to work in a manner that we are well coordinated, we are building synergies, we are well coordinating and building complementarities. I think I'll stop there.
Okay.
Yeah. I think one of the ways to promote the youth is to empower them, give them a voice to speak and be heard, encourage them to come out and advocate for their rights, advocate for their, advocate for what they want, because people are willing, clearly you can see the donors are willing to facilitate them and support them. So what we need to do is encourage them to keep going there and putting themselves out there and giving it a best shot.
We promise the young people that we will work closely with the government to do monitoring and evaluation in every policy that is set aside to support education, then also doing capacity building to the youth leaders. We understand that the young people sometimes they fear to speak out when there are issues that they need to be addressed. Working with them closely to advocate on the implementation of those policies that are already in existence in our different platforms, either in ministries of education and relevant agencies that support education. And sometimes also working closely with the communities, as one highlighted, that bringing on board the community, starting with the youth groups, the women groups, so that they're also involved in coming up with strategies and policies that can work for them, then working with the stakeholders and the donors to ensure those key areas of concerns are addressed within the clear framework and accountability is upheld.
Thank you. Julius, I have a problem with the question because the question somehow, I don't know, the hypothesis is that it's development partners that can solve all the problems, of the education system in Africa. And I think this is something that I'm not agreeing with. We can, yes?
Can I clarify for you?
Yes.
We are saying from where you sit.
Of course, and that's why I will respond to the question because, at the end of the day, we are aligning with the government's policy. But from the question of Julius, there is a feeling from the youth in here that those policies are not yet perfect. They are not delivering on what you see, on what your ambitions are for the education sector. So I think the best thing maybe, we do support those policies and we will support them in the future. But maybe what I can promise today is that if we are also here to support the youth influencing their own policies in their own countries. If the Youth Sounding Board, for example, in Tanzania, feels that the education systems as they are, with all the reforms that have happened, do not respond to the challenges of the 21st century in Tanzania, we are happy to accompany you and to create dialogue opportunities with the Ministry of Education, with the Ministry of ICT, with the Ministry of Gender. Let's start the discussion, but it's not, it's not us who are going to change the face of the education policies in Tanzania or in Africa. It will be the governments, it will be the youth trying to influence the policies so we finally get there. But I think, a big responsibility is also on you, and we can facilitate this engagement.
Okay, thank you. And actually the question was centered on exploring you how, as a development partner, you can cooperate with the government and also young people. That's what we need you to respond on.
Thank you. I also feel weird to answer the question because according to the African Union, I am still young. I'm still a youth. So it's weird to say what I can do with young people when I still am. But we are all young, just some are younger than others. At least from our side, I think what we can always say is we are open and willing as partners. As we have echoed around here, we are here as partners. We cannot change things, especially alone. We can only change things when we work together. So when it comes to financial resources, working together, technical capacity, any kinds of engagements with your governments, with ministries. Because I'm a South African, I live in Uganda, I'm a regional lead. I don't know everything. I don't know what happens in Tanzania. I can only work and support those who actually know what is happening here to make change. So in the support that you need. So that's all I can say, at least from my side when it comes to this. We're working with government, working with youth organizations. That's how we can work together. So let me stop there.
Hi, everyone. Are you there? I think so too. It looks like it. And you're here as upcoming or already young leaders, right? Yeah. So you're advocates and activists, and there have been talking a lot about scholarships and ways of gaining new knowledge. But it always starts with your inner reflection. What kind of young leader do you want to be? Because being a leader is also being a role model. So if we talk about education, if we talk about gender-biased programs, it's all about seeing every person as an individual, and do you perceive each and every person as equal? Do you actually do that in your everyday life? Do you meet people with the same perception and open mind, no matter gender, no matter appearance? And I think this is the way forward. If you approach every individual in that way, then we will have many more successful education programs and less gender-biased approaches, because it will not be a question of that anymore. So really, how do we make truly inclusive processes where human beings relevant to each other come together in innovative partnerships and really create what there is needed, and all voices are listened to, no matter who you are, because everyone have a value point in such a setting. So I really think it's up for everyone. Really think about, are you actually treating people equally in your way, no matter position you're holding? And if you do that, then there is really hope and agency and a way forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. I think we are still awake. For me, the question was going on donors and the governments. And as we heard from the US Embassy, we have to go to Washington and talk to the Congress. And the donors have a lot of requirements and regulations. So I will advise the youth to focus more on our private sectors. Let's focus on our private sectors. If we need money from donors, it takes all these processes, and the process is very long. So instead of taking all that time and effort and energy, private sectors in your countries are there, and they have the community responsibility to you. So let's try to be more outspoken. Let's advocate and make awareness on our private sectors to invest more in youth organization, youth initiatives. I think I will leave it on that.
Okay, thank you so much, our speakers, for a nice work that you did in this session. As we are winding up our session, we have 2 minutes actually to wrap up our session, but I would like to give this opportunity to the speakers, to the audience actually. I would love to get 2 people. Maybe they can ask the following question. If we were to write the post-summit agenda from this session, what would it be your input to the post-summit agenda from this session? In just 5 sentences per each. Can you come in front here, please? Just 2 people. Don't ask question, please.
I don't ask a question. I don't ask. Okay, so thank you. My name is Robert Okiror. I am a ESC fellow, cohort 2, and I'm innovating education. So maybe a little bit about my work. We're making science education interactive and fun. So my question straight to you, oh, no question, okay, my recommendation to you as a disruptor, I would like to see a regional curriculum. Because if the curriculum is regional, say for East Africa, it's very easy for me to innovate and make access to education more cheaper. Thank you.
The next person answering, the question is, you are a rapporteur of this session and you are writing a report on this session. What is your outcome report?
All right, thank you so much. I'll have a seat for a minute. My name is Arnold Gekonge, and I lead a youth organization called Champions for SDGs in Kenya. And I'm also part of the Youth Sounding Board of the Royal Danish Embassy. And today, I've been impressed by the contributions that have been provided by all of us. And I would like to highlight 3 important quotes. One of them is a Tanzanian proverb, which says, little by little, a little becomes a lot. So all the efforts that all of us are putting in place, let's continue doing that. And soon we'll have achieved quite a lot. And secondly, Nelson Mandela once said, education is the most important tool that you can use to change the world. And that makes a call to action for all of us to pay special attention to that. As a stakeholder, your efforts are all important. And then one of our speakers here today said, education is not just what happens in school. It is what happens in the whole of life. And that really touched me. It made me think quite far. And as we go out of this, let's make sure we do something, however little it is. Thank you so much.
I want to thank the panelists. I want to thank you, the participants. I want to thank everybody, and even also thank the people online for listening to these wonderful submissions. We are now ready for a picture. Please, can you rise up for a picture? But while we are rising up the picture, remember the ESC has a number of scholarship schemes for higher education within East Africa. Okay? So if you are from DRC, you can go and study in Somalia. If you're from Somalia, you can go and study in the Republic of South Sudan, and so forth. So we have that opportunity. We are also calling the development partners. Some of them are already making money, making funds into the basket, but we need to support that also. We know you do a lot like that, but yours is different from ours, because for you, you'll pick me to go and study in Europe. For us, we want to study within here. Okay? Photograph.
Round of applause to our panel. These are our wonderful partners, like the moderators have been informing us. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give another round of applause to the moderators as well. Mr. David Onen, who is the Principal Political Affairs Officer of the East African Community, as well as Mr. Julius Muhindi, who is part of the Youth Sounding Board, who is a member of the Youth Sounding Board to the European Union delegation to Tanzania. Without further ado, permit me to welcome my sister, my colleague in some areas, a wonderful lady to speak to us with one of my favorite moments coming up. Welcome with Miss Stella Agara, who works here. Hey, they will tell us, there is a particular section that shouted more. The rest of us at the back, let's receive Stella as well. Thank you.
Nyaribi, why are you raising expectations on me like that? I'm about to make a very, very simple announcement. I'm going to request everyone to listen attentively. I have our VIP guests going to have their lunch at a special space dedicated just for them. I am specifically going to go through a list of all of them so that they can be accompanied by Ahmed and the director towards where the lunch is going to be held. So we'll definitely have my executive director, Dr. Anna. Mr. David Onen is also going to join Ahmed. Mr. Vianney Rendella, His Excellency Mr. Jesper Kasmagard, Her Excellency Ms. Christine Grau, Ms. Karina Zialowska, the Honorable Mr. Andrew Lenz, Ms. Jamila Farad Mohammed, and the Honorable Justice Tibatemwa Ekirikubinza Lillian Winfred. Those are the ones who are going to accompany Ahmed, and in order for us to give them the proper African honor, we'll allow them to leave first and head out to go and have lunch. Bon appetit to our guests. The rest of us, please sit patiently. I promise you there's food for everyone. Thank you very much. And thank you for honoring our invite. Please clap for them as they go. We have representatives of member states who are going to be having their dinner also at a dedicated place. I know we have 4 representatives from the government of Kenya. We have 4 representatives from government of Uganda. We have 5 representatives from government of Burundi. And we have 2-3 representatives from government of Tanzania. They are all going to have lunch to be hosted by Dr. Said Omar, our very own head of programs. So all the representatives of the member states, even if I did not mention your government and you're here, you are going to be having lunch with Dr. Said, and I promise you his wallet is thick, so he will also pay for the lunch. Enjoy as much as you need to. I'm not seeing the delegation from Burundi, from Uganda joining. Thank you very much for honoring our invite. We appreciate you. Next, the SDG course group and the ESC fellowship course group. You have class representatives, right? Right? So you will go to your class representative at lunch. That is the person to strangle if you don't have a lunch voucher. So I'm requesting those 2 groups not to collect vouchers as they're leaving this room. You'll just gather out here and your class representative is going to give you your lunch voucher. Is that okay? Please don't confuse. SDG course and who? And ESC Youth Fellowship. You'll collect your vouchers out here. If Robert does not have your lunch voucher, you know what to do. Okay? Is that clear? For the rest of us, we have 2 ladies at the exit there who are going to be giving us vouchers, and they'll direct you on where you're going to have your lunch. Is that okay? Is that clear? Good. So we will leave in any order as long as you don't miss your lunch voucher, because you'll not be allowed to eat without one, okay? As you collect your food, you will find someone there who's also going to collect the voucher. I believe so. Yes, you'll find someone there who's going to collect the voucher so that we can also keep a record of how much has been consumed for purposes of fiscal responsibility. Bon appetit, everyone.
Please just leave the gadgets. Don't go with the gadgets. The gadgets for interpretation, just make sure they stay. Thank you.
Africa, Africa.
Young men and women, with the pillars, with the future, here we are, let's join together, with ability to change communities, with love, with peace, to respond to our need, to call for unity. Africa, hear me cry, never leave me alone, as I say loud, in a brighter future, let's join hands for youth and women, let's join hands for youth and women.
Vijana vijana kutoka mashariki, magharibi, kaskazini na kusini, hata na kati, twaja pamoja ili tufanye nini?
My river of life to this particular fellowship starts way back in campus when I led the students in the Students' Union for about 2 to 3 years, and I had this motivation to do politics to the higher level. So I delved into trainings that were training people on how to be good political leaders, especially women. And I got a lot of insights to understand how the system works and how my country understands and takes women in politics and how it treats women as well. Later on, when I delved into YouLead Summit as well, I found the link on the group to apply for Lead Her. This motivated me to just still delve into women in Africa and trainings in Africa as well, to come back and bring that to my community.
The reason I applied for this fellowship
is because of my interests. I am interested in public management, in leadership, in being a leader that makes an impact and a positive impact at that. And immediately I saw the advert, I just thought, wow, what a good thing it is to be in a space of female leaders and female leaders with a positive impact. It was such a good opportunity, and I said, why not? I need to connect and network with like-minded people. So I gave it a shot, and I'm so privileged that I was actually shortlisted.
Being part of the fellowship, I am excited.
It's your time to say, who am I?
We need to have a peace and security environment.
The start of our meetup here in Arusha has been equally very good. This is the first day.
This is a platform for me to be more empowered, to learn more.
I've got a chance to get introduced to, climate action and justice.
Everyone comes with their own story, experience, and I get to interact with them. I get to tap into these experiences, I get to tap into this knowledge, and this is actually adding on to the information or the bank of knowledge that I have. So this is a very good platform for me to grow as a person.
Whether you believe in a higher power or not, it is an undeniable truth that us as humans have been destroying our mother nature with our actions, which calls for a collective responsibility to restore it.
Only when the last tree is cut down, the last fish eaten, and the last stream poisoned, we realize that we cannot eat money.
Justice is all about going back to our roots and protect our Mother Earth. Going back to where we come from.
Would describe the EAC Youth Fellowship as life-changing.
It's transformative.
Is a networking opportunity.
I learned about the climate justice and gender. These two actually, it is what I wanted to learn most from this. So you realize that most of the marginalized group in the rural areas are not able to get the knowledge.
I want to expand my network on the regional community because I know that among us, the majority of people will be the leader of our different countries in 10 years. We need to know each other for now.
It's up to us as youth to now take up the challenge and rewrite this wrong that was ideally not even, we didn't participate much in it, but it's now time for us to take part in creation of policies, programs and initiatives that will be able to alleviate and mitigate the risks that have been brought about by the climate crisis. We would describe the EAC Youth Fellowship as life-changing.
It's transformative.
It's a networking opportunity.
I learned about the climate justice and gender. These two actually, it is what I wanted to learn most from this. So you realize that most of the marginalized group in the rural areas are not able to get the knowledge.
I want to expand my network on the regional community because I know that among us, the majority of people will be the leader of our different countries in 10 years, 20 years, and we need to know each other for now.
It's up to us as youth to now take up the challenge and rewrite this wrong that was ideally not even, we didn't participate much in it, but it's now time for us to take part in creation of policies, programs and initiatives that will be able to alleviate and mitigate the risks that have been brought about by the climate crisis. We would describe the ESE Youth Fellowship as life-changing.
It's transformative.
It's a networking opportunity.
We learned about the climate justice and gender. These two actually, it is what I wanted to learn most from this. So you realize that most of the marginalized group in the rural areas are not able to get the knowledge.
I want to expand my network on the regional community because I know that among us, the majority of people will be the leader of our different countries in 10 years, 20 years, and we need to know each other for now.
It's up to us as youth to now take up the challenge and rewrite this wrong that was ideally not even, we didn't participate much in it, but it's now time for us to take part in creation of policies, programs and initiatives that will be able to alleviate and mitigate the risks that have been brought about by the climate crisis. We would describe the
As aspiring leaders and politicians, think about how you present what it is you want to present to your constituencies.
I must say that I am very excited to be here because I have been attending the sessions online. I have realized that politics and business must work together. I actually never thought when I was applying for this fellowship that it will be of importance putting the business people together with the politicians, the young politicians of East Africa. But I have realized through diving in the conversations with these young people, I've realized that there is a need of business people and politicians to work together.
Ringo, 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 Ringo. Good job.
There's actually a study about how people who stay in these more natural places are healthier long term. It's not just about climate, it's also about leadership, it's also about business. And so a fellow who comes for this fellowship becomes an individual who is all round, not just one who is limited in the limited scope of just business or just politics or just climate or just environment. So that nature that is holistic, I think, is one that is very important for any leader.
Control over. There are things you do not have control over.
The ESE Youth Fellowship is impactful. It has equipped me with skills regarding negotiation, the importance of having youth involved in these negotiations.
I have skills in video editing,
and graphic design. So I'm going to use those skills to create advocacy for climate justice.
Ringu, 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 Ringu. Good job.
There's actually a study about how people who stay in these more natural places are healthier long term. It's not just about climate, it's also about leadership, it's also about business. And so a fellow who comes for this fellowship becomes an individual who is all round, not just one who is limited in the limited scope of just business or just politics or just climate or just environment. So that nature that is holistic, I think, is one that is very important for any leader.
Things you have control over. There are things you do not have control over.
The ESC Youth Fellowship is impactful. It has equipped me with skills regarding negotiation, the importance of having youth involved in these negotiations.
I have skills in video editing and graphic design. So I'm going to use those skills to create advocacy for climate justice.
Tusonga mbele mama Afrika, Afrika, Tusonga mbele mama Afrika, Afrika,
Since 2017, YouLead Summit has been the climax event and convening platform for different stakeholders to debate, assess, and deliberate on the most pressing issues affecting young people. The YouLead Summit 2022 was held from the 12th to the 16th December 2022 at the EAC headquarters in Arusha, Tanzania, and MS Training Center for Development Cooperation under the theme Digital Access and Future of Work. Day 1 hosted the Under 40 Political Leaders Forum, which examined the policy and institutional environment and the state of youth participation in political governance, explored factors that help or hold back youth from becoming leaders, and advanced new thinking on what it will take for Africa's youth to become the leadership for the Africa we want. The Policymakers and Development Partners Roundtable examined the role of stakeholders in creating an enabling environment for youth participation. It examined the relevance of the Africa-Europe Partnership to African youth and how to best make it work for the African youth in areas of digital access, economic opportunities, and decent work for youth, especially under the AFCFTA. The afternoon session of Day 1 also featured the launch of the Tanzania Youth Democracy Dialogue Project and the plenary experience-based young leaders debate on If You Sat Where They, the Leaders Sit. His Excellency Donald J. Wright highlighted that youth in Africa want democracy and that democracy provides opportunity to build, strengthen, learn, share ideas, collaborate, and get mobilized to achieve the Tanzania we want. Honorable Masai Pamela Simon spoke on the relevance of such an initiative and called upon the integration of climate change as a key to achieve digital access and the future of work in Tanzania. Honorable Nusrat Hanje called on youth MPs to connect with the youth by meeting them, engaging them, and ensuring young people are meaningfully engaged. The plenary session provided the opportunity for delegates to outline their priorities if they were the leaders in certain elected positions. The day ended with an inspirational fireside chat between delegates and Dr. Susan Nasozi Mwanga, the first female head of Department of Political Science at Makerere University and Executive Director of the Julius Nyerere Leadership Center, and His Excellency Fatoumata Tambajang, former Vice President of the Republic of the Gambia. On day 2, the Under 40 Business Leaders Forum explored making the AFCFTA promises to African youth a reality, opening markets and opportunities for women, youth, and SMEs. It also served as the last mile for YouLead's ongoing process of collaboration with the AFCFTA Secretariat, United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, on consultation and collecting of youth and women views and contributions for AFCFTA Protocol on Youth and Women in Trade. The forum started with opening remarks by distinguished guests and representatives of MS Training Center for Development Corporation, the East African Community, the East African Business Council, United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, and the International Trade Center. It was followed by the Policymakers and Development Partners Roundtable, which hosted a fruitful dialogue and exchange on Africa-Europe partnership and entry points for young people. The discussion, which hosted representatives from both Africa and Europe, including the African Peer Review Mechanism and the Young European Federalists, tackled several aspects including partnership for green transition and energy, partnership for digital transformation, sustainable development and jobs, peace and governance, and migration and mobility. The afternoon session of the Under 40 Business Leaders Forum provided an opportunity for delegates and distinguished guests to discuss YouLead's work on youth in business, trade and enterprise, and the entry points and opportunities for women and youth in trade entrepreneurs in the AFCFTA Women and Youth in Trade Protocol. This was followed by the EAC Youth Enterprise Accelerator Awards, EAC-YEA, for cross-border trade innovation. The session featured presentations by 4 applicants of the EAC-YEA 2022 who were given the opportunity to present their business idea proposals and invite startup investment from the partners attending the summit.
The problem is there's a lack of equitable financial inclusion for young people in Africa. And also, the root cause is financial illiteracy. Many of us know how to make money. The truth is, I don't have to teach you how to make your money. The issue is, how do you manage it? And what's our solution? We'd like to empower young people to make informed financial decisions through financial literacy programs. So there's a prepaid debit card we've created to grant users access to financial services and also to enable them practice good personal financial habits as they learn.
My name is Kevin Yonghuru. As said, I'm the founder and the CEO of Spota Company. And Spota Company is an agribusiness company processing the sweet potatoes. 64% of population in Burundi affected by malnutrition. And you guess what? Most of factors which are there, we recognize one factor, and that is the one we wanted to work on. That factor is related to the increase in price of sugar. As you know, that sugar is mostly used in preparing porridge and bakery products, as you know. But in Burundi, you realize that along 7 months out of 12 months along the year, we have shortage of industrial sugar. Along the year, we harvest around 746 tons of sweet potato. That's why on that opportunity, we came up with different products so that we help the population of Burundi to be able to access to the highly nutritious porridge that doesn't require the sugar. Even if there is no sugar, they can still use this porridge.
So we have Peter Garang from South Sudan, who is the founder and CEO of Sud Health.
Thank you. My name is Peter Garang.
the founder and team lead for Suit Tech, a company that is currently under prototype. I just want us to take 1 second to think about losing a sister, a mother, a wife, because of something that you and I can prevent. That is what exactly happens in South Sudan, where 1,150 lives are lost during delivery. My team and I came up with the Suit Tech that ensure the provision of early services through telemedicine, and that will act as an alternative early care services during early emergencies and beyond.
The forum was closed with remarks by His Excellency Albert M. Muchanga, Commissioner for Economic Development, Trade, Industry, Mining at the African Union, which marked the launch of the African Youth Business Council, AFYBC, a continental apex body for the youth-led private sector entities, institutions, and associations in Africa, advocating for a youth-friendly business policy environment in general and making AFCFTA promises to African youth a reality in particular. On day 2, the Under 40 Business Leaders Forum explored making the AFCFTA promises to African youth a reality, opening markets and opportunities for women, youth, and SMEs. It also served as the last mile for YouLead's ongoing process of collaboration with the AFCFTA Secretariat, United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, on consultation and collecting of youth and women views and contributions for AFCFTA Protocol on Youth and Women in Trade. The forum started with opening remarks by distinguished guests and representatives of MS Training Center for Development Corporation, the East African Community, the East African Business Council, United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, and the International Trade Center. It was followed by the Policymakers and Development Partners Roundtable, which hosted a fruitful dialogue and exchange on Africa-Europe partnership and entry points for young people. The discussion, which hosted representatives from both Africa and Europe, including the African Peer Review Mechanism and the Young European Federalists, tackled several aspects including partnership for green transition and energy, partnership for digital transformation, sustainable development and jobs, peace and governance, and migration and mobility. The afternoon session of the Under 40 Business Leaders Forum provided an opportunity for delegates and distinguished guests to discuss YouLead's work on youth in business, trade and enterprise, and the entry points and opportunities for women and youth in trade entrepreneurs in the AFCFTA Women and Youth in Trade Protocol. This was followed by the EAC Youth Enterprise Accelerator Awards, EAC-YEA, for cross-border trade innovation. The session featured presentations by 4 applicants of the EAC-YEA 2022 who were given the opportunity to present their business idea proposals and invite startup investment from the partners attending the summit.
The problem is there's a lack of equitable financial inclusion for young people in Africa. And also, the root cause is financial illiteracy. Many of us know how to make money. The truth is, I don't have to teach you how to make your money. The issue is, how do you manage it? And what's our solution? We'd like to empower young people to make informed financial decisions through financial literacy programs. So there's a prepaid debit card we've created to grant users access to financial services and also to enable them practice good personal financial habits as they learn.
My name is Kevin Yonghuru, as said. I'm the founder and the CEO of Spota Company. And Spota Company is an agribusiness company processing the sweet potatoes. 64% of population in Burundi affected by malnutrition. And you guess what? Most of factors which are there, we recognize one factor, and that is the one we wanted to work on. That factor is related to the increase in price of sugar. As you know, that sugar is mostly used in preparing porridge and bakery products, as you know. But in Burundi, you realize that along 7 months out of 12 months along the year, we have shortage of industrial sugar. Along the year, we harvest around 746 tons of sweet potato. That's why on that opportunity, we came up with different products so that we help the population of Burundi to be able to access to the highly nutritious porridge that it doesn't require the sugar. Even if there is no sugar, they can still use this porridge.
So we have Peter Garang from South Sudan, who is the founder and CEO of Sud Health.
Thank you. My name is Peter Garang, the founder and team lead for Sud Health, a company that is currently under prototype. I just want us to take 1 second to think about losing a sister, a mother, a wife, because of something that you and I can prevent. That is what exactly happens in South Sudan, where 1,150 lives are lost during delivery. My team and I came up with the Sud Health Tech that ensure the provision of health services through telemedicine, and that will act as an alternative healthcare services during illness, emergencies, and beyond.
The forum was closed with remarks by His Excellency Albert M. Muchanga, Commissioner for Economic Development, Trade, Industry, Mining at the African Union, which marked the launch of the African Youth Business Council, AFYBC, a continental apex body for the youth-led private sector entities, institutions, and associations in Africa, advocating for a youth-friendly business policy environment in general and making AFCFTA promises to African youth a reality in particular. On day 2, the Under 40 Business Leaders Forum explored making the AFCFTA promises to African youth a reality, opening markets and opportunities for women, youth, and SMEs. It also served as the last mile for YouLead's ongoing process of collaboration with the AFCFTA Secretariat, United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, on consultation and collecting of youth and women views and contributions for AFCFTA Protocol on Youth and Women in Trade. The forum started with opening remarks by distinguished guests and representatives of MS Training Center for Development Corporation, the East African Community, the East African Business Council, United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, and the International Trade Center. It was followed by the Policymakers and Development Partners Roundtable, which hosted a fruitful dialogue and exchange on Africa-Europe partnership and entry points for young people. The discussion, which hosted representatives from both Africa and Europe, including the African Peer Review Mechanism and the Young European Federalists, tackled several aspects including partnership for green transition and energy, partnership for digital transformation, sustainable development and jobs, peace and governance, and migration and mobility. The afternoon session of the Under 40 Business Leaders Forum provided an opportunity for delegates and distinguished guests to discuss YouLead's work on youth in business, trade and enterprise, and the entry points and opportunities for women and youth in trade entrepreneurs in the AFCFTA Women and Youth in Trade Protocol. This was followed by the EAC Youth Enterprise Accelerator Awards, EAC-YEA, for cross-border trade innovation. The session featured presentations by 4 applicants of the EAC-YEA 2022 who were given the opportunity to present their business idea proposals and invite startup investment from the partners attending the summit.
The problem is there's a lack of equitable financial inclusion for young people in Africa. And also, the root cause is financial illiteracy. Many of us know how to make money. The truth is, I don't have to teach you how to make your money. The issue is, how do you manage it? And what's our solution? We'd like to empower young people to make informed financial decisions through financial literacy programs. So there's a
The morning of the third day of the YouLead Summit was dedicated to the Arusha Peace Forum, and the theme of 2022 was From Policies to Actions, Climate Change Nexus. The forum featured the voices and expertise of prominent youth leaders in the fields of peace and security from across Africa, as well as civil society representatives such as Oxfam Horn, East and Central Africa.
In a reflection of South Sudan context, where we talk about peace and security, it's a post-conflict agenda that we are looking at, on how best we can rebuild back the country from the status of conflict to the state of recovery and post-conflict development, which it takes the aspect of youth participating, when to take the aspect of women representation in the political space. And most of you people might have heard about the peace agreement that was signed in Addis in 2018 to cope the aspect of the conflicts in the country. So the youth have taken an upper hand in terms of saying that peace process is very inclusive in terms of the social inclusion in the society.
What we have been doing in Kenya, particularly, is Social Media for Peace. So the Social Media for Peace project is an EU-funded project and implemented by UNESCO. And we as SAPs have been conducting trainings on using social media for peace, because what we have realized is that conflict is moving from physical violence to online platforms. And this is very relevant to the theme digital access in the future of work.
I think what do you feel could be the role of young people in ensuring that there is peace and stability in the Democratic Republic of Congo, specifically the eastern part of DRC? And I want us to have a very honest conversation here. I think you have seen from the publications that we have specific leaders from the East African community being blamed for fueling the chaos in the eastern part of DRC. And to add on to that, you have also seen that there are different processes. I know there's a Nairobi process which is happening as we talk, but how do we ensure that this process will also be different from the other engagements which have been held before that?
The conversation culminated with a keynote address by the first daughter of the Republic of Kenya, Ms. Charlene Ruto.
In Kenya, I'm a youth champion, and one of the things we are looking at is how we can create more work opportunities for our youth. And one of our team members has said, when we create work opportunities for our youth, that is then how we remove them from being used for conflict in different areas. I want to say we've convened here today to share our thoughts and to agree on ways and methods for the youth to tackle these issues. And so what does this mean for the youth to tackle issues of peace, security, and also climate change, which I'm a great champion of back in Kenya? Fundamentally, it means we are drawn here to rethink our way of life. It means we are here to drastically shift from the popular and sustainable ways of life to more sustainable ones. And the only way we can do this is to tell the right stories to our youth and our children so that we can awaken a new spirit of collective thinking and collaborative workings among African nations, working towards managing challenges that face our youth like war and lack of opportunities.
The afternoon session was dedicated to the Gender Equality Forum themed African Youth Priorities towards the Commission on Status of Women 67, Innovation and Technological Change and Education in the Digital Age for Achieving Gender Equality and the Empowerment of All Women and Girls, providing a platform for African youth to deliberate and provide recommendations towards the Commission on Status of Women 67 in 2023. The Gender Equality Forum commenced with opening remarks from Ms. Makena Mwobobia, Executive Director of MS Training Center for Development Cooperation, Dr. Mona Girgis, Director of Plan International Tanzania, and Ms. Hodan Ado, UN Women Representative in Tanzania. The opening remarks commended the work of Lead Her Fellows and the importance of the fellowship as a contribution to achieve gender equality and empower young women in the fields of politics, business, trade and entrepreneurship, and peace and security.
I believe that this Gender Equality Forum and fellows graduating today as a convening that focuses on women leading in the future for now, driving policies, championing change and breaking barriers beyond the challenges. It is that same drive, the strong will and resilience that matter as well henceforth. And this fellowship opportunity becomes that training ground and launchpad for young women to effectively execute as leaders too.
The opening remarks were followed by an intergenerational dialogue on bridging the gap to foster innovation and technology for gender-sensitive education, serving as the consultative platform for CSW 67. Speakers included Honorable Nusrat Hanje, Member of Parliament of Tanzania, and Lead Her Fellows, Miss Anita Soina, Miss Glory Florentine Kimario, Miss Patsy Mugabi, Miss Isabella Eli Mwamalekela. The Gender Equality Forum concluded with the graduation of Lead Her Fellows and the launch of the call for applications for the second cohort commencing in January 2023.
And as a graduate of Lead Her Fellowship, I must say this has been a great platform to learn feminism and leadership. It was such a profound network with young women who are intelligent, with creative mindset on how we can take over in leadership space in politics, peace and security, business and entrepreneurship as youngsters.
The morning of the third day of the YouLead Summit was dedicated to the Arusha Peace Forum, and the theme of 2022 was From Policies to Actions, Climate Change Nexus. The forum featured the voices and expertise of prominent youth leaders in the fields of peace and security from across Africa, as well as civil society representatives such as Oxfam Horn, East and Central Africa.
In a reflection of South Sudan context, where we talk about peace and security, it's
Copano Africa. Youth, we are no longer tools. So let's have peace in every step that we take.
Showing up to maintain our sanity, adapting to love in this reality. With hope you can see, we struggle to be heroes rising. We believe pamoja we can achieve. Rise to you wave, come our flags of freedom to now rise to you wave, come our flags of freedom unrelenting. Flags of freedom to now rise to you wave, come our flags of freedom. Flags of freedom. Flags of
That green vijana pose the key. Opponents want to feel real twin jalopy. Listen not, tomorrow will rain. Pour on me, please quench my thirst. Bring in peace, oh that's my wish. Kenya, yeah, money, yes, see together. Beautiful people, yeah, mama Africa. See the sun rising, we go get up. For the better, salute, we achievers. Hakuna kulala, I'm not ready for game, I'm not ready for play. For the choice I make, yeah. For the choice I make, yeah.
Rise to you wave, come our flags of freedom to now rise to you wave, come our flags of freedom unrelenting. Flags of freedom to now rise to you wave, come our flags of freedom.
Kopango, Africa. Youth, we are no longer tools. So let's have peace in every step that we take.
Showing up to maintain our sanity, adapting to love in this reality. With hope you can see, we struggle to be heroes rising. We believe a moja we can achieve. Rise to you wave, come our flags of freedom tonight. Rise to you wave, come our flags of freedom unrelenting. Flags of freedom tonight. Rise to you wave, come our flags of freedom. Flags of freedom. Flags of freedom. Flags of freedom. Flags of freedom.
Young kings and queen, vijana pose the key. Opponents what I feel, we're twin jalopy. Let's unite, tomorrow we'll brain. Pour on me, please quench my thirst. Bring in peace, oh that's my wish. Kenya, yeah, money here, see together. Beautiful people, yeah, Mama Africa. See the sun rising, we go get up. For the better, salute, we achievers. Hakuna kulala, I'm not ready for game, I'm not ready for blame. For the choice I make, yeah. For the choice I make, yeah.
Rise to you wave, come our flags of freedom tonight. Rise to you wave, come our flags of freedom unrelenting. Flags of freedom tonight. Rise to you wave, come our flags of freedom. Flags of freedom. Flags of freedom. Flags of freedom. Flags of freedom.
MC Benny and I Jane. Peace to the world. Kopango, Africa. Youth, we are no longer tools. So let's have peace in every step that we take.
I'm money, you wewe na mi, you wewe na mi. I'm money, you wewe na mi, wewe na mi. Rise to you wave, come our flags of freedom tonight. Rise to you wave, come our flags of freedom unrelenting. Flags of freedom tonight. Rise to you wave, come our flags of freedom. 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 One party, humanity, showing up to maintain our sanity, adapting to love in this reality. With hope you can see, we struggle to be heroes rising. We believe a moja we can achieve. Rise to you wave, come our flags of freedom tonight. Rise to you wave, come our flags of freedom unrelenting. Flags of freedom tonight. Rise to you wave, come our flags of freedom. Flags of freedom.
queen, vijana pose the key. Upon is what I feel, we're twin jalopy. Listen not, tomorrow we'll brain. Pour on me, please quench my thirst. Bring in peace, oh that's my wish. Kenya, yeah, money, yes, see together. Beautiful people, yeah, mama Africa. See the sun rising, we go get up. For the better, salute, we achievers. Hakuna kulala, I'm not ready for game, I'm not ready for play. For the choice I make, yeah. For the choice I make, yeah.
Rise to key wave, come our flags of freedom to now rise to key wave, come our flags of freedom unrelenting. Flags of freedom to now rise to key wave, come our flags of freedom.
Peace to the world.
Tusonga mbele mama Afrika, Afrika, Tusonga mbele mama Afrika, Afrika.
Shape young men and women with the pillars, with the future. Here we are, let's join together with ability to change communities, with love, with peace, to respond to how I need to call for unity. Africa, hear me cry, never leave me alone. As I say loud, any brighter future. Let's join hands for youth and women. Let's join hands for youth and women.
Vijana kutoka mashariki, magharibi, kaskazini na kusini, hata na kati, twaja pamoja ili tufanye nini?
Gather around One Young Africa. The YouLead Summit is back. For the 9th year running, we bring together an Africa-wide audience of youth leaders, continental, regional, and national policymakers, private sector, and NGO stakeholders to craft responses to the continent's rapidly growing youth population, their challenges, and opportunities. The YouLead Summit is convened annually by the East African Community and MS Training Center for Development Cooperation through their youth engagement initiatives, the EAC Youth Ambassadors Platform, and YouLead Africa. From the 4th to the 8th of November 2024, the YouLead Summit will be held in Arusha, Tanzania, under the theme Igniting the Potential of Africa's Youthful Population, Reinstating Education as an Eminent Public Good. As has been the tradition, we'll explore this theme through the lens of our signature forums. Day 1, the Under 40 Political Leaders Forum, examines the role of policymakers and development partners in creating an enabling environment for youth participation in governance, leadership, and development. Policymakers and Development Partners Roundtable examines the role of policymakers and development partners in creating an enabling environment for youth participation. The SDG Workshop shall examine the SDGs, the pace of their implementation, and propose ways in which the youth can influence the implementation of the same. The Presidential Address, co-convened by His Excellency Dr. Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete, former President of the United Republic of Tanzania and the Secretary General of the East African Community. The Fireside Chat with His Excellency Dr. Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete on education as a priority to achieve the African Union Agenda 2063 aspirations. Day 2, the Under 40 Business Leaders Forum gathers young business leaders, decision makers in government, and development practitioners to find solutions to pressing issues in the region's business development. The East Africa Youth Enterprise Awards seek to recognize youth-led businesses across the East African Community, EAC, partner states that are resilient, innovative, and are simultaneously taking deliberate, innovative actions towards decent livelihoods and youth unemployment. Day 3, Arusha Peace Forum, a youth forum on peace building and conflict prevention, showcasing models that promote the role of youth in peace building and participation in conflict prevention as proactive measures to maintaining peace and security in Africa. The Gender Equality Forum discusses ways to dismantle the structural causes at the root of the gender inequality and advances the Action Coalition's commitments. Day 4, Post-Summit Agenda of Action, a proactive mechanism to ensure that the life of summit discussions go beyond the summit reports, actively transforming regional business and politics by providing the right environment at program level in partnership with YouLead consortium members and stakeholders. The morning of the third day of the YouLead Summit was dedicated to the Arusha Peace Forum, and the theme of 2022 was From Policies to Actions, Climate Change Nexus. The forum featured the voices and expertise of prominent youth leaders in the fields of peace and security from across Africa, as well as civil society representatives such as Oxfam Horn, East and Central Africa.
In a reflection of South Sudan context, where we talk about peace and security, it's a post-conflict agenda that we are looking at on how best we can rebuild back the country from the status of conflict to the state of recovery and post-conflict development, which it takes the aspect of youth participating, when to take the aspect of women representation in the political space. And most of you people might have heard about the peace agreement that was signed in Addis in 2018. To cope the aspect of the conflicts in the country. So the youth have taken an upper hand in terms of saying that peace process is very inclusive in terms of the social inclusion in the society.
What we have been doing in Kenya, particularly, is social media for peace. So the Social Media for Peace project is an EU-funded project and implemented by UNESCO. And we as SAPs have been conducting trainings on using social media for peace, because what we have realized is that conflict is moving from physical violence to online platforms. And this is very relevant to the theme digital access in the future of work.
I think what do you feel could be the role of young people in ensuring that there is peace and stability in the Democratic Republic of Congo, specifically the eastern part of DRC? And I want us to have a very honest conversation here. I think you have seen from the publications that we have specific leaders from the East African community being blamed for fueling the chaos in the eastern part of DRC. And to add on to that, you have also seen that there are different processes. I know there's a Nairobi process which is happening as we talk, but how do we ensure that this process will also be different from the other engagements which have been held before that?
The conversation culminated with a keynote address by the first daughter of the Republic of Kenya, Ms. Charlene Ruto.
In Kenya, I'm a youth champion, and one of the things we are looking at is how we can create more work opportunities for our youth. And one of our team members has said, when we create work opportunities for our youth, that is then how we remove them from being used for conflict in different areas. I want to say we've convened here today to share our thoughts and to agree on ways and methods for the youth to tackle these issues. And so what does this mean for the youth to tackle issues of peace, security, and also climate change, which I'm a great champion of back in Kenya? Fundamentally, it means we are drawn here to rethink our way of life. It means we are here to drastically shift from the popular and sustainable ways of life to more sustainable ones. And the only way we can do this is to tell the right stories to our youth and our children so that we can awaken a new spirit of collective thinking and collaborative workings among African nations, working towards managing challenges that face our youth like war and lack of opportunities.
The afternoon session was dedicated to the Gender Equality Forum themed African Youth Priorities towards the Commission on Status of Women 67, Innovation and Technological Change and Education in the Digital Age for Achieving Gender Equality and the Empowerment of All Women and Girls, providing a platform for African youth to deliberate and provide recommendations towards the Commission on Status of Women 67 in 2023. The Gender Equality Forum commenced with opening remarks from Ms. Makena Mwobobia, Executive Director of MS Training Center for Development Cooperation, Dr. Mona Girgis, Director of Plan International Tanzania, and Ms. Hodan Ado, UN Women Representative in Tanzania. The opening remarks commended the work of Lead Her Fellows and the importance of the fellowship as a contribution to achieve gender equality and empower young women in the fields of politics, business, trade and entrepreneurship, and peace and security.
I believe that this Gender Equality Forum and fellows graduating today as a convening that focuses on women leading and the future for now, driving policies, championing change and breaking barriers beyond the challenges. It is that same drive, the strong will, and aliens that matter as well henceforth. And this fellowship opportunity becomes that training ground and launchpad for young women to effectively execute as leaders too.
The remarks will follow regional dialogue on bridging the gap to foster innovation and technology gender-sensitive education, serving as the consultative platform for CSW 67. Speakers included Honorable Nusrat Hanje, Member of Parliament of Tanzania, and Lead Her Fellows, Ms. Anita Soina, Ms. Glory Florentine Kimario, Ms. Patsy Mugabi, Ms. Isabella Eli Mwamalekela. The Gender Equality Forum concluded with the graduation of Lead Her Fellows and the launch of the call for applications for the second cohort commencing in January 2023.
And as a graduate of Lead Her Fellowship, I must say this has been a great platform to learn feminism and leadership. It was such a profound network with young women who are intelligent, with creative mindset on how we can take over in leadership space in politics, peace and security, business and entrepreneurship as youngsters.
My river of life to this particular fellowship starts way back in campus when I led the students in the Students' Union for about 2 to 3 years, and I had this motivation to do politics to the higher level. So I delved into trainings that were training people on how to be good political leaders, especially women. And I got a lot of insights to understand how the system works and how my country understands and takes women in politics and how it treats women as well. Later on, when I delved into YouLead Summit as well, I found the link on the group to apply for Lead Her. This motivated me to just still delve into women in Africa and trainings in Africa as well, to come back and bring that to my community.
The reason I applied for this fellowship is because of my interests. I am interested in public management, in leadership, in being a leader that makes an impact and a positive impact at that. And immediately I saw the advert, I just thought, wow, what a good thing it is to be in a space of female leaders and female leaders with a positive impact. It was such a good opportunity, and I said, why not? I need to connect and network with like-minded people. So I gave it a shot, and I'm so privileged that I was actually shortlisted.
What solutions are we seeing coming out of this space?
What I see happening within the climate space and young people in the climate space is finding this nexus between having something that supports our livelihoods as well as being able to engage in our passion for the environment.
One of the things we've realized is that indigenous knowledge in the communities is not necessarily captured in our research and even in the design of some of our solutions.
There's an audit and there's an environmental impact assessment that we should be able to feed in, because while we look at where things are happening, what are we doing closer home? You know, what is me and you doing to ensure that we are safeguarding the environment and ensuring that we have sustainable climate?
According to the World Health Organization, about 2 billion people globally do not have access to safe water. Let that sink in. 2 billion people globally do not have access to safe water. One of the most precious commodities, that is oil, that is petrol, that is diesel. Why is it that water is more expensive than diesel, than petrol? Have we ever asked ourselves that question?
Among of the burning session in the ES Youth Fellowship, climate was among of it, because it sparked the conversation from youth who are being tired with the stories about climate action, and what they need now is to take action, not about the stories.
Day 4 of the YouLead Summit is dedicated for the post-summit agenda, where we have delegates and invited speakers break down into countries for them to be able to discuss the key priority areas and solutions that are going to inform YouLead Africa's next year of programmatic actions.
We need a review of university courses to meet the marketplace demand. We want the courses in our university to be very practical.
There should be access to reliable funding so that
young entrepreneurs can kickstart their ideas, and those who have started can also can scale their businesses.
So East African heads of state need to pay much attention on ensuring that meaningful representation spaces are created for youth.
As youth, as we prepare to be in politics, we should have political tolerance in terms of our political agenda.
Healthy people budget improvement that will help us to introduce and come up with innovative systems that promote alternative energy sources. And that includes funding sources for young innovators in different areas and different regions of East Africa and Africa at large.
African problems are political problems. If we need to solve our problems as Africans, we need political solutions.
Tusonga mbele mama Afrika, Afrika,
Would describe the EAC Youth Fellowship as life-changing.
It's transformative. It's a networking opportunity. I learned about the climate justice and gender. These two actually, it is what I wanted to learn most from this. So you realize that most of the marginalized group in the rural areas are not able to get the knowledge. I want to expand my network on the regional community because I know that among us, the majority of people will be the leader of our different countries in 10 years, 20 years, and we need to know each other for now.
It's up to us as youth to now take up the challenge and rewrite this wrong that was ideally not even, we didn't participate much in it, but it's now time for us to take part in creation of policies, programs and initiatives that will be able to alleviate and mitigate the risks that have been brought about by the climate crisis.
On day 2, the Under 40 Business Leaders Forum explored making the AFCFTA promises to African youth a reality, opening markets and opportunities for women, youth, and SMEs. It also served as the last mile for YouLead's ongoing process of collaboration with the AFCFTA Secretariat, United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, on consultation and collecting of youth and women views and contributions for AFCFTA Protocol on Youth and Women in Trade. The forum started with opening remarks by distinguished guests and representatives of MS Training Center for Development Corporation, the East African Community, the East African Business Council, United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, and the International Trade Center. It was followed by the Policymakers and Development Partners Roundtable, which hosted a fruitful dialogue and exchange on Africa-Europe partnership and entry points for young people. The discussion, which hosted representatives from both Africa and Europe, including the African Peer Review Mechanism and the Young European Federalists, tackled several aspects including partnership for green transition and energy, partnership for digital transformation, sustainable development and jobs, peace and governance, and migration and mobility. The afternoon session of the Under 40 Business Leaders Forum provided an opportunity for delegates and distinguished guests to discuss YouLead's work on youth in business, trade and enterprise, and the entry points and opportunities for women and youth in trade entrepreneurs in the AFCFTA Women and Youth in Trade Protocol. This was followed by the EAC Youth Enterprise Accelerator Awards, EAC-YEA, for cross-border trade innovation. The session featured presentations by 4 applicants of the EAC-YEA 2022 who were given the opportunity to present their business idea proposals and invite startup investment from the partners attending the summit.
The problem is there's a lack of equitable financial inclusion for young people in Africa. And also, the root cause is financial illiteracy. Many of us know how to make money. The truth is, I don't have to teach you how to make your money. The issue is, how do you manage it? And what's our solution? We'd like to empower young people to make informed financial decisions through financial literacy programs. So there's a prepaid debit card we've created to grant users access to financial services and also to enable them practice good personal financial habits as they learn.
My name is Kevin Yonghuru. As said, I'm the founder and the CEO of Spota Company. And Spota Company is an agribusiness company processing the sweet potatoes. 64% of population in Burundi are affected by malnutrition. And you guess what? Most of factors which are there, we recognize one factor, and that is the one we wanted to work on. That factor is related to the increase in price of sugar. As you know, that sugar is mostly used in preparing porridge and bakery products, as you know. But in Burundi, you realize that along 7 months out of 12 months along the year, we have shortage of industrial sugar. Along the year, we harvest around 746 tons of sweet potato. That's why on that opportunity, we came up with different products so that we help the population of Burundi to be able to access to the highly nutritious porridge that doesn't require the sugar. Even if there is no sugar, they can still use this porridge.
So we have Peter Garang from South Sudan, who is the founder and CEO of Sud Health.
Thank you. My name is Peter Garang, the founder and team lead for Sud Tech, a company that is currently under prototype. I just want us to take 1 second to think about losing a sister, a mother, a wife, because of something that you and I can prevent. That is what exactly happens in South Sudan, where 1,150 lives are lost during delivery. My team and I came up with the Sud Tech that ensure the provision of early services through telemedicine, and that will act as an alternative early care services during early emergencies and beyond.
The forum was closed with remarks by His Excellency Albert M. Muchanga, Commissioner for Economic Development, Trade, Industry, Mining at the African Union, which marked the launch of the African Youth Business Council, AFYBC, a continental apex body for the youth-led private sector entities, institutions, and associations in Africa, advocating for a youth-friendly business policy environment in general and making AFCFTA promises to African youth a reality in particular.
As aspiring leaders and politicians, think about how you present what it is that you want to present to your constituencies.
I must say that I am very excited to be here because I have been attending the sessions online. I have realized that politics and business must work together. I actually never thought when I was applying for this fellowship that it will be of importance putting the business people together with the politicians, the young politicians of East Africa. But I have realized through diving in the conversation with these young people.
Asante. We should be in conclusion mode with the presentation. Yeah, a big round of applause to the presentation. We should be concluding, sure.
I really am the master of ceremony.
It's fine. We have the biggest ambition for our businesses. We want it to be Pan-African. I challenge people to go beyond that. I think Africa is global.
We have some youth that are really already engaged in agriculture. They are really trying.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, David.
Yeah, a round of applause to the presentation, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. If you said ding ding, we shall bring them back again. Ding ding. Okay, let's get in, ladies and gentlemen. We shall bring them back. Thank you very much. There was no dong dong from anybody about the presentation. Yeah. Absolutely, that was amazing. Just after your lunch, just to make sure that the digestion could happen very well. Okay, yes. Thank you very much, Team Tanzania, our hosts, for organizing the presentation. That was very nice. Some of the things, don't try them at home unless you have practiced enough, especially jumping and putting the wheel on your stomach.
We bring together an Africa-wide audience of youth leaders.
We will just need to have everybody back in, and then we shall quickly start. We need to move a little faster, and then so that we can be able to have the entire program for today as is, including the welcome party that many people are prepared for. Yes, including Stuart at the back. And the entire media team is ready for that party. So we shall put our tags away and dance like there is no tomorrow, and yet be very early for tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, I can see a big number out. The organizers, if you're able to just make sure that whoever is supposed to be with us is here. As you can see, the stage has metamorphosized. It has undergone metamorphosis. It has changed in appearance. And it shows you the level at which we have now reached. The morning session was amazing. The afternoon session is going to even be better. I can see people with photo frames. I normally give my punishments in dollars. I hope those people have dollars. Not Tanzanian shillings, not Uganda shillings, maybe the Kenyan shilling because of its. But I normally give my punishments in dollars, and I normally start from $50. So my brothers and sisters taking photos, you had better be with about 150. And when we gather that money, we shall be able to invest it in the after party. Yeah. Okay. I don't see our key stakeholders who are occupying the front seats. Otherwise, our team that is online, we are happy that you had your lunch as well in your different locations and rejoined us. We are honored to have you even in the afternoon. So if you have the program, you must be following and you have an idea of what is coming. We are going to be talking Agenda 2030. As many of you know, we had the Millennium Development Goals, which were 8. And then when the period elapsed, we launched the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. So the session that we are about to have is Accelerating Sustainable Development Goals 2030 Agenda in a Holistic and Inclusive Progress. Exploring strategies for accelerating the achievement of SDG 2030 agenda with a focus on fostering holistic and inclusive development, drawing insights and expertise from youth practices on the implementation of SDGs. So this session is strongly and vehemently on SDGs. So I would want to invite the panelists if they are here, and then we'll have the moderator to take us through. Ladies and gentlemen, join with me to welcome Miss Karen Agnes Wambui Waithira. member of Nairobi's Royal Danish Embassy Youth Sounding Board for Kenya. Very closely, Mr. Joseph Owino Odiambo, member of Nairobi's Royal Danish Embassy Youth Sounding Board, of course, Kenya as well. Miss Tariba Traore, Royal Danish Embassy. She's on the Youth Advisor Panel for Mali. Yes, Mali in the house. If you love Mali, say yeah, yeah. Amazing. Mr. Alvin Mutebi, Royal Danish Embassy Youth Sounding Board, Uganda. And this wonderful panel will be moderated by Miss, this one is, I'm happy I'm mentioning it after lunch. Miss Nolala Elizabeth Noklantla. Ah, amazing. Yes, that one, Elizabeth. Ndimande, Royal Danish Embassy Youth Advisor Panel from South Africa. Give her another round of applause to moderate this panel.
There's a few change. I will be part of the panel, and the panel discussion will be moderated by Miss Karen.
Perfect. Let's receive her.
Welcome everyone. Karibu tena. My name is Karen Waithera, and I'm the host for this session. And these are my co-hosts for this session. We are very excited to kick off this interactive dialogue session. And it's on how youth can lead the way in implementing the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs. So today we will explore how our voices, ideas, and thoughts can drive meaningful change in our communities and beyond that. This is a chance for all of us, not just the people who are on the panel, to share our thoughts and ideas on how SDGs can be used as our roadmaps in every activity or project that we're doing. And I also would like you all to bring your energy and creativity to this session. Just to set the scene, I'd like to know, perhaps by a show of hands, how many of you have knowledge of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals? Okay, nice. Thank you very much. Speaking of energy, I'd like to invite Tariba, after I give a brief, to liven up the energy for this session. So before she comes, I'd like to talk about what she's gonna do. So we have a culture of doing atama before every session that we have as a team. So the main point of doing atama as a tradition, as the Danida Fellows and the 2030 Beyond Fellows too, is to be able to grab each other's attention when we are doing any activity. So in this, in an effort to also grab your attention and strengthen the feeling of community, we'd like Tariba to do atama for us and start us off the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. So Tama was been adopted in is a commonly how we clap in Mali. Tama is an instrument when people use to play. So when Denmark, so we use it as the traditional way to clap, and we really adopt it and we love it. So if I say Tama, you clap once. Okay. Okay, you can also stand. I think we just clap to dance. So. It is the YouLead Summit. It is the Youth Summit. Please, guys. Okay, if I say Tama, you clap once. Tama. 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 Now, if I say Tamaniko, you do like this. Okay? Tama. 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 Tamaniko. 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 Thank you. So I hope we'll adopt that during the panel. Thank you, Karen.
Thank you very much. I saw a few funds up, and since we're talking about SDGs, in the principle of leaving no one behind, I'd really like to give a very brief informative session on the Sustainable Development Goals before we dive into our session. So, the Sustainable Development Goals were created in 2005, and they were taken in by the UN or adopted in 2015, where they were used as a global framework in order to be able to ensure that we achieve a more sustainable, inclusive, and resilient world. So one of the key underlying principles of the SDGs is to ensure that we leave no one behind, one, and we do no harm. And as we sit here today, 194 countries have adopted the SDGs. So basically the 17 goals aim to address the root causes of the global issues. Thank you very much. With that, I'd like to usher in my co-hosts for this session so that we can dive right in. So we're going to start with Team Kenya, and one of the main question of this first part is, what is the key change and the main element of your action plan?
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, so as you've told, I'm Joseph Owino, part of the Royal Danish Embassy in Nairobi as a youth advisor. And so I'm here courtesy of Danida Fellowship Center, as an SDG fellow. And what has led us here, or what has made us to be found here, and that's why I'm also sitting on this panel, is that as a team from the Royal Danish Embassy based in Nairobi, we're working on a project on where we developed an action plan on sustainable waste management, which is targeted around Dandora Dam site that is in Nairobi City County. And so this project is been aimed at bringing the youth, hugely, the youth based in this scope or this target area, so that they have a place and they have a scope of operation, so that at least they also play a role in waste management eradication or waste management aspect within the society. And this is clinged on SDG 13 under climate action, also working on other, also hinged on other sustainable development goals. And these, we are looking, when we look into the underlying principles that the moderator has highlighted, especially on the leave no one behind, we're working it out so that we ensure that because the youth demographic is not a homogeneous demographic, it is a heterogeneous one, because we have the gender disparity aspect and also having the youth with disability within these facets, and because our communities also are not are inhabited by different sectionalities of our population. And this, we ensure that within this project, where we want to ensure that the youth play a role in terms of sustainable waste management, how do we gather in stakeholders, the government and non-governmental stakeholders, so that they also come on board, have a role in this? Because if we leave it out, then we're harming our localities. So that at the end of it all, we're aiming at ensuring issues about occupational safety and hazards are ensured, so that especially for those with disabilities, they get to access information around sustainable waste management. What are the existing policies? What are the existing government acts? Like, for example, we have the Sustainable Waste Management Act in place, enacted in 2022 by the national government. How do we cascade this? By working together with the national and county government, because this waste management function is a devolved function, being that Kenya has a devolved government system. And so we must see how to work with the national government as the national policy enactor, and now with the county government as the implementer in this facet, and with the youth within these communities, bring on board everybody, including the youth with disabilities, so that we enhance whenever we're having engagements, because we also want to ensure there's that access to information around sustainable waste management. And in this facet, we must ensure that we provide this information in a reasonably accommodating manner, so that we have young people with disabilities who have challenges in accessing the print. We have we accommodate them in braille and even in online methods so that they access this info. And so this is what we're working on as a team, so that at least to ensure that sustainable waste management aspect in Kenya is well mainstreamed and the youth really take a huge part in this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joseph. It's really nice to know that you're working on the waste management sector. Mali?
Yes, Mali, I'm Tariba Traoré from Mali. Should I go in French, right? Normalement, on doit parler en français. Normalement, on doit parler en français. Can you please? It's okay. Normalement, je représente un pays francophone, donc c'est normal pour moi de parler en français. Please get them, please. I represent a French-speaking country, so I should speak my panel in French. And you have to know that people are following us from Mali also, so they should understand what we are saying. OK. Je suis Tariba Traoré, je représente le Youth Sounding Board de l'ambassade du Danemark au Mali. OK, c'est bon maintenant? OK. Je représente la jeunesse du Mali, donc c'est bien normal pour moi de parler en français pour que vous pouvez aussi comprendre ça. Je fais partie des jeunes ambassadeurs de l'ambassade de Danemark, du Royaume Danemark au Mali. Et après notre formation au Danida Fellowship Center, on a adopté un projet qui était d'organiser un festival. Et pourquoi l'idée du festival? Comme Karen l'a si bien dit, l'agenda 2030 a été adopté par les Nations Unies durant l'Assemblée générale, c'était en septembre 2015. Et le Mali a adopté cette loi, a voté aussi, ou soit a mis en œuvre, ça c'était en février 2016. Et c'est 17 objectifs, et dans ces objectifs-là aussi, il y a aussi des targets et il y a aussi des indicateurs. Et dans l'indicateur, on a 231 indicateurs. Et le Mali dans le rang, et on voit que le Mali est dans le rang de 138e pays. Et quand nous voyons dans les statistiques que les Nations Unies ont fournies, et voyons aussi la réalité qui se trouve sur le terrain, c'est totalement différent. Et les jeunes du Mali, et on le constate que les leaders, ou soit les parties prenantes, la société civile, n'est pas du tout engagée dans la mise en œuvre, dans l'implémentation des ODD. Et raison pour laquelle on s'est dit pourquoi pas organiser un festival, que tout le monde, les jeunes soient au courant qu'il y a un agenda adopté par les Nations Unies les objectifs doivent être atteints d'ici 2030. Et pourquoi aussi on a mis un focus aussi sur l'objectif 16, qui est paix et sécurité. Voyons la situation que le Mali fait face maintenant avec l'instabilité politique. C'est tout normal pour nous, pour qu'on puisse parler aussi de créer une synergie d'action entre ceux qui travaillent dans ODD 16 et ceux qui travaillent aussi dans les différents ODD, tels que le climat, le changement climatique, parce que tant qu'il y a la guerre, forcément aussi il y a des côtés qui sont impactés, tels que le changement climatique. Et si le changement climatique est impacté, forcément il y a l'éducation aussi qui est impactée. Donc pour notre festival, on a 3 key actions, qui est les 3 A, qui est créé d'avoir de awareness, de créer une synergie, ou de promotion aussi, un éveil de conscience sur les ODD. La 3e, ça, de la comptabilité. Il faut aussi que le département de statistiques aussi puisse prendre des normes très concrètes pour les ODD. Et la 3e, ça, c'est une prise de conscience et une prise d'action au Mali.
Thank you. I feel like that was a good wake-up call, because I saw many of you rushing for your headsets. Next is Uganda.
Okay, a very good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Hey, we are young people. We have to have the energy. Come on. Yeah. My name is Alvin Mutebi. I come from Kampala, Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. Yes. I like that. So how many of us are farmers? By show of hands. How many of us are farmers? Young people. Young people participating in agriculture. I want to see. Yes. Do you know that Africa, I think 80% of our livelihood is depending on agriculture? 80%, right? But I mean, in the room, we are seeing young people, few of us are putting up hands to say that we really participate in agriculture. But every now and then we go to the supermarkets to buy fresh fruits, you know, vegetables, food and everything like that, just to live and sustain ourselves. So, in Uganda, where I come from, we're thinking of how do we have young people participate in a climate-smart agriculture. Because we believe that much as the continent is depending much more on agriculture, we need to have sustainable agricultural practices that will transcend in the future. Because we're talking about Agenda 2030, but we have little contributions towards that kind of conversation when it comes to agricultural sustainability and having young people participate in the economy that contributes close to 80% of our GDP as a continent. So we, the Youth Sounding Board at the Royal Danish Embassy in Kampala, we think it is the conversation we have to take. But there are issues that we have to look out for. One is the issue of accessibility. How do young people access sustainable technology to participate in sustainable, smart agricultural practices? For example, irrigation, solar panels. They are very expensive and they come from Europe. But we believe that Europe is the biggest polluter. And then they have conversation to do with agricultural sustainability, clean energy transition. So this is the conversation we have to have as young people to say, please reduce the prices and the costs of these sustainable, renewable energy products so that we can participate in climate-related conversations to do with smart agriculture. And our action plan contributes to Sustainable Development Goal number 1, because if we engage, we will do away with poverty. And then we will reduce hunger because we will sustainably participate. And then 13, the climate action. And then 17, calling for partnership, reduce the prices of solar panels, irrigation schemes, and everything. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Alvin. Next, we'd like to go to South Africa.
Thank you so much for this amazing opportunity. My name is Nonhlanhla Elizabeth Ndimande. I am a youth advisor to the Royal Danish Embassy in South Africa. Today, I would like to address a significant challenge facing South African youth, and that is the disengagement of young people from democratic processes. We see this a lot in the declining youth voter turnout over the past years. This also includes the limited participation in civic engagement activities. For many young South Africans, politics feels distant. The trust in institutions is weakened by the overall unmet expectations. This also includes the lack of economic opportunities, because South Africa has one of the highest youth unemployment rates in the world. And this also includes the lack of platforms like this that genuinely address youth voices and concerns. Over the past years, the South African Youth Advisory Panel has been involved in initiatives that are aimed to creating spaces that address civic education, as well as creating platforms that try to communicate the value of civic education. And that brings us back to this year's YouLead Summit theme, which is igniting education as an eminent public good, right? We also try to ensure that public spaces that young people use to voice out their concerns are not hijacked for different conversations. The Youth Advisory Panel in South Africa hosts one of the most successful political parties debate, which is also the first political parties debate that took place in South Africa with a turnout of over 800 students at University of Cape Town. We also strive to create platforms like this to try and define what democracy is to young people, how it can benefit young people, and how we can meaningfully engage in young people to be part of the decision-making processes. The Youth Advisory Panel of South Africa chooses Sustainable Development Goal 17, which is partnerships for the goals to strengthen the implementation, the means of implementation, as well as revitalize the global partnerships for sustainable development goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. In light of that, thank you very much for all the information that you've given us on what you've been working on in regards to the diverse set of experience that you bring to the table. So I'd really like to know, what are the main challenges that you have met and that you might need help from our audience to be able to solve? So I'm going to start with Liz.
Thank you so much once again. I think one of the major challenges that we have faced in trying to ensure maximum participation of young people in democratic processes is the fact that we are, as young people, we are experiencing apathy. For example, South Africa is one of the most unequal countries in the world with leading poverty rates. So as a young person at night, if I'm gonna think about what I'm gonna eat at the end of the day, how am I going to engage meaningfully in democratic processes, right? At the same time, one of the major challenges is the lack of access to people in power. We do not have access to people in power in South Africa. It is highly difficult to try and get young people in power to engage in conversations like this. So we do like to call upon people in power, especially the ones who are in the audience, to try and engage meaningfully in youth initiatives, but not as the focal point. I think it is okay to sit back and let young people lead, but also be the ones who guide young people in these initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You asked of the challenges that we've encountered in this? Okay, thank you. So looking into whatever we're working out, especially on our project, the sustainable waste management, like this, we are like measuring in Dandora dam site. But that doesn't mean that we don't have waste management issues in our environs. And so these are call to action to each and everyone who's seated here and those who are following us online. Like we need to harness issues about handling, how we get to handle our waste and eliminate the hazards that it poses within our environment and localities. And so this is to ensure that at least you and I who seated here, we be ambassadors of change in terms of like seeing how we can initiate eco-friendly avenues of handling waste within our environs. Another aspect that I'm very glad that I really champion for within when working out our project, our embassy of the Danish Embassy Youth Sounding Boards here. I know ours is the most inclusive one, but being that now we looking into in all the frontiers, the youth, it's youth inclusive because we are fully youthful. There's that gender aspect we tackling, and even the disability aspect. And we are so keen so that at least we ensure that each and every person, because waste management affects us, all of us. If at all we are not handling our waste, it affects all of us in our societies. And so we must ensure that everybody is onboarded in this game plan, so that even children are even taught about how to undertake this. And this is where now you all see how the correlation of these SDGs comes in. That's where now SDG about education comes in, so that at least we see how to inculcate this within our education institutions, so that how handling waste management or enabling waste management works out for all of us within our societies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tariba?
Les difficultés que nous avions au Mali et que nous pourrons aussi avoir dans la mise en œuvre de ce festival. La première des choses, OK. Je disais que l'un des choses, des problèmes qu'on pourrait avoir dans la mise en œuvre de ce festival, la première, ça c'est l'instabilité, l'insécurité et l'instabilité politique au Mali. Comme vous le savez, ça fait plus de 10 ans que le Mali vit dans l'insécurité, ou soit dans les crises politiques avec les coups d'État et aussi le terrorisme aussi qui prend de l'ampleur. Donc les choses peuvent changer à tout moment, ce n'est pas nos souhaits, mais vu que la majeure partie aussi des bailleurs, soit qui nous supportent aussi, ne sont plus présents dans le pays. La deuxième, ça c'est la fermeture de l'ambassade du Danemark, qui est toujours notre point focal, parce que nous sommes les fruits de l'ambassade du Danemark, et malheureusement l'ambassade du Danemark au Mali est en train de plier ses bagages, qui doit bientôt qui doit fermer bientôt au Mali. Donc ça sera très difficile pour nous de faire la mise en œuvre de ce projet au Mali. Et la troisième, ça c'est aussi l'implication des jeunes, comme ils l'ont si bien dit. Les jeunes ne sont pas trop au courant de l'agenda 2030 au Mali. Donc, cela pourrait être aussi un problème pour nous de comment les mobiliser. Et je pense faire partie aussi de ce YouLead Summit aussi serait une occasion pour nous aussi, ou pour vous aussi, de partager comment nous aussi on pourra s'aider pour la mise en œuvre de ce festival au Mali.
Yeah, thank you. To me, I think the major challenge that we have is the narrative and the mindset of the young people that we have in our country. And then the aspect of education. You know, when we were growing up in my kindergarten, we used to have a song where we used to sing, "When I grow up, I want to be a doctor, a doctor, a doctor. When I grow up, I want to be an engineer, an engineer." So we did not have somebody who could sing that, "When I grow up, I want to be a farmer, a farmer." So when you think that to your parents, they'll be like, "Yeah, stupid boy, why do you want to become a farmer?" But I mean, in the night, she will come and say, "Come and have dinner," or "Come and have food." Then you ask yourself, how did this food come on the table if there are no farmers? And then you're discouraging, farmers. So I think we need to change the narrative on things that work for us, things that work for our economy. Because, I mean, if I'm benefiting or if I'm depending on an agricultural economy, I think our education system should also look at, supporting us more to translate or to contribute to sectors that contribute to our economy, not sectors that are not contributing to our economy. Right now, we are at the YouLead Summit, and we are trying to harness the importance of education towards the young people in Africa. But do we look into our economy and say, okay, our education is tailor-made towards the economy, and then we make serious contributions, not introducing concepts that we don't understand and don't make meaning to us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. In one word, I'd like to know what your call to action is as my co-hosts. Can we start with Alvin and then going like that?
Yeah, my call to action is let's change the narrative and then let's bring young people at the forefront because we are the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Tariba?
J'avais un call to action. J'avais un appel, mais aujourd'hui, pendant le panel, j'ai entendu, je ne me rappelle plus de son nom, mais il a si bien dit qu'il veut une Afrique où nous sentons le besoin, nous sentons la douleur de chaque Africain. Si nous, les jeunes du Mali, nous avons mal, il faut que les jeunes du Rwanda, du Tanzanie aussi sentent cette douleur. On ne peut pas être les jeunes du Mali en train de pleurer toujours parce qu'il y a la guerre qui nous fait mal, mais il y a d'autres jeunes aussi qui vivent, comme on dit, ce n'est pas leur problème. Je veux que quand un jeune, ou soit si un pays est affecté, que ces jeunes aussi se disent qu'il y a des jeunes aussi dans ces pays-là. Comment est-ce qu'on peut les aider?
Thank you, Tariba. Joseph?
Yeah, on the same breath, I think I'll follow what my brother Alvin said. I know, let's not undignify and a number of issues that are affecting us. Like just the way he's talked about farming, waste management shouldn't be undignified. Let's dignify this because it affects our well-being, it affects us. And so issues about waste management, issues about climate change, they are very crucial issues that we need to take care of and bring everybody on board. And lastly, The SDG conversation should not be an elitist conversation. Everybody should be onboarded, whether young, old, educated, uneducated. Let's break it down so that everybody can get and be part and parcel of it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Liz?
Thank you so much. In one word, I would say leadership. I know we're constantly told that we are the leaders of the future, but this is not a joke. We are actually the leaders of the future. So as a young person, as much as you can participate to help your community, it goes a long way. So never stop, because it starts with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And in the interest of time, I'm only going to take 2 questions. So if you have a question, you can raise up your hand. Yes? Yes, those 2. So for those of you who want to ask questions, tomorrow we're going to have a pop-up stand. We invite all of you to come and interact with us. We'll be able to answer all your questions. We will also be having gaming night. So during that time, we will be having a cafe. So you're very welcome to come and have a discussion with us and ask anything. So in the interest of time, I'll take that question and that question behind. Please come. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, our panelists. My name is Judy. I work with youth. My question is to Uganda, brother. So you said that when you talk about the issues of farming, your family's chase you away. The same thing happens when you talk about the issues of land. We all know that youth do not have access to land. I'm a land administrator, so which is, I don't know how we can advocate. Yes, there are mechanization and technology that is coming up to help solve some of to maybe change how youth look at land, because the perception people have is staying the whole day tilling land, and no youth has time for that. So they would rather buy a motorbike than to do farming. So how do we now approach the issue of accessing land for youth to do maybe farming? Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. I think I'll stand here because I want to allude to the 12. My name is Gardner. I'm a lecturer, I'm a researcher, I'm a lawyer by profession, but above all that, I'm a life learner. You know, when we sit here and talk about sustainable development goals and talk about waste management, I don't want to ask a question like the map of Africa when you put Madagascar down. No, I'm very sure YouLead is not interested in questions, but answers. When we talk about waste management, it gets to my attention that really we are not answering the problem when you look at the panel session. That's why I've deliberately refused to set a question. How many of us watched the Olympics in France? There is the team Netherlands won the 4x400 meters to get a gold medal. And it was a relay, right? When we talk about SDG 12, talks about consumption, waste management. And for me, I believe that for us to sustain that, we need the relay, which I call conscious responsibility. It comes from the manufacturers. I've not seen any manufacturer here. To we the consumers. The manufacturer being the first runner, and you the consumer being the second runner. And how do we do it? Are they producing products that are environmentally sustainable? Are they producing products that are recyclable? Are they producing products that are bio, you know? We cannot answer that question if we don't have the manufacturer here, if we don't have the policymaker here. You the consumers, if YouLead, and I'm very grateful they didn't give us bottled water, because many of us would have left those bottles down here. And we're talking about sustainability. It starts with you. The mindset, he alluded to it. The mindset behind it is, are you responsible? Conscious responsibility. And I strongly believe that if we become conscious, then we question the production where all these waste materials started from. The air did on the projection when they're talking about the sustainable goals. If we can do that, both the consumers, the producers, and the policymakers, then also the people that organize such events, to have those stakeholders here to hear our solutions, hear our problems, and incorporate them, then we have a better stand. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I really wanted to say thank you all for your. Oh, sorry about that.
Yes, I think I need to respond to her question. Yes, the issue of land access has been so much spoken about in my country. Young people having no access to land to participate in agriculture. That shouldn't be an excuse. I mean, agriculture does not speak about only access to land. Agriculture talks about sustainable agricultural productivity, talks about the agricultural value chain. So if you don't have access to land, how do you now participate in the value chain? Because, I mean, we've seen old people participating and, they have farmlands and everything like that. They grow coffee. So if they are growing coffee, be the middleman who takes the coffee the other side, but do it sustainably. And that is where we are coming from. We are not saying that you should go in arms and, say we want land to, to participate. No. Find yourself somewhere, squeeze yourself somewhere in the value chain and make sustainable contributions. Don't sit on yourself. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Question, the question from Mr. Is it Gardner? Yeah, your comment. Thank you so much for it. When we brought out our action plan, we did what is called stakeholder mapping. I know in here we might not have identified or expounded on all of them, but thank you so much. Welcome, Madam Jamila Mohammed. Yeah, thank you. So bringing out our action plan, we're stemming around, when we looked into our aspect of stakeholder mapping, we looked into all the players on board. And for us, we picked out the manufacturers, they are there. This is an action plan that is nearing implementation, or the first phase of implementation. And we're working with every stakeholder, government, the manufacturers, policy makers, all within these facets, the government and governmental players, so that we have everybody on board, so that when we now nationalize this engagement beyond the Andorra site where we are located, then we have it nationalized and even go to other echelons, because this is a procedural project that we are undertaking as a team. And that is why I came here to speak on behalf of the Kenyan team, so that we ensure that every player is brought on board. And that's why we are so keen into having all the youth voices are taken care of and included. I know we'll get to exchange ideas later on how to expand it, because I know these are ticking time bomb, and it needs to be fast-tracked within our societies, beyond just Kenya or beyond Dandora where we are based, so that at least even financing around working these issues out is also well taken care of, as well as enhancing the awareness and education. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for your participation, and we look forward to continue this discussion on SDG during the YouLead Summit. Thank you. I'd like to call upon my other co-hosts of this session to join us. The DFC SDG Fellows, please come on the stage. As they come, once again, I'm inviting you for our SDG pop-up stand, and we also have an action tree for sustainable change, where we are inviting people to make commitments for actions that they are going to do when they go back home. So this is what you're going to write on, and then stick on the sustainable action tree. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So this is the jacaranda tree. So before the jacaranda tree, we spin to the jacaranda tree. We're going to invite all of you to visit where we're going to have the pop-up stand tomorrow. Can you join us, please? Okay. So, guerrier, guerrier, sakuba kuba, sakuba kuba, ha, sakuba kuba, ha, allez zimbole, zimbo, allez zimbo, 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 allez zimbole, zimbo, allez zimbo, zimbo,
Zimbo.
A round of applause to the fellows, as well as the team and the panel that has been here, ladies and gentlemen. Certainly they chose a befitting session and also gave it the right name, with starting with acceleration. When you realize we have about 6 years.
So in our agenda, we have to follow. People have to visit the stand before you will join the second stand, if you can. We invite people to visit our stand, and then we come back right now. Just 2 minutes, and we come back. Can you? Okay. So continue your program. Sorry.
Yes, let's proceed. I think at some point we shall have time to be able to visit the stand, so that we don't rush the SDGs, but we must accelerate towards the progress. Like I was saying, we have about 6 years to Agenda 2030, so certainly they chose the right words for this particular session. We must accelerate towards that. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to move a little bit fast, and when I see my former Deputy Vice Chancellor of Makerere here, I begin to feel and get into a mood of graduation. Right now, she's a justice at the Supreme Court of Uganda, but she used to be the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Makerere University, Miss Tibatema, just right here. I know on day 3 we shall have her in full. Ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome Stella Agara, who is the coordinator of the DFC and MSTCDC partnership, for a quick process of graduation, and then we shall go to the next program. So let's receive Stella again for this session. Let's give her another round of applause. Yeah, if it was a university, probably she would be a vice chancellor or the chancellor, you never know. Or the dean of students. There you are.
Or the head teacher, or the rich auntie. Okay. Or the discipline master. Good afternoon to all of you. Nyaribi has a habit of putting a lot of pressure on me when he wants to call me on this podium. He may have shaken the ground under my feet, but I will take it like a woman. I am here to lead us through the ESC Youth Fellowship graduation, and I am extremely proud of the group that I'm about to introduce to you. But apart from that, I think MSTCDC is extremely proud about the group that we have had an opportunity to host in the last couple of days. Those of you who are asking yourself what the ESC Youth Fellowship is, this is a program that is run as a partnership between the MS Training Center for Development Cooperation, the Office of the ESC Secretary General, and the Office of the Patron of YouLead, His Excellency Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete. In order to steer this process, we have partners who have come together to be able to do this, and one of the institutions is, of course, the Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete Foundation. The second one is the Julius Nyerere Leadership Center. You have seen them today, so you know they are part of this conversation. We have the Emerging Leaders Foundation from Kenya, who are also a part of this process, and they're, of course, very experienced in leadership development. And then we have a partner who came in 3 years ago, and aren't we happy that we got the Danida Fellowship Center to come on board to support this particular training. The focus of the training is to build the capacity of young people to influence political decision-making and economic decision-making in the continent. We normally take them through extensive training and detailed training about a number of topics, and we have spent quite some time giving them virtual training and physical training on topics that are around leadership. We are happy to share in detail what those are. But for the sake of time, just know that we train them on topics on governance and how to influence governance and how to negotiate. We develop their people skills as young people and self-leadership skills in order for them to be able to use it as a tool for management and leadership. We give them training on the climate conversations. You had someone mentioning in one of the panels earlier that I think it, as a matter of fact, it was one of our fellows, Mr. President, who said that the issue of climate justice has come up, and of course the East Africa Community Youth Policy will definitely need to be adjusted as far as such emerging issues are concerned. And then we also train them on business, and we call it the Youth Enterprise Bootcamp, and the bigger name is that it's called the Youth Enterprise, Youth Inclusion in Socioeconomic Development and Public Policy Making Training. So the group I'm about to call here is very, very, very equipped for the task. Can this wait? Can it wait? Okay. They're disrupting my plan right before my eyes. But like I said, I'll take it like a woman. Now, so basically the people I'm about to introduce to you are people who are very well trained. Those who have seen them in action have said that this is an interesting group of young people. They're not just interesting because of the excellent applications that they did. We had 1,315 applicants, a number that has grown from 759 last year, which means there's more interest in the fellowship. And out of those, we selected only 30. Those who were left out were not the worst applicants in the region. They were all very good. We had to pick the best from the best. And we managed to successfully get all of them to graduation except one who had an emergency from Rwanda and was not able to join us. We are very, very proud of this group, and I'm going to invite them to make their way to the front of this room quietly, in an orderly manner, like people who are creating a conspiracy to take over government, and come and stand on that side of the room and this side of the room, and then I'm going to invite the guests to the podium. But even as I invite the guests, I'm going to invite my Executive Director, Her Excellency, Dr. Anna Haule. I'm also going to invite the chief guest to join Her Excellency. So please, Dr. Anna, if you could come with him. I'm going to invite His Excellency, the Ambassador for... Great. I'm also going to invite the ambassador for Denmark. You have had the Danida Fellowship Center mentioned here. Huh? Yeah, sure. And then, thank you very much. And then I'm going to invite the Ambassador General of the ESU Youth Ambassadors Platform and Director for Political Affairs to come and join us on the podium. So that he can meet the graduates of the program that we run in collaboration. Finally, I'm going to invite someone who has been my partner in crime for the longest, and we started thinking through this program, I think, in October 2022, when we were not very clear in which direction it was going to roll out. But I'm glad that she's here today to witness graduation, so I'm going to invite Cecile Root from DFC to represent Ula Nesby, the Executive Director, for the graduation. I probably should have told you that you're going to be doing a lot of standing. So let me just advise my people to keep water close by in case the guests will need it, because one of the things that the fellows have said ever since cohort 1 is that they want to have a memory of themselves receiving this award. And the best way they believe this can happen is through a picture. Now, working with young people, if you do not manage that, you may end up with 1 million selfies. So the way we manage the graduation is such that we call them one by one. They come here. As they are being congratulated, we also take a picture with them. So when they come up here, it will be one-on-one. They take pictures, they wait here, and then when we finish, they'll do a group photo out there. When you go out there, you'll find proper seats set for you to sit on, and then the fellows will stand behind you and will take a picture. Sounds good? Okay. And just like that, Kemi abandoned me at my time of need. Good girl. Can I please request the fellows to come and stand in front here so that you don't have to walk from too far? And like I had briefed you in the morning, show everyone that we are here. I promise you they are not this humble. They are pretending because we have guests. While you are away before you arrived, they were taking over this space. Make several rows and then on that side as well. And then you leave the center space for our photographer. Well, simply, will that be your spot or there? Here, right? Yes, so make sure you make room completely at the center there. I promise you that is fake humility. I'm going to call them in order of their countries. When I call you, please come. Well, Lusimbi, we are waiting for you. As I call them, they're going to be coming up the stairs. So when I call you, please come up the stairs. I know you may prefer to take a picture with your phone, but I told you to trust our professional. That phone of yours cannot take the kind of pictures that Walusimbi takes. So please just get here, get your congratulations, and then you will take a picture with the guests, and then you proceed, okay? When you get off the podium, just stand down here, all right? So I'm going to start with Burundi. And I'm going to start with this lady here who's giving me very sheepish eyes. Noella missed her flight on the day she was supposed to arrive for the fellowship. She has, however, proven that she's very serious about the fellowship by ensuring that she caught up with every miss. Noella Niyituhaye is also an ESC Youth Ambassador, and that is one of Ambassador General's people. So you'll just be greeted by the rest of the panel and then stand next to our guest to take a picture. If you do not clap for Noella, then there's too much jealousy existing around you. Next, I'm going to invite Ariel Nsabiyumva. This man knows how to pray. He prayed someone out of the list of fellows. He was added onto the list after someone fellow from Burundi, but he has proven to be a valuable addition to the fellowship. Most likely we made a mistake in our selection. Ariel has also played the role of class therapist for those who trusted him. And anytime he had an opportunity, he was killing us with laughter. So if he does not succeed in being a terrorist, a therapist. If he does not succeed, there's also terror coming from his direction. I'll tell you about it later. If he does not succeed in being a therapist, he has a career in comedy. Next, I am going to invite Aklein Hashimuyaturagiye. I have not heard her voice, but I asked the fellows, have you heard this lady's voice? Is she one of us? And they said in the groups she talks, but in class she does not talk. She had a heavy burden of completing proposals and doing meeting deadlines before she could settle for the fellowship here, because not all employers release people for this kind of capacity building. But she has managed to dovetail and do the assignments and deliver, and at the same time, benefit from the fellowship. A good clap for Aklein. The next gentleman I'm going to call is a man I was very close to disqualifying because he attempted to canvass. And I asked him, do you want me to disqualify you? He said no. And I told him that the selection committee will sit. If they find you fit, they will select you for the fellowship. She managed to be selected for the fellowship. Please give a clap to Burundian businessman Bokim Beni Nihoze. He is evidence that we do not play with our selection process, and I should inform you at this point that we have sharpened our selection process. I promise you, I'm not praising these people because they are here. They are a great, great cohort. And as we close with Benny, I'm going to be opening up the Democratic Republic of Congo. As is the true nature of this republic, they brought us gems. Gems that speak in French, gems that did not have a travel document, but found a way to prepare to arrive here. Those of you who are investigating corruption, please speak to Miriam Marara and find out how she managed to make it here. Excellent, excellent performance in the class, and I'm glad we waited and were patient for her to prepare. Congratulations, Miriam. The next person I'm going to invite, before I invite him, I'm warning you to watch this space. This man will definitely be the president of the Democratic Republic of Congo in the near future. I have also confirmed, based on my observation of him, that he will not take over power by force. He is very democratic. I am introducing you to His Excellency Richard Chubaka, who's also a member of the ESC Youth Ambassadors Platform. We have been calling him Mr. President. As you can see, he has a cut like the one Patrice Lumumba had. When you see everything about a leader imparted on the next generation, you know that he's on his way there. But he promises to wait. The other person that I'm going to invite from DRC is a lady who has been very quiet, but a very deep lady. And you may not hear her voice, but when you hear her voice, you'll hear a lot of sense coming out of her mouth. Her name is complicated, but I chose how I'm going to be pronouncing the name. This is Mavie Shungu. When they pronounce it, they have that French R. Forgive me for not having it. Congratulations, Mavie. She has been very quiet in the class, but I realize that when you allow her to have her space, she does magic. She participated in one of the debates we had here and was one of the excellent speakers in the debate. Well done. The next person that I'm going to invite left trouble at home when he came here. How I met this gentleman was because some time back I asked about a movement person in the country and he was recommended, only for him to come here, do what he needed to do, and he left without looking for me, did not even greet me. And then he applied for the fellowship and the selection committee selected this gentleman. He's an activist. He is fighting for the rights of young people, but he's also fighting for change in the Democratic Republic of Congo. If you give him a microphone, you will get scared. But I can assure you he's not scary. His name is Espoir Ngalukie Philanthrope. That gentleman has been arrested, has been locked up, has been intimidated, but he's still fighting. We will find out what juice he takes to keep him motivated. I have found myself being very strict with the fellows who come from my country. So I'm sure you're wondering which country I come from. I normally exercise a little bit more stress on them because for some reason I expect excellence from them. And it's because it is a standard that we must promote or we will have some very shoddy business happening. I am going to invite the fellows from Kenya. And from the Republic of Kenya, I will invite the class president, female class president, Charlene Tunai. This lady does not need management. She manages herself. You will not remind her twice about anything. She will fill out every form you ask her to fill out. She's orderly and she respects procedure. Thank you very much, Aline, and congratulations. We discovered that the next fellow I'm going to invite has since decided that in her season of life now, she is going to invest more in I don't know how many of you have done the life wheel, but she's going to invest more in her personal life and her personal relationships. And the test came when we announced the fellowship and the dates when she needed to come here. And it turns out that on those dates, she was supposed to take someone for a surgery in India. This fellow traveled to India, logged onto our sessions online, participated as if she didn't have problems she was dealing with, and she still managed to travel back and come and finish the fellowship. Please help me appreciate Penina Orengo. Even as I talk about her, tears come to my eyes because I don't think I'd be able to concentrate in a hospital. What I don't understand is how she's managed to do that and still come and be good vibe for all of us here. Congratulations, Penina, and for the extra effort that you made. She also prays like Ariel because we had forgotten her and had selected somebody else. She just prayed until the person who had been selected did not respond to anything. And so she took up the position. That is a person who really wanted the fellowship. Congratulations, Penina. Again from Kenya, we have a gentleman who has traveled distances. He's been on everything. I suspect he's been on a bicycle, he's been on a bus, he's been on everything to get here. He traveled from a rural village in Kenya and made it here on a flight. Simon Wandera, congratulations. This gentleman attempted to teach us a song, and we promised to report him to the owner of that song. During one of the cocktails, I played the real song to my facilitators, and they were like, no, it can't be the same song. He taught us a song anyway. If you hear his rendition of Africa, oh. Simon, we're proud of you. The next person and the last person I'm inviting from Kenya is orderly, structured. She gets annoyed when people are not structured. We have annoyed her too many times, especially the times when we are having heated debates about politics and so nobody wanted to wait. This from Kenya is Crystal Bitutu Isanda. Very orderly woman. This girl is proper structured introvert. And you will see the confusion on her face when you try to be disorderly. Crystal is also going to be joining a panel that will speak to us about seed banking and food security in Africa. For those of you who know me, you know I have a personal interest in that topic. And so you know we are ready. You will meet us on day 3. And that opens up for Rwanda. The first person I'm going to call, and this is not because I don't respect the ladies, I love the ladies that I have from Rwanda. But the first person I'm going to call is a businessman from Rwanda, a businessman who is sought after. I have had to fight battles with this person to keep him here. I don't know whether I'm the one who needed him to graduate from our program or is the one who needed to graduate from our program. Please help me congratulate Pacific Nezerwa. This man takes everything in his life seriously. If you are not one to prioritize things, you'll be confused when you operate around him. Everything is serious. As always, when you gather a crowd, you will find someone who was born at the time when you're gathering. I'm extremely convinced that anybody who has a birthday when another event is taking place is very carefully chosen for that space. I did not know at the beginning of the fellowship, but by the end of the climate justice training week, I knew why she's here. You will find out on Wednesday. I keep on promising you because I don't think you know what kind of fire we have prepared for you. Help me congratulate Divine Ikirezi, who is also an ESC Youth Ambassador. You can see how much Ambassador General is smiling because these are his people. She's also an excellent debater. She took the top prize for debating when we were debating here. And Divine closes the conversation on Rwanda. Next is South Sudan. Because South Sudan and the Republic of Somalia are new in the ESC, we try as much as possible to give them many opportunities. But transporting people from those two destinations costs an arm and a leg. So when you find fellows who cooperate, who make it easy for you to prepare for their travel. You appreciate them. I have not heard her voice at all until we brought the SDG fellows and the ESC Youth Fellows together to talk about peace, conflict, and the climate crisis. Stella Ladu shocked me. Like I said, watch this space for Mr. President. Watch this space for this lady. Watch this space. The same way you have people who cooperate and make your life easy in facilitating their travel to a destination that is so expensive, you will have another one who will make your life extremely difficult, but they happen to be too valuable. You know, if you're searching around the region for a businesswoman who's doing business across the region, a business as complicated as cosmetics, you have to search carefully. I find one, and then she made my life miserable. But she has been such a joy to host as soon as we got her here. Please help me congratulate Asunta Akon. As you can see, she knows. She is also built for modeling, and she has never attempted. But as you can see, if she ever chooses to go in that direction, she will not fail. When you are conducting a virtual training, you know as a facilitator and even as a planner of the meeting that you depend on the people who speak in the meeting to give you an indication of whether learning is happening or not. The next person I'm inviting has accepted and participated actively in being our litmus paper, especially for the virtual sessions and even in the physical sessions. I have not seen her pull a sad face ever since she arrived. Please help me congratulate Angela Akor Bior. These people have confused me by only putting 2 names on the CV. I almost thought I didn't know you. Congratulations, Angela. Well done. I'm about to fit in front of you. And that closes the conversation on South Sudan. Thank you, class president, for protecting me from making a huge mistake. We have not closed South Sudan at all, and we will not close it. It is still open, and I would like all of you to help me invite the chief of the class, the head of culture, the protector of the interests of the continent of Africa in protecting indigenous knowledge, indigenous ways, and everything traditional. Help me welcome Mark Leon Peter. This gentleman is a very deep thinker. Every time we had a conversation about something distressing, he would not sleep. And when he finally slept, he would wake up early because apparently he had to reflect. And most of the times, the things that trouble us trouble him times 2. Congratulations, Mark Leon. It was refreshing to have you in the class. Now I can open Somalia. And I will keep South Sudan open because of the mistake I was about to make. Ladies and gentlemen, Somalia just joined the ESC. So they may not have smoothed out everything about how they move in the region. And so we quickly discovered that they are not able to get entry into Tanzania without a visa. I don't think I have panicked enough about how to get 3 people that I desperately wanted here because their profiles were top-notch. I panicked so much, but eventually we managed to get them in here. I'm extremely proud of the fact that we got them here because they brought perspective that we would not have had if they were not here. Please help me congratulate Mohammed Ibrahim Hassan. Very quiet gentleman, but when he opens his mouth, the kind of reflections he gives are deep. You are encouraged to be as quiet as he is and not as loud as I am, because wisdom spews out of the tongues of people who take time to reflect on what is happening around them. This country happens to work a lot around this name that I'm going to mention again. You have people who opportunities chase, and then you have people who chase opportunities. This one left his country just before he needed to come for the fellowship, because he has somewhere to go and places to be after he leaves this fellowship. We almost missed having him here, and I'm so glad that no accident happened for him to miss. The beauty of it is that he was in Kenya, which is the second home of Somalia. Please help me congratulate Yahya Mohamud. I will not tell you what he was doing there. Well done, Yahya. And finally, from Somalia, we were walking around this compound calling someone one name, and when he arrived, he introduced himself, and we were not sure what to do with what he said. So this is my attempt at pronouncing the name of a quiet person who constantly walks with a smile, but engages in very deep introspection. And if you have met anyone in this group who is tolerant, I think this one is the one who tops my list. Please help me congratulate Hadar Mohammed. From that smile, I suspect for the first time I've pronounced it right. Somalia is not closed at all, because we will only be confident to close it when we get a woman participant from Somalia, and we will try next year. I'm going to open the United Republic of Tanzania. From the United Republic of Tanzania, an introvert who declares that she's an introvert but functions like an extrovert in small spaces. Tiny girl, tiny Pepe, like small Pepe. She is tiny but fire. This girl is very focused, very orderly, operates in the wavelength that Crystal operates in. Help me congratulate Juliet Sewava. If everyone was as calm as Juliet Sewava, this world would be a very peaceful place. But some of us chose who we want to be. And we chose that noise is our corner. And amongst the people who chose noise, you will be pleased to know that in this class we had someone who vied for a political position in Tanzania. She lost, but as you heard this morning, she's going to win. Please help me appreciate Hilda Gaspar, who has participated in the fellowship with her baby as well. They are both graduating. Hilda, congratulations. In every gathering of many people, you need the people who will calm everyone down and call wisdom back into the room. Turns out that those wise men, one of them came from Somalia, and you have met him, Yahya. The other two were from the Republic of Tanzania. Help me welcome and congratulate Mick Msigwa. He was the symbol of rebuke, chastisement, and calling to order at all times. When we needed to be reminded about what is important, this was the fellow to go to. Congratulations, Mick. This second one must have been the voice of wisdom, because he's also a therapist like Ariel. Only he doesn't have the skills for comedy, but he tries. Help me congratulate Alicia Kato. One of the things I respect the most about Alicia Kato is that you will not stop him when he has a point to make. Number two, he does not care about speaking the Queen's language. He will speak the language that he communicates the best in. And we love it for him. Congratulations, Kato. We are almost there, my guests, don't get tired. And now from the Republic of Uganda, Our class lawyer, Kabasinguzi Muyongere. I have discovered that I don't know when I have annoyed her. I don't know when I have pleased her. She does not show it on her face. These are definitely skills that lawyers need. Congratulations, Kabasinguze. She's going to be a part of the conversation that will surprise you on Wednesday. Ladies and gentlemen, when your fellowship manages to select a qualified fellow to go through your program, manages to secure a fellow who also fits within the theme of the conversation that is happening in the course of the year, fits within the theme of the summit, and at the same time, a fellow who decides that he can offer to be the leader of your class, you should be grateful. Mr. President of the class, Robert Okiror, an expert in education, very structured thinker. I'm asking you to watch this space. If any changes will happen in education, this mind will not be left behind. Congratulations, Mr. President. Dr. Agatha, you'll be very proud of the next person I'm about to introduce, and you will also believe that our fellowship reaches far. What did Lugome call it in the morning? Our fellowship is octopic. We managed to get someone all the way from Gulu. This one also got on a bicycle, on a I don't know. He got on everything to get here. And he has been such a pleasant addition to the class, especially because of the amount of work he's done, research work he's done across the region. So in terms of evidence of what he's talking about, this fellow was amazing. Gordon Victor Akejo. I have also not seen him frown even once. You will be told that this is a characteristic of all the people of Gulu. They never get angry. When the future president of DRC spoke this morning, he said that we should congratulate someone for the work that they have done in promoting youth knowledge and access to information about the regional integration process, and especially the customs union and the opportunities available through the common market protocol. Help me congratulate Eve Rebecca Laniero for congratulating. This one had the same energy as Angela. They kept the class going even when everyone else on the virtual platform was not giving us confidence on whether learning was happening or not. Congratulations, Eve. Congratulations. I'm now going to invite my guests to just go to the banner out there where we're going to take a group photo with the fellows. There are seats prepared for you. And Catherine and Walusimbi will guide you on how we should proceed with that. Thank you so much, Kemi, for supporting me with that process. I even broke a sweat. Thank God I did not faint. But like I said, I'll take it like a woman. We handle it anywhere. As we are waiting for them to come back, ESC Youth Fellows, please don't take selfies. Come back in here when you finish. I know you. I have been around you for long enough to know how you'll function. Please come back inside when you finish. And with that, we are going to transition into the next session, a session that is also extremely important for this conversation, a session that both MSTCDC and the Danida Fellowship Center are extremely proud of. I have been a part of this process together with some very special people in this space, but I can assure you I am not qualified. I'm not as qualified to introduce this session and run it as the person I'm just about to call up. It is also someone we have been praying and praying. When you know how to pray, you pray until people show up. We have been praying for her to come and join us. And so we are extremely excited that Jamila Mohammed accepted to join us for this fellowship. We are so excited to have her. Of course, there are very many other things that we are taking advantage of, but most importantly, we are happy to have her here because she is one of those beautiful voices of people who are exploring a career in journalism, and you can tell that she invests a lot of energy on research. The next session is for the more women in research, and I will let her introduce it to you as we set up our props. Over to you, Jamila.
Thank you, Stella. You've done so well. I'm scared. You've set a bar so high. But thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity. As the graduates settle down, congratulations to all of you. I'm sure it wasn't easy. Stella, I'm impressed. You had a story for each and every one of them. That's very, very impressive. My name is Jamila Mohammed. I'm a journalist from Kenya. I'm currently the managing editor at Citizen Television. I think a few of you are familiar with Citizen if you're in Kenya, Uganda, or Tanzania. My association with DFC started about 2 years ago. We were part of a fellowship also, but that one was a bit different. We were doing it about how to report climate change from the African front line. So we got to spend a bit of time in Denmark and Arusha here, and then we ended up in Egypt, in Sharm el-Sheikh for COP. And since then, we've formed a friendship with DFC, and this is, I think, the results of one of those amazing relationships that we formed with DFC, and Vibeka and Stella and the team here. So thank you. We have a beautiful session coming up. We talk about research. When you say research, what comes to mind? For me, I'm scared, really. Like you think about research, think about math, you think about science, you think about chemistry, biology, physics, and you're scared. You know, I'm not a science person, so when I hear research, it scares me. I think that's part of the reason why I never pursued it in school. I thought arts are easier. But then you realize you need researchers, because even the arts you're reading has to have been done by some researchers somewhere for you to be able to read and do well. So today we have a beautiful session lined up for you. We are launching a very important document. And I just want to say something small about it before we invite the amazing ladies who actually authored the manifesto we are launching today. So it's an honor for me to be part of this important conversation around the More Women in Research manifesto. This manifesto represents a powerful call to action aimed at addressing a pressing issue that affects not only women in academia, but the future of research itself. The More Women in Research manifesto is developed to change a few realities. I'll tell you what. It brings together the experiences, insights, and recommendations of 50 African women researchers from 12 countries who met, they were right here, to discuss the barriers they face and identify actionable steps for progress. The work that these women do or spoke about or highlighted looks at the obstacles that many women face in research, from societal expectations, from cultures. We all come from very strong African cultures. And as women, we know what some of those cultural beliefs do to us. They stop you from doing a few of the things that you want to do. Those are some of the things that the researchers face, and it's what is included in this manifesto. Family responsibilities. There's an amazing lady called Indra Nui. I don't know if you've heard of her. She was the CEO of Pepsi. She once said that for women, your career progression and your biological clock are in constant conflict. Because when you're supposed to be having a family, at the same time, you're supposed to be progressing in your career. So by the time you get to mid-level management, your children are teenagers. So they need you a bit more. And then your husband becomes a teenager and he needs you also. And then as you progress, your parents are getting older. They also need you to start taking care of them. And as you keep progressing now, things are changing. So what do? You're in a dilemma throughout your career, and you cannot be perfect in everything. Something always suffers. There's no you're good with a perfect wife, perfect mom, perfect employee, perfect student. And we always have this guilt thing that moms have. We have the guilty mother syndrome, I call it, because you keep thinking I should be with the children, but here I am at work. And in fact, for journalists, it's terrible. I'll tell you a story at some point. But hey, we are here for the researchers. And 50 of them sat and looked at all these barriers that women face and came up with a document, a manifesto. So originally there were 50 ladies who sat, and then there were another over 200 who gave their input. So we can say that this manifesto is the work of almost 300 women across the world. And I think we need to give them an applause. So it's a roadmap for transformation with specific recommendations for stakeholders at every level. And if you look at this manifesto, it was done by researchers, yes, but it applies to all of us in our different careers. In law, in media, in architecture, in engineering. If you look at this and you sort of like juxtapose it on the work that you do, you'll realize it actually makes sense in all this industry that we work in. And I want to thank you all for joining us for this session, because I have the honor of inviting some amazing, amazing ladies. I'll start with Jenny Falconer. Jenny, are you here? As she walks up, Jenny holds dual bachelor's degrees in chemistry and applied chemistry from the University of Witwatersrand. Since joining Siwenga Technologies in 2013, she has worked extensively in laboratory analysis and R&D, focusing on activated carbons and ion exchange resins. I have no idea what that is. As the current technical manager and a board member, she oversees laboratory and technical services. Her expertise includes acid mine drainage and lithium-ion battery recycling. I know the battery. Positioning her as a leader in environmental and sustainable technology solutions. Welcome, Jenny. Okay. Next, it's my honor to invite Dr. Agatha Lidri. Dr. Agatha is from Gulu University in Uganda. She's a historian with PhD and Masters in History from Makerere University. She's dedicated to education and post-conflict development in northern Uganda. She's a lecturer at Gulu University. She has contributed to capacity building efforts on themes like transitional justice, stability, and gender rights. She's an accredited member of FameWise Africa. She is active in conflict prevention and mediation. Welcome. I'd like to welcome my sister, Dr. Soher Hassan Ahmed from the University of Hargeisa in Somaliland. I'm Kenyan, but I have Somaliland roots, so she's close to my heart. She was formerly a practicing medical doctor. Dr. Soher now serves as an assistant professor and dean of graduate studies at the University of Hargeisa. I think it's important to note here that she's the only female PhD holder at the University of Hargeisa. She leads research on non-communicable diseases and teaches epidemiology and global health, focusing on public health challenges specific to Somaliland and the broader Horn of Africa. Welcome. I also would like to welcome Cecilia Datsa from University of Ghana. She's a research officer with a master's in urban management from Erasmus University. Cecilia specializes in public health, climate change, and solid waste management. Her current work focuses on building resilience in coastal communities to cope with climate-induced challenges, with an emphasis on reducing diarrheal diseases. Welcome, Cecilia. And now, this is the big one. And when I'm saying big one, I'm in awe of the next lady that I'm going to call on stage, because she's a first in a lot of things. Justice Professor Lilian Tibatemwa Ekirikubinza, PhD, LLD, honoris causa, and she's a judge of the Ugandan Supreme Court. She's the first East African female to graduate with a PhD in law, the first female professor of law in East Africa, the first female appointed Deputy Vice Chancellor of Makerere University in Uganda, the first Ugandan to be appointed to Uganda's Constitutional Court and Supreme Court, solely based on scholarly work. Welcome, Professor. It's an honor to have you. Asante sana. We're in Tanzania, so I have to speak a bit of Swahili. So mnaona kina mama walioko hapa? Mnaona jinsi walivyosoma? Na mnaona umri wao. Hii inamaanisha kwamba inachukua muda mrefu. Inachukua watu wasemaje, utulivu na uvumilivu na kupambana na yale yote ambayo anakuja. Maisha yanakuletea mengi, kwa sababu kina mama utataka uolewe, utataka uwe na watoto, utataka kusoma, utataka kuwa katika kazi, lakini kuna mambo ambayo yanakurudisha nyuma. Lakini hawa kina mama walipambana na hayo yote na wakafika hapa walipo. So ni furaha yetu kwamba wako na sisi hapa. You know, Swahili was born in Tanzania and it's in ICU in Kenya. I hope I've not butchered Swahili. But thank you, ladies, for being here with us. So we have a short program lined up, but I wanted Professor Lilian to actually come and speak first. I know I'm not ambushing you. I want you to speak for just 5 minutes before we let the ladies do a presentation. Please.
Good evening, everybody. I'm not very sure how many of you can listen to us after such a long day, but do try. I'm just going to talk about what I have referred to as bridging the gender gap, a call for more women in research. Age does this to people, so everybody in the room had better prepare. Bridging the gender gap, a call for more women in research. This evening, I make a clarion call for increased participation of women in research. It is also a call for more women in the leadership of research communities. It is indeed a call for more research on gender justice. We can, for purposes of our discussion, adopt this definition of what research is. Research is a systematic process of inquiry and investigation aimed at discovering new knowledge, solving problems, and advancing one's understanding of the world or the society they live in. The value of research is partly because research is the cornerstone of innovation. It is the cornerstone of progress, driving advancement in technology, in medicine, in the social sciences, and indeed in countless other fields. Research should be a precursor to raising voices, the voices we are raising in this room today and in the next few days. Research should be a forerunner to activism. Research gives legitimacy to calls for improvement or change in society. But one may wonder, why should we call for change? Is there a need for change? Of importance to gender justice is that society worldwide often leans towards patriarchy. These communities are structured on hierarchical systems of oppression where men as a class hold power over women. But we know that it's not only women who are oppressed. There are many categories of persons who are oppressed in society. A society based on hierarchical systems cannot ensure justice for all, nor can it achieve gender justice and equity. So, women must engage in research for self-preservation. We must acknowledge that the gender makeup of a profession, and in this case, the gender makeup of the community of researchers, influences its agenda and its priorities. I posit that female researchers are more likely to be alive to the specific concerns and interests expressed by women, thus influencing the research agenda. Women researchers play a critical role in promoting equity in ways distinct from their male counterparts. We have to remember that central to feminist discourse is the call for a woman's substantive participation and critical engagement in processes that affect her. Research and how it is interpreted affects women. Interpretation of the data, the information you collect, is enhanced and affected by one's lived realities. Women must lead the way. While men can be invaluable allies in the fight for women's empowerment, women cannot rely exclusively on men who are their allies. Women must be at the forefront, leading the charge for gender justice and equality. Now, I make a call for more women in the leadership of research communities. Including women in leadership is essential for fostering a more inclusive and equitable research environment. Women's presence in leadership or in leadership positions will allow them to influence the culture, the norms, the values, and the agenda of the research community. By driving the research agenda, women can mainstream the need for promoting gender equality for other marginalized groups as well. So we need to increase female leadership or women in the leadership of research communities. And yet available statistics show that the presence of female researchers in leadership positions remains very low. Influential women in research are still few and far between. So I ask, how can we bring more women into leadership positions within the research community? How can we ensure that women are present in spaces where they can lead impactful research? Part of the solution lies in mentorship. It is often said that many of the world's successful people have benefited from having a mentor. Indeed, mentoring is recognized as a vehicle for leadership development. So one of the things we must do is if we agree that an increase of influential women researchers is critical in changing the research agenda, the few women in the high echelons of the community of researchers must offer themselves as mentors. And upcoming women, the Gen Z, must identify their role models as potential mentors. Asante sana.
Asante sana, Professor. You talk about how we need more women in research, but the environment needs to be welcoming to more women in research. We'll talk a bit more to the ladies here. I'd like Sohair to tell us her story, how she ended up being the only woman with her PhD in University of Hargeisa all these years later. Lakini I'll be speaking English and Swahili, so forgive me. Yeah, I feel I'd be doing justice to our hosts here in Tanzania. Kuna maswali matatu ambayo yako katika manifesto hii ambayo kwangu naona ni muhimu. Maswala hayo ni awareness, ufahamu. Uelewe kwamba kuna matatizo na changamoto zinazowakumba wanawake. Kuna kujaribu kuondoa vile vizuizi ambavyo viko pale vinavyowazuia wanawake kuingia katika tasnia hii. Na jambo la tatu, ni lazima kuwe na njia ya kujaribu kuwainua kina mama na wanawake walioko katika masuala ya masomo, ya kufanya utafiti. The manifesto has 3 main objectives: awareness, breaking barriers, and contribution to knowledge. Vibeka, can we start preparing our slides for the ladies? And before we do that, I'd like to ask Dr. Agatha, maybe before we get on to our PowerPoint presentation, maybe you can tell us a bit about yourself, maybe in a minute or so, and how you ended up in research at Gulu University. Just encourage our audience.
Good evening to you all. When you ask me that question, it makes me smile. I was such a young lady when I came to Gulu University as a lecturer, very naive in research. I had no idea of research. But because of the university requirements, it was important we do research and one should have a PhD. And coincidentally, the Building Stronger Universities, a project funded by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Denmark, came in. And I was a participant, just like any of you will participate in workshops, seminars, and I was there, a participant. From there, I got mentored by our North partners. I entered into research. I developed a passion for research because it answered a number of questions which were lingering in my mind. From that point, because of the drive I had, self-drive, interest, motivation, I was seconded to be a deputy coordinator to the project. And I'd like to tell the Gen Zs here, when you want to be up there, you have to show your skills, you have to show your relevance. It doesn't come just like that. You have to market yourself. And I had to market myself and show my abilities. And eventually, I began growing in research. I won the first grant, which was 8 million Ugandan shillings. I don't know how much that is. And from there, we began applying for grants. The first time we won a Danida grant of 10 million. That's equivalent of 5 billion Ugandan shillings. And now we moved on, and finally we won a 20 million DKK grant under the BSU4. So thanks to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Denmark for giving us the enabling environment through funding, which is the biggest challenge to women in research. Thank you.
We were talking about where does the money come from in the morning, remember? That's where the money comes from. Maybe a question to Soher. I don't know, I think, is there a way that research can be fun? You know, when you say research, it sounds like sitting, looking at so many books, having to quote, I don't know how many, having ChatGPT, thank you. But that's not the point. Before there was ChatGPT, there's still proper research that needs to be done. So is there a way that research can be fun? Soher, in 1 minute.
Yes, there's a lot of ways that research can be funded. And we need actually to write good grants, also to find the funders. And we have from the north, sometimes, most of the time is actually. But sometimes they allow you to be a co-applicant. You don't become like the lead, maybe sometimes. But a lot of opportunity actually. It is from the north part. For example, coming back to academia was because of the DFC project through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Denmark. Because I left, as I told you in the morning, I left in 2023 academia and I went back to the NGOs where I started when I was a medical doctor. But thanks to them, because we went one of the BSU projects, then I had to be enrolled and to be part of it. But it's difficult when you are women, actually, to have such grants, and particularly for Africans, it's difficult to have grants. You need to have a lot of nurse partners and to write good proposals, which you cannot do it when you are in the early career, because you need people to have experience also to be part of it. And people also win, like previous researchers, and had a good opportunity or even good names, reputation. So that is why sometimes it's good to be co-applicant with other people. But you need to write. You need to write, and you don't get disappointed if you don't win the first one. Maybe you win the others. I remember the first one I wrote. It was through WHO EMRO office. It was $9,000 US. But now we are writing like 500,000, 1 million, and so on. So you started somewhere and you end up somewhere else. So you need to continue and practice writing. When I saw my first proposal, I said, who wrote this thing? It's a rubbish. I need to put it in the trash. But now we have like good constructed, and it's true the people you apply with. And research is not one-man show. You need to have different disciplines from every aspect. Each one will bring their experience and their knowledge, and then you will have a good proposal, which you can win through those funders.
Dr. Soher, you raise very good points. You can't do it alone. You need others. It takes time. You need to do a good proposal. Yeah, and look at her, from $9,000, now you're doing almost $1 million, and you're getting them. It's amazing. Jenny, maybe you can tell us how you can make chemistry fun.
It's not that hard if you've got good people around you. And one of the advantages that I've got being in the private sector and being in a position of power in the private sector, I am the director of my company, is that I can choose my own team, which means that I can have a look at hundreds of people and decide that I'm only going to pick the nerds and they are going to get everything done, that they have got attention to detail, and they make the process of chemistry fun. They really do. I often say that, you can put a huge amount of time and energy and effort into looking for something like a car. You can find all of the stats online, but you look for a company or you look for a team and you've got 1-2 hours to interview someone. You don't know who they are. You don't know if they're going to be enjoyable to be around. It's really important to make sure that you have got a good relationship with the people that you have to be around for 8+ hours every day.
People. That's very important. People that spend a lot of time with. Sometimes we realize we spend more time with people in the office than you do even your family. Cecilia, I'm coming to you. Tell us one thing that we need to know to be a good researcher. You're doing something to do with environment and health in Ghana. The one thing that you think we all should know to be good researchers.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm from University of Ghana and I'm a research officer. Just as my other colleagues have said, to be a good researcher, you need to write. And then you need to read a lot to be able to write a good proposal. Sometimes people think writing proposal is just putting things together and then you send it to the funders or maybe foreign donors to give you money to do your research. But if your proposal is not good, you will not be, that means you cannot put things together. And other thing is, sometimes you have to team up with others. Maybe you are in a department or you are in the university, you can team up with other people that you think can also help you in the proposal that you wanted to write, so that they can also bring their expertise so that you can write good proposals. Sometimes we write proposals and we don't get funding. Maybe the funders, what they want in the proposal, they haven't got. We've not written those things. We are just talking about other things. So you have to go straight to what you wanted to do. Your objectives should be good. You have to set up your objectives, your timelines, your methodology, everything should be very good so that you can win the proposal. And myself, let me just say this thing. I started as a junior research assistant, and I was mentored by one of my professors who passed on last 2 months. She was a woman, and she understood how I feel. So when I do something, she calls me and then tells me that, no, Cecilia, you have to do it like that. So sometimes you should get a good mentor to be able to mentor you. And whilst that person is mentoring you, you should also try to mentor somebody so that when the person is no more, just like in my case, now I have to be in her shoe to be able to mentor others. As women, most of the time, people say that women, we don't like to teach other people. But as women, we have to teach others also. So my Gen Zs over here, please get in touch with the professors in our various universities or our research stations so that you get good mentors that have been doing research. It's not any lecturer who is a researcher. We have lecturers who are not researchers. So you have to get someone who is a researcher so that the person can help you if you want to be in the field of research. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Cecilia, for that. One thread that I think ties everything the ladies have said is that you can't do it alone. You need other people. You need mentors. You need people you work with. You need people who have the same interest as you do. And of course, you need to keep pushing and not give up. As before we launch the manifesto, I'd like to give the ladies a chance to actually take us through a short presentation that we have of what is contained in the manifesto. I'm going to start with Dr. Agatha, and then we'll have Dr. Soher, and then we'll have Jenny, and then Cecilia. Maybe we can start with you, Dr.
Good evening to you all once again. It's with great pleasure we would like to present the More Women in Research Manifesto, whose work we began in March this year, as already mentioned, in a sitting of 50 women who came from 12 countries from the African continent. This manifesto is a powerful call to action, addressing the significant underrepresentation of women in academia and research at all levels, particularly in Africa. What are the critical issues? One, there are more women in academia, but few women in research. Globally, 1 in 3 researchers is a woman. Women account for 35% of STEM graduates. And there's systematic barrier for women in academia, in the institutions. And as we sat and shared experience of women in research, we realized that there was what we described as the leaking pipeline, where there are more women in the beginning of their academic work journey, and towards the end, the number drops. Where is the leakage? Apart from that, there is there are gender barriers, especially in relation to the social costs of higher education. Some of us had to leave 1-month-old babies at home to pursue our career. We had to leave our lovely families behind. It costed us marriages to come this far. These are the realities of life. Social cost of career development for the women. And then institutional barriers were also identified. Institutions are still patriarchal, thinking women cannot be in the higher ladders of administration. And therefore, this manifesto comes up with 3 objectives. 1, to create awareness of the inequalities and challenges women face in research. Gen Z women and ladies, listen carefully. Inequalities exist, but don't give up. We never gave up. Second objective is to facilitate the process of breaking the glass ceiling for women in research. We are the few women who made it this far. And thank you to Professor. You are the first woman who broke the glass ceiling to become the first professor of law. The third objective is to provide recommendations for different stakeholders, as you later on see. Therefore, it becomes important for us to influence policy and break the glass ceiling. What are the recommendations? We have recommendations to various stakeholders. The first recommendation we have is to women in research. One, women in research should commit to challenging traditional gender roles by promoting female role models and having open conversations about career aspirations. And that's what we are doing right now. Another recommendation is actively seek growth opportunities and consciously support each other in all spaces, including supporting women actors in research and in all spaces. Another recommendation goes to institutions of higher learning and research. What do we expect of them? They should recruit more female academic staff to increase representation and reduce gender biases in higher learning and research institutions. You might have seen from your universities that there are very few women lecturers and staff in research and the academia generally. Provide seed grants for early career female researchers to support their professional development. As I did say, I am what I am because the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Denmark gave research grants which enabled me to develop my research skills and career. And then lobby for scholarships for female staff and girls, especially in STEM. There are few women in STEM. And also to promote access to education and research opportunities. We recommend that higher education institutions should encourage female mentorship and associations, and also recognize women achievers in academia to inspire and support early career women researchers. And I would like to say I'm one of those. After my PhD, I won a Carnegie postdoc grant, which has enabled me further my research. So with this, we'd like to say we need more support from all stakeholders. Thank you very much. I'll hand back to me.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. I think now we let Dr. Soher come in also. Maybe we can have the slides move as our speakers continue.
Good afternoon. I will continue from where Agatha has stopped. So one of the recommendations was government institutions to initiate policies. Policies are very important, particularly for the government institutions, at least to increase the representation of women in research and academia, and also to establish a safe and inclusive work spaces for women, particularly when you have your baby or even you don't have a nanny to take care of your baby sometimes. And to make the workplace even supportive for women. Also to mainstream gender into the education curriculum, to talk about gender in the curriculums, and to provide grants, scholarships, like the one I got for my PhD, Agatha, and some of us. And also to do and to have a supportive environment for women in academic research. The second one is to find grantees or funders money. To proceed in academia, to be known, to be cited, you need to have your own grantees because your work needs to be updated. For example, if I stop where I have been, finish it when I was a PhD, then nobody will know me. You need to continue, you need to grow. And that is true to apply for funding and to find funders that will support your research. So also, we have in the funding groups, we have a committee. And the committee sometimes they do conscious and unconscious biases. They don't sometimes mean it, but also to have ensure selection of committee are gender balanced and gender aware sometimes. Also to allocate funding opportunity that is only for women led, because some of our social problems are only can be led or be investigated by females. For example, maternal health, gender-based violences, those they need to be women-led projects or research in academia. Also, we require gender sensitivity management structuring and budgeting in research projects and application also to be inclusive for our environment.
Thank you, Dr. Sawyer. Jenny?
So I'm going to go through the private sector. Being that I'm part of the private sector, this was it was easy for me to make a change that I wanted to see because I have the power within my own company. Mwenga is a 70% female company, and I allow you to have the mispronunciation of the name. Mwenga. When I started in the industry 10 years ago, it was normal for me to be the only female in the room. We would have technical meetings and every single other person would be a white guy. And when there has been some positive change happen. It was only 2 years ago that I had my first technical meeting when we only had female scientists and engineers in the room. So the private sector, thank you. Thank you. So, and it wasn't in Europe, it was in South Africa. To support the strategies where they don't already exist should be implemented, such as developing strong and balanced university private-public partnerships, funding of women-centered research, specifically women-centered research, and ensuring women's representation in R&D and in leadership. Okay. Then when we talk about civil society organizations, they are crucial to the role of advancing gender equality and women's rights, contributing to science research and advocating for policy for reforms. So much of the value of research hinges about asking the right questions, and it's impossible to know what the right questions are without engaging with the community in which that research is being conducted. We had a research question posed by a Global North partner: how much extra tax would someone pay for clean water? But this was in a community where people didn't have jobs, let alone were paying tax. So the question is not going to give us any valuable answers. So in civil society organizations, we recommend that they can support female-led research by doing the following. So insisting on data that is disaggregated by gender. This means that existing research becomes a gender study, no matter what the topic or the experimental design is. Partnering with women researchers, including women in advisory roles and in participation when it comes to questionnaire design, advocating for women's interests and funding women-led research, as well as establishing partnerships focused on women researched issues.
Twenga. That's the company she works for. Thank you. Jenny is from South Africa. Cecilia?
Good afternoon. So we continue with our recommendations. And as women researchers, when we research and we don't publish, nobody will know us. we know ourselves through publications. So we recommend to the publishers that they should collect gender disaggregated data and ensure gender balanced editorial teams to promote diversity in publishing. We also recommend that the publisher should actively invite and encourage women, particularly from marginalized regions and ethnicities, to support articles during calls for papers. And our third recommendation to the publishers is to provide training for editors and reviewers on diversity and unconscious gender bias to enhance fairness in the submission, editing, and publication processes. Then we have a recommendation to the media. This one goes to Jamila. Okay, Jamila, so the women in research want you and your colleagues to compile and publicize lists of female experts promoting their work through media pitches and highlighting their achievements on commemorative days like International Women's Day and the Day of Women in STEM. That is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. We also want the media to establish supportive networks and training programs and actively promote junior researchers' PhD work and awards to enhance visibility and recognition. We also want the media to provide media training to women researchers to help them promote their work to debunk misconceptions and thereby encourage more women in academia and STEM field. In Ghana, we say Yedamwase. That means thank you very much for listening to us.
Yedamwase. Thank you. We're almost done, I promise. I know you're all tired, you've had a long day, and it's just day one. Goodness, you guys have a whole week. No, we are almost done, I promise you. I think 2 years ago, Vibeka would remember, they brought journalists here, a group of us from Africa, South Africa, North Africa, East and West, and we spent, I think, a day or two with researchers. The first day wasn't good. The researchers thought we were not smart enough to understand what they're talking about. And of course, we all got so offended. Like, how dare you think we are not smart? You are the ones who make things too complicated for us to understand and break down. But after 2 days, we were good friends. We still keep in touch. Yeah, but we all need each other. They do amazing work. It just does not get space or time in the media that it deserves to. Because there's researchers, and the research that they do actually make differences in our societies. It could be nutrition, it could be health, it could be cow feed or a new type of seed. But then now, how do we as media break it down for people to understand that there's actually this new research that is out there and that would benefit communities? We need to start getting ready to do the launch, Vibeka and Stella. But before that, I just want to open the floor for 2 questions, two. And then we can continue. So someone has a mic for her? Come, use mine. You're not too far. You have no shoes. Okay, thank
you. Put on my shoes on. Good evening, everyone. My name is Cecilia Lubango. I am a polymath. Hi, Dr. Cecilia. I am a polymath, and how did I come to that point? I grew up with my grandfather, who was a consummate multitasker, and that instilled in me a quest to know why and how, because he always had answers to my questions, whether still or sen, he had answers, and mostly they were supported with data. So my question is, how are we going to make data or findings more engaging to a community where most people are not educated, as data from UNESCO, UNICEF, and Institute of Statistics states that 9 million of children in Africa, 6 years to 18, are out of school. As a researcher, an infant researcher, I have a background in botanical science, but took my way into arts as my mean of communication. Because most data or findings are complicated. You find data like pie charts, the way you want to communicate that data to the community where they can understand whether a problem or a solution. The reason why I love research is it's like they answer most of my questions. They have solutions, real solutions. But how am I going to tell the community this is a solution? Mostly, I took my way to arts because arts are easy to communicate. I took my way to films. I write novels. I have a book coming in January. It's called 22 Years, A Story of an African Woman. It's a story telling about domestic violence and complications about relationships in marriages for women. But how did I come to that point? Because I did a research based on my past relationship, finding out most women are going through the same problem. But how am I going to tell the society that this is a problem? Because it's a problem and probably most people don't talk about it. For instance, post-delivery depression, motherhood, trauma, whatever. But how are we going to communicate these findings in a way that it is engaging the community to understand our findings?
Thank you, Cecilia. Who wants to take that up? Maybe Dr. Agatha? How do you communicate it to the community?
Thank you so much. Thank you
Go
so
ahead.
much. Can you hear me?
Thank you, Sisi, for your question. You are really a researcher. How do we communicate our research? Even before you begin data collection, you should plan how you are going to collect data and how you are going to disseminate and what is the purpose of your research. For me, what I do is this. I have a research strategy where I engage the community. One, through community dialogue. We always, academia always assume that the community are ignorant. Power relations in research kills us. We miss data. So we enter into community engagement where we learn from the community and the community learn from us. They give us information. They are not only participants, but they give us information. We are like equals. And then we go into community dialogue. You engage the community right from the start. Unfortunate for us, academia, we come towards the end tail. So we fail to connect with the community. And then apart from that, we also undertake research for non-academia. Our problem with academic researchers that we think research should always end up in conferences, papers. No. Research for the non-academia. And how do I do it? I partner with the science journalists. I go with them to the field. They package my work in the simplest language a non-academia will understand. And then we publish it onto the media, print media, newspaper. Some of my work are in the Monitor newspaper. So that's how we disseminate our findings in the simplest way. Make use of Jamila.
I'm in Kenya. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Here, keep it simple. Keep it simple. One more question. The lady here.
Sorry, my question goes to Dr. Soher, and it's very beautiful to sit here and listen to all of you speaking to us about research. And so, Dr. Soher, you had mentioned that one has to practice a lot of writing. And you also said that for you to be able to know how to write, you must be able to read a lot. So my question is, with the world we are getting into, so far we've seen that most of my generation, we are not able to take a lot of hours to just sit down and concentrate on a subject. So how do you see the future of women in research, considering that you are also talking about mentorship? So how does that look like? Thank you.
Dr. Soher?
Thank you. Thank you. It's a good question, actually, because now with the AI that we have, you can put your whole proposal, and then you can come up with a beautiful proposal that you will submit. But that is not the real world, I'm telling you. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but you need to sit, you need to read, and then you need also to be mentored and to have your group to write with you. Through mentorship, you will learn a lot. And through sending your document back and forth to your colleagues also, it will look beautiful by the end, whether you want to submit it for funder and so on. So what I'm saying is, still, I cannot tell you, maybe you will have a research question, then you can ask ChatGPT how you generate it, and then it can give you within 5 minutes a beautiful. But the truth is, you will research, you will write, you will spend a lot of time, and you will come up with your research. And if you are a junior, as Dr. Cecilia said, you will need mentorship, whether from a male or a female or from a colleague. And then you will need your group to write with you. So if the Gen Z wants to use the ChatGPT, I'm saying good luck. But if you want to use your brains, I'm saying welcome, we can work together.
Thank you so much. Dr. Soher, Professor, thank you for being here with us. I think we need to let you have the final word before I release the ladies to go. One final word for everyone in the room.
Thank you very much. I think one of the issues which we must emphasize is that it takes hard work. You cannot escape from hard work. But also I want you to know that you must stay focused. The distractions in this world are many. And the easy way is indeed, as I called it, an easy way is to give up, but do not give up. But you should also know your priorities. And I think I'll just tell you one story and we go. After I had graduated with a bachelor's of law, I got a scholarship to go and do a master's in law in the UK. By that time, I was already dating the person who happens to be my husband today. And when I decided that I was going to the UK, many asked me the question, are you doing the right thing? Aren't you scared that you'll find the wonderful gentleman taken by another girl? The question was I to be distracted? I chose to go for my LLM in commercial law. I found a young man still waiting for me. And I think now this means that your significant other is extremely important. Choose carefully. Thank you very much.
Choose carefully, choose wisely. I remember when I got my job in television, and I was on television for the first time, someone told my husband, how are you allowing her to be on TV? How? I said, what do you mean how? Oh no, how are you allowing her to be on TV? All those people are seeing her, she has makeup on, she's on TV. That was 20-something years ago. But that support is very important. I don't know if I would have managed with all those societal expectations and cultural barriers to do the job that I do, be on television twice a week, to interview people, to be in the public eye, to be a mom, to be my mother's daughter if I didn't have the support of this amazing man behind me. So we need those good men to support us, the fathers, the brothers, the husbands, your sons. So without their support, I think we wouldn't do as well as we do. So congratulations, men. Thank you for the ones who support their women. Young ladies, choose wisely. I tell you, choose wisely. I've been married for 24 years. Yeah. I've been married for 24 years. I have 5 children. They're all Gen Zs. They're all in university. I was telling the ladies, now we are staring at an empty nest. And I keep saying, if he was not my best friend, we drive each other crazy now because just the 2 of us in the house. But then choose wisely. Take your time. Find the right man. I think on that note, I think we should stand up and give the ladies a huge round of applause. Yeah. For the ladies in the room and the over 200 plus who contributed to the manifesto, wherever they are in the world, I think we should give them a huge, huge clap. Thank you for your selfless service to the world of academia and to women research. Thank you all. Please sit down. Thank you. I'd like to call my partners in crime, Vibeka and Stella, to the stage. The 2 amazing ladies. They deserve a clap. They've organized this whole thing. Stella and Vibeka, please come on stage, and then maybe you can guide us on what's next. Thank you, ladies. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I really loved how this conversation all of a sudden turned into another kind of conversation about how to choose your husband, right? So maybe we should speak more about that. I don't know. Anyway, my name is Vibeke Kikwete. I'm a senior communications consultant from Danida Fellowship Center. You have heard a little bit. Danida Fellowship Center has been mentioned a few times, so I just wanted to tell you what it is. We are 50 years old. We are managing the research grants that the Danish government give to research collaboration between universities in Denmark and universities in the Global South. And then we also arrange capacity development programs, training programs for the Danish programs also in the Global South. And 2 years ago, we entered into a partnership with MSCCDC. And I think it's probably one of the best things we have done for the last few years, because it has enriched us extremely. We call the partnership Together for Impact. And I think that there are many things we couldn't have done on both sides if it wasn't because we had this partnership. Yeah. Now, one of the things that we knew from the beginning that we wanted to do was to push this agenda of getting more women into research and academia. Because, I mean, already in the morning we were speaking about it. We need women, we need girls in education. If we don't, we're losing out. We're simply losing out because we need to cater for all, so we also need to include all in the academic field. And I think with this project here and the launch today and what Jamila was talking about, that 50 women started, then another 278, is just showing that the project is flying. It's like, you know, some work is super heavy, some work is light. And this is one of them because it has its own motor, it's really driving itself. Of course we're working, but still it's like an agenda that's getting louder and louder, and it is getting louder because it's needed. It's as simply as that. And from our side, let me just end with Danida Fellowship Center. We can see that something is happening. We still get more research projects or grants, applications for grants by men, male PIs and male coordinators. But we also see that the projects we are getting in and we are giving grants to, that the women are applying for, the women PIs and coordinators, they are relatively more successful. So we are actually, moving, and it's really nice to see. Anyway, I wanted to also, as I said, we couldn't have done this without MSCCDC, and we couldn't have done it without YouLead, and we especially couldn't have done it without this amazing lady that you all know, Stella Agara. So thank you so much, Stella.
Thank you, Vibeke. I'm not going to say much. I'm just going to remind the young women in the room that these women were once young like you. They were walking the same journey you're walking. As you can see, they have the same struggles you have, and they have managed to get to where they are. And they have also managed to get love after choosing to develop themselves. I told the ESC Youth Fellows, and now I'm telling all of you, don't let anybody lie to you that you cannot have it all. You can have it all, you can work for all of it, and there's evidence here amongst the women in research. There was evidence in March when we met here. Jamila has presented true evidence that you can actually have it all, and so we should work hard to get everything that we want, and let nobody remind you that you will not get it. Research is the tool for development. Research is the way to design development. Research enables us, and I think most of you who have gone through our training programs know that we push for evidence-based design of programs and evidence-based development, so that we are not creating more problems or providing solutions that create problems for other sections of our society. And for that reason, engage in whatever way possible, start building your capacity for research, start taking advantage of the opportunities available as shared, and we know that you are going to be able to make a change in your society and make it in a meaningful way if you prioritize research. I will not continue speaking because I was never supposed to speak today. I'm just going to invite Kemi to bring something we had here that we're going to use to unveil our manifesto. And because this process was very, very carefully chaperoned by our executive director, I'm going to invite her to be the one to pull the ribbon. Because then, after she pulls the ribbon, we shall have officially launched the More Women in Research Manifesto. And then I'm also going to invite Professor Tibatemwa to also join us here as a trailblazer, groundbreaker, ceiling blaster, slippery floor wiper, so that they can pull the ribbon. And once the ribbon is pulled, we shall consider the manifesto officially launched. Dr. Anna and Honorable Tibatemwa. Whichever you pull, just make sure you use all your strength. I trust you, you're women. We are going on a commercial break as we find more strength.
I just wanted to say I was a lecturer for 15 years in law in Tanzania, and we don't yet have a professor in law who is a female. You know, hurdles are great in becoming a professor. It's a difficult journey, so I just wanted to share that because Professor here is the first female in Uganda, but in Tanzania we still don't have a female law professor, unfortunately. So we need more women in research. Yes.
Great. The More Women in Research Manifesto has been launched. Reach out to Kemi and our team, and you're going to be able to get a QR code from which you can be able to download the More Women in Research Manifesto. Oh, okay, good.
It's already there.
It's already there. So please make a point of reading it, make a point of talking about it, make a point of engaging in advocacy around it, because we want to encourage women.
Say all that in Swahili.
That way I hand over to Jamila.
No, lakini tungependa kuwashukuru nyote kwa muda wenu. Kama mnavyoona kuna ile QR code pale. Download, musome, muelewe. Nafikiri ni kurasa kama sijakosea 30 hivi. Na ukiwa mvivu wa kusoma nenda upeleke kwa ChatGPT basi kufanyie summary usome. Lakini tafuteni muda, msome, muelewe, mfahamu. Kama nilivyosema sio lazima iwe unazungumzia masuala ya sayansi. Ukiangalia manifesto hii uweke masuala yanayohusu media. Ukiangalia kazi zingine zote, it actually makes sense. Mimi pia nasoma na naona mambo ambayo yanasemwa pale yanatuhusu pia sisi. So please make a point of downloading and reading and understanding. It's not complicated like the way researchers are, no. This is a beautiful document. A lot of people took time to write it and perfect it. So asanteni sana kwa muda wenu. Thank you everybody. Tunachukua break kidogo, lakini tutarejea na mengine. Msiani bali sana. Thank you everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamila.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to Stella and Jamila, who have done amazingly well. Thank you very much. I know that we are getting to the tail end of it, and sometimes it can be so stretching. Some of you just arrived this morning. We know that, that's why we put the part at the very end, so that, you know, we follow the philosophy that Napoleon Bonaparte gave us and said, if you focus on the objective, the hurdles will give way. So the objective is the party at some point. So these are the hurdles, positive hurdles of more engagements. We should surely give way. So stay and be with us. We will just request the team at the back maybe to give us the song, and I will ask everybody to stand, because we are going to have our very last item, and then we shall break for tea. There is tea outside already, and we shall prepare for the fire chat. So I would request that we stand just to shake yourselves, or someone can come and give us an energizer as they prepare. If there is a volunteer, this is your moment. Yeah. Is there a volunteer? It's a bit dark now, I can't see you well. Is someone raising their hand? Or we can have someone to support us. Yeah. You're doing it very well. Come. Feel free, come. Come on. Whatever you show us, we are going to do.
Young men and women, with the pillars, with the future, here we are, let's join together, with ability to change communities, with love, with peace, to respond to our need, to call for unity. Africa, hear me cry, never leave me alone, as I see light in a brighter future, let's join hands for youth and women, let's join hands for youth and women.
Vijana kutoka mashariki, magharibi, kaskazini na kusini, hata na kati, twaja pamoja ili tufanye nini?
I lead, we lead
together. So you lead, I lead, we lead together. We will lead.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, the technical team. Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, you can take your seats for now. I am now requesting that anybody that can hear my voice and you are outside our venue would request that you come in. Wherever you are, please come back so that we can have this very, very important last session. I'll just make an announcement. Tomorrow, we shall be wearing the lovely t-shirts that we received. Yeah, if you love it, say yay, yay. Is it ding, ding? Yeah, ding, ding. So tomorrow we are putting on our t-shirts. Please remind everybody, in case your neighbor at the hotel or the room you're staying is about to forget, tomorrow no suits, it is the t-shirts. Yes, so and I see that everybody is happy. We will be taking photos, we'll be capturing extra moments just like we did today. So please, I'm also waiting for the people that are positioned out there to come. My punishment still stands. I normally punish people with $50. So if there is anybody out there that is meant to be, just tell them to come. I have empowered you. Yes, Anna is here. And everyone else, please come. Come as I welcome Stella back for the very final. And we kept the very best for the very end. Thank you.
I can't believe I haven't had an opportunity to show you how well I can dance. Every time the song is playing, I'm running around, but I'll get my opportunity. I would like to switch mode to the presidential address. And so I'm wearing my serious coat. Please wear yours as well. Those who are outside the room, please come back inside the room so that we can have the official address. And with that, allow me to recognize all the guests in the room. His Excellency Mr. Amara Kalon, Minister of Public Administration and Political Affairs from the Republic of Sierra Leone. The representative of the Deputy Secretary General, His Excellency the Ambassador General David Onen, Her Excellency Ms. Christine Grau, the Ambassador of the European Union to Tanzania, His Excellency Mr. Jesper Kamasgard, Ambassador of Denmark to Tanzania, Mr. Vianney Rendela, Country Director, Agra, Tanzania, and mine truly, the Executive Director of MS Training Center for Development Cooperation. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Help me appreciate everyone who has made it here today for the YouLead Summit 2024. Come on, I can get better energy from you. I promise I shall make it worth your while if you give me the best energy on this last part of the journey. I am going to invite my guests to come to the front, starting with the chief guest to come to the front. And of course, to be accompanied by Ambassador General and Dr. Anna, come to the front. Your Excellencies, Ambassador of Denmark and Ambassador of the European Union. Mr. Vianney Rendela. Great. We have been waiting for this day for so long. Those of you who know about this summit know that initially we had even planned to have it in Rwanda, and the journey to have it here in Tanzania has taken quite some effort. We are glad that we made it here. We are glad that everybody who has worked so hard to make this event happen has actually managed to keep their energy up to this point. You shall meet them at some point. Because of that, it's extremely important that you hear what our partners have to say. Many of them have invested time, technical knowledge, resources, tremendous resources, you can tell from the branding, in making this event a success. And we do not take it for granted that every single year YouLead Summit has constantly gotten partners who are willing to invest in the dream of having young people participating in the regional integration process. Your Excellencies, if you will please allow me with your indulgence, I made a huge mistake when we were doing the ESC Youth Fellows graduation. I forgot to recognize faculty who are here. We had the Youth Enterprise faculty present. If you're here, please wave. They have been with us for the last 2 weeks and they are still staying here. And part of the reason why I must recognize them is because they are going to be running other workshops for us tomorrow, including the business pitching, and I don't want them to go on strike. So faculty on youth inclusion in social economic development and public policy making, you've been recognized. Please don't run away from me. The other group that I forgot to recognize is the representatives of the partners. We have Nicholas Luoga representing the Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete Foundation. We have ELF representatives. If you're here, please wave. Hey, I hope they've not left already. And then we have representatives of the Julius Nyerere Leadership Center, who I believe are also, my goodness, they've protested, but at least I have recognized them. You've seen, great, they're here. Those are my loyal people. Congratulations, all of you, for all the work that you've done in making the fellowship a success. And back to the program, I'm going to hand over to the expert in the assignment that I was about to carry out, Jamila.
At this rate, you're the expert. Thank you, Stella. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for staying with us until now. Asanteni kwa kuwa na utulivu and the patience. I don't know, the microphones don't like me, Stella. So we're about to finish, we're about to wrap up. Of course, we have to get the presidential address, and I'm grateful to our VIPs for being here. So we have to start with the boss. So Dr. Anna, please join us on stage and give us your remarks. Thank you.
Mr. Vianney Rayandela, Country Director, Agra, Tanzania. His Excellency, Mr. Jesper Kammersgaard, Ambassador of Denmark to Tanzania and DAC. Her Excellency, Ms. Christine Grau, Ambassador of the European Union to Tanzania and the EAC. Representative of the Secretary General of the East African Community, Mr. David Onan. His Excellency, Mr. Amara Kalon, Minister of Public Administration and Political Affairs, Republic of Sierra Leone. All protocols remain observed. Youth of Africa. It is an honor hosting you all here in the home of YouLead Africa, a joint initiative of MS Training Center for Development Cooperation and the East African Community Secretariat. In 2017, young visionary leaders convened here at MSTCDC to discuss how best the youth of East Africa could support the agenda of regional integration of the EAC. Since then, that bold vision extended across the African continent, envisioning an Africa that is prosperous and integrated, driven by the bold aspirations, dreams, leadership, and creativity of its largest population, the young people of Africa. This is all driven by you who are here present today. It has been a journey, despite the immense challenges that all generations are facing, not only in Africa, but across the world. Climate change, conflicts, and geopolitical tensions are forcing us to rethink how we can promote a politics of solidarity, which places the young generation not only as the leaders of tomorrow, but of today. Remarkable contributions have been made since this morning. We have heard testimonies and personal journeys of young leaders across East Africa, reminding us that youth leadership comes with challenges and immense responsibilities. If you remember this morning, people were talking about technology challenges, polarization, and even terrorism as some of these challenges. In common is the power of formal and informal education in shaping the narratives and skills of Africa's biggest demographic, the youth. I am myself a strong advocate for education. As an academic, I believe that the power of knowledge can make a difference in our quest to transform not only our communities, but Africa as a continent. Equally, they say that the personal is political, and therefore it is my hope that my journey as an academic can be of inspiration to understand how multiple layers of inequality affect equitable and fair access to education and managerial roles. As a woman in leadership, despite my knowledge, qualifications, and experience, I was questioned a lot. I was paid less than a man who was qualified with a master's degree, although I was a PhD holder. My deanship was questioned, wondering whether it was me or was it my husband who was actually doing all the work. My pregnancy was questioned when I couldn't walk because I was 7 months pregnant and very big, and I was told I was just being lazy as a woman. And even my deanship was questioned because I was told, when I was offered the job, I was told, we don't have a man who can do the job, so it just has to be you. Yeah, that's true. So my story, therefore, is testament that we are far from achieving equitable opportunities. And I am pleased that MSTCDC's host country, the United Republic of Tanzania, has registered remarkable political and significant socio-economic development in recent years. This can be attributed not only to a few decades of sustainable macroeconomic and political solidarity, but also to investment towards education, as promoted by our patron, His Excellency Dr. Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete, former President of the United Republic of Tanzania, and current Chair of Global Partnership for Education, and Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania. Their remarkable leadership is testament that education can make a difference in people's lives and people's active participation in country affairs. As MS Training Center for Development Cooperation, over the years, in collaboration with governments, regional economic communities, civil society, development partners, youth groups, and their allies, we have gained a reputation as the go-to place for short-term professional learning, training offers, academic courses, and convenings for thematic, multi-stakeholder social dialogues and debates. We are passionate about democracy, governance, leadership, and climate justice, but youth engagement sits at the very heart of our strategy, acknowledging that empowering young people means advancing their leadership in addressing the challenges of the African continent. This is because African countries face challenges that come at a time when the international order has already been reached for a new century. This demands for a new era of cooperation to ensure that a politics of solidarity takes precedence over isolation, conflicts, and barriers. I firmly believe that avenues such as this that enable conversations and provide platforms for comprehensive strategizing will help our nations and people to arrive at a pivotal moment once more. Therefore, this edition of YouLead Summit signifies an important step as we integrate education within the pillars of YouLead's work to ensure that young people are agents of meaningful change and positive transformation in Africa. Education is not a privilege, but a fundamental public good that shapes the future of our continent. As we channel discussions to propound transformational leadership by equipping individuals with the skills to drive change, let's rethink innovative training methodologies and programs and collaborative initiatives that will nurture and breed young leaders to navigate today's challenges and envision tomorrow's opportunities. As we do so, it is critical that we address existent disparities that will allow us to achieve gender equality and unlock the full potential of our young people. It is therefore imperative that you, as young people, think on how best we can invest in girls' education as a channel to strengthen our communities, and how best we ensure that women actively contribute to meaningful change in our society. I therefore urge that we join a collective effort to address gender disparities in education. As a woman in academia, I can attest from personal experience that we are far from achieving an equitable and fair access to education, as well as to managerial and leadership roles. I was the only dean that was a woman amongst 20 deans and directors in my university. You know, it's not easy. Anyway, discriminations are oftentimes intersectional, which require a deeper consideration on how we integrate education in the discourse of Africa's youth development. We must be conscious of the multiple realities of women, people with disabilities, and other marginalized groups. And we can do so if we meaningfully commit to a collective effort to address all these challenges. By committing to these actions, we can unlock the potential of all youth and create a brighter and equitable future for everyone. Therefore, I urge the esteemed partners to prioritize providing inclusive education that equips young people for future opportunities, that streamline physical and mental well-being. I truly believe that by equipping youth with relevant skills, mentorship, and meaningful job opportunities, we will empower them economically, while policies will address gender equality and social inclusion to ensure that everyone, and most importantly girls, will thrive without barriers. To do so, it is imperative that young people are meaningfully involved in decision-making processes. I believe that this is the appropriate space to deliberate, dream, and boldly elaborate Pan-African solutions to African problems. I therefore wish you fruitful deliberations. Please do not refrain from being radical. This is the time and venue for you to rethink strategies that will address the issues that your generation is facing. But also have fun. Network, create new friendships, and own the space that we are gladly offering to all of you. Asanteni sana, shukran, merci, and thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anna. She said, have fun. We're getting to almost to the end of our sessions today. But before that, I'd like to call His Excellency, Mr. Jesper Karmasgaard, who's the Ambassador of Denmark to Tanzania. He's new. He's been in Tanzania for how long? 2 months now? Karibu sana. Karibu, 3 months.
Thank you so much. I would like to say hello to all the distinguished guests up here, but also to all the young people in the room. Habari Sadoni? Oh, I'm glad you're still awake because I feel a little bit that I'm coming between you know, the finalization of the day and then the big party tonight. So please help me out during my speech, and I hope that you listen. I'm so happy to be back at MSTCDC. It's really a piece of Denmark in East Africa. It was created more than 50 years ago in partnership between Denmark and Tanzania. I was here in 2008 together with Her Majesty the Queen of Denmark. I've been visiting here many times. My best friend today I met here. He was the director for programs at MSTCDC in 2000 and between 2006 and 2011, I think. So I have a really big heart, and MSTCDC is placed very, very close to my heart. I'm also delighted to be able to witness today the launch of the manifesto, More Women in Research. I think that, it's really an important topic, and I was also very, very happy to learn that I represent a country that really made a difference for women in research, seeing a lot of the female researchers up here who has gained and succeeded partly through funding opportunities from Denmark also made me really glad and happy to be here today. I would like to say a little bit more about women in research and also use some of the words that was also spoken by my good friend, Miss Ulla Nesby, who is the director for the Danida Fellowship Center, and that I have also had the pleasure to work with for many, many years. I think inequality in research is a topic which is relevant all over the world. And when I look at Denmark and take some of the data from Denmark, we have every year, beginning of the year, we publish data about women in research and the 50 most cited Danish researchers in Danish media each year. And when it was published in the beginning of this year, out of the 50 most cited researchers in Denmark, only 4 were women. And the most cited woman ranked only as number 24 on the list of 50. And also in Denmark, women in research is still a challenge, despite us having worked on equality between genders for so many years. Women constitute less than 30% of researchers globally. In Denmark, only 35% of researchers in university are women, and only 24% of the professors are women. This underrepresentation of women repeats itself in academic leadership everywhere in the world. In African top 97 universities, for example, only 21% have female chancellors, 14% have female vice chancellors, and 26% have female registers. In Denmark, only 28% of the leaders in universities are women. It is very important that all perspective and diverse ideas have to be represented in research, which is why we need to change the current state of underrepresentation of women in research. The statistics are depressing, and it may feel like we have such a long way to go and that we may not reach equality anytime soon. When I speak to my colleagues at the Danida Fellowship Center, who are funders and administrators of research projects, it does give me some room of optimism. When women apply for research funds, they are more thorough and their ideas and plans are solid. On behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Denmark, Danida Fellowship Center administers the entire portfolio of Danida grants to collaborative research projects between Danish universities and research institutions and universities in the developing countries and growth economies that Denmark collaborates with. DFC's experience is that there are more men applying for research funds, as already mentioned by my colleague earlier today, than women. But women are relatively more successful, and I will give you some figures to demonstrate that. In 2022, Denmark received 114 applications for development research funds. Only 18% of those were from women. But 33% of the 21 granted projects were projects headed by women. In 2023, Denmark received 128 applications. 27% only were from women. But 60% of the selected projects for funding were women-led projects. So that's quite an achievement. And I think that's something to be celebrated, and which is very, very encouraging and remind us that the picture can be changed if we put it into action. Let me end by a more general and short remark about youth on the African continent. In 2050, 1/3 of the world's youth will live on the African continent. And the youth will continue to outnumber other age groups. The youth, they have dreams and they want opportunities. They want jobs. They want material and social wealth. And the politicians on the African continent that manage to hear and win over the voice of the youth will be the winners and the rulers of tomorrow. Final word, and the wisest words I heard today was from the Honorable Judge of the Supreme Court of Uganda, Tiba Temwa. You cannot escape hard work. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana, Balozi. You cannot escape hard work. Thank you very much. I'm going to interrupt protocol a bit. I'll come to you, Balozi Christine, in a bit. But before you, if you allow me, we need to welcome our hosts. We have Madam Dorcas Mwakoi, who's a country program lead for AGRA Tanzania. She's representing the country director, Mr. Vianney Ruendela, who couldn't be here with us. So I'd really like to let her speak, and then we'll come to you. Thank you. Welcome, 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 Madam Dorcas.
Thank you. His Excellency, Mr. Jesper. Okay. His Excellency, Mr. Jesper Kamsgaard, Ambassador of Denmark to Tanzania and EAC. His Excellency, Ms. Christine Grau, Ambassador of the European Union to Tanzania and his EAC. The representative from for the Secretary General East Africa Community. His Excellency, Mr. Amara Kalon, Minister of Public Administration and Public Affairs of the Republic of Sierra Leone, ladies and gentlemen, and all protocol observed. Good evening. My name's Dorcas Mwakoi. I'm representing the country director. He was here actually the whole day, but he had a flight, so he had to leave to catch the flight. So I'm going to read his remarks because he had his very clear remarks. Says, I'm glad to be part of the YouthLead Summit 2024, scheduled this week, 4th to 8th November in Arusha, with the theme Igniting Potential of Africa's Youth Population, Reinstating Education as an Eminent Public Good. It holds the prospects to bring together young people in the African continent and youth-led and youth-serving organizations governments and development partners, relevant stakeholders, to be able to deliberate on the state of affairs of Africa education and its relevance for youth empowerment in Africa. I would like to thank the patron for YouthLead in the East African community, the organizers of this YouthLead forum, the MTDCD, and also the ESC for this great and important convening. We recognize that this convening is in line with the provisions of ESC Youth Policy 2016, which prioritizes the need to build networks, partnerships, and also institute an annual Youth Leaders Forum with the ESC Secretary General as the regional platform for youth engagement under the ESC leadership. Well, of course, by ensuring inclusion and regional integration agenda is taken cognizance. We recognize as AGRA that this is an important forum for peer review by government development partners, youth coalitions, implementing partners, and other key stakeholders to deliberate on progress we are making in relation to the state of affairs of African education and its relevance, especially for youth in Africa. Today, we are here to participate as AGRA it's our first time, by the way. So we are here to participate in the 2024 YouthLead Summit, and AGRA joins the efforts in investing on the youth agenda in alignment with African Union theme of the year and as per young people's demands. AGRA, as you know very well, we are implementing our third cycle of AGRA strategy. We are calling it 3.0 across 11 African countries. In Tanzania, core of AGRA programs, 90% of our program in the next 5 years in Tanzania will be mainly youth centered. Our target is to reach 1 million youth. We want, other than reaching 3 million plus farmers, our target is to reach 1 million youth in Tanzania and create full-time, dignified, fulfilling jobs for youth at a tune of about 250 plus thousand jobs. It's a huge vision we have, but we believe that together with partnerships like this, it is possible. And we are doing, so we have a program on youth, for the youth who are here, especially from Tanzania. And we also have similar programs in other African countries. We also have continental and regional programs. So you can reach us for more information so that you can be part of those investments. In Tanzania, we have the Youth Entrepreneurship for Future of Food and Agriculture, or the acronym YEFA. YEFA is being implemented in partnership with the MasterCard Foundation, and it with an overall aim of youth empowerment and creating job opportunities in the youth in the agribusiness sector. The YEFA program is a groundbreaking initiative aimed at empowering young Africans to become successful as agripreneurs. Developed through a partnership between AGRA and MasterCard Foundation, YEFA represents significant of about $350 million US investment in unlocking potential of the continent in across 11 countries. So in AGRA, we are investing about $40 million US for youth in agribusiness. But we realize that for these efforts to be realized, there is need to have collaborative efforts. AGRA Tanzania, we are very open to have partnerships with various organizations at all levels, development partners, youth Apex organizations, youth SMEs, and all manner of youth in the agri industry, and of course the government being at the center. So we believe that the outcomes of the summit will serve as an invaluable resource for key actors as they consider the structure of Africa's curricular development plans and major education concerns that affect the continent in depth. This will include, of course, we have seen women in research. We need to see how we motivate more women to come into that space. We increase literacy levels and also professional development for young population in the African continent. So with these few remarks, allow me to say thank you once again for bringing AGRA into this space, and we believe it is a start of a journey and a continued partnership under YouthLead. Thank you.
Please, makofi for Madam Dorcas. Thank you. She stepped in for her boss. Thank you. Okay, so our next speaker is Balozi, Her Excellency, Ms. Christine Grau. She's the Ambassador of the European Union to Tanzania. Balozi wa Muungano wa Europa nchini Tanzania. Welcome.
Thank you so much. With the permission of the Minister, I will also skip the protocol. I think it's a bit late, so I'll just say hello to everybody here. It has been quite a long day and a very intense day also for all of you here. What I have seen now, we have seen so many different aspects today. I mean, of course, you youth leaders, which is highly relevant, but then we have also had in-depth discussions on education, and of course the graduates that we celebrated, and then the last very highly relevant discussion round about women in research. Thank you so much for this. I know that you're probably all very tired, so I will try to be short. It has been very interesting discussions, and what I really liked about today is that it has been very forward-looking. We all know that we are currently living in a world which is really changing a lot. It has been very heartwarming to see how you look forward, how you plan, what ideas you have for the future, how you learn on the different experiences that have been made, and how we can use this to address all the rapid changes that all of us face. Let's face it, we have many changes of economic, social, economic nature. So yeah, social, as I already said. So we need you young people. And I think this is the main message that you should take home. We need you because you are young, you are highly motivated, you have a lot of ideas, you are forward-looking, and also many of you are highly trained by now. And this does, of course, not mean that we will not be there, the current generations. Of course, we are there. But today and tomorrow and the other days we will listen for you. But of course, we will also help you and support you in these endeavors that you're having. So for us as European Union, and I think that includes the member states as well and Team Europe, to engage with the youth is not an option. It's a necessity. It's something that we absolutely need to do, but we want to do it as well. It's a real pleasure. Your critical thinking, your innovative approach, and also your passion that I see in many of you today, they are necessary to evolve further in our societies for the future. Now, I don't want to talk so much about the European Union today. We have a number of colleagues here, and in particular, we have our representatives of the Youth Sounding Board here, which we really love. I'm very pleased to see a number of representatives from other countries as well. But let me put this in a way that covers many of the areas that we have discussed today. The European Union and the member states, we will, as Team Europe, very clearly continue to engage a lot on education. And that includes also research. That includes, of course, supporting third countries, but also providing opportunities for cooperation between universities, providing scholarships to the EU countries and so on, teaching the trainers. There's a lot of opportunities that we have. And as I said, there are many colleagues here and the Youth Sounding Board members who can give you more information. We are also very committed to continue to support the youth. The Youth Sounding Board is one element, but we are also looking very much and creating jobs for the youth and also to improve their education in the future. And then gender. We had with this very interesting panel that we just had, gender and equal opportunities remains a very strong focus of the European Union and the member states, not only in Tanzania, but in other countries as well. And just a word also, I'm very pleased that we continue to work with the Eastern Africa community on these aspects. I think for us, first of all, the East African community as European Union is a bit of a sister organization. We know a lot about integration. And what we see here with the presence of different people-to-people contact, that's of course something that we have learned in the European Union, and we are really, really profiting from this a lot. We will certainly also, together with the EAC, continue what we have done in March, also with the center here, lively and constructive debates with the young people. I think we have seen a big need for that worldwide, for sure, but also in this region. And as we know, it's not only transparency and accountancy, but certainly also debates and lively constructive debates, which are very important elements of a healthy political system. And this is something I would like to put very close to your heart of young people. You need to learn how to debate, because that's an important element for your future also. And that's, for example, in the case when you have very diverse teams, you should always have diverse teams. They are more difficult to manage, but you get only the best out of yourself if you have it. But you need to learn how to debate and have a debate culture. And the second issue I want to give you on the way also is, and it has been said many times today, you need to build up your networks. And those networks stayed with you. They stay with you in many, many different, you change networks, but the people from previous networks, they stay with you. And these are the people that are the most trustworthy because they assess you critically but constructively. And that's what will bring you forward in your personal life, but also in your endeavors, what you want to achieve. And then lastly, I want to say also, I wanted to quote the hard work as well. So Jesper, thank you for taking that already up. But there's something that I think your generations, you're already much better at that we are, our generation. But beyond hard work, you need to also get a literacy on IT knowledge, social media, and so on. Because in your case, what is very different from older generations, we did research, we did our work, but you have so many sources of information coming in that your critical analysis to find out what is good, what is bad, what is fact-based, what is not fact-based is highly important for your endeavors also if you want to achieve your goals. Lastly, let me just tell you that I really hope that you're having good discussions the next 2 days. I'm very, very happy that we could contribute as European Union to this event, and asanteni sana.
Asante sana, Balozi. Thank you, Excellency. As Stella makes her way up here to introduce our final guest, or just on the same on what Balozi was talking about, just want to remind you that you should join us on Wednesday where we have a debate in the afternoon on why we need to get women in research and academia. And then we have a career clinic on Thursday on how to pursue a career in academia with the Mawazo Institute and women who've actually done it. So remember, Wednesday and Thursday, we have some exciting sessions. Co-host, karibu.
Thank you very much, Jamila, for steering that ship so well. We are almost there. I'm going to, without further ado, invite the representative of the Secretary General of the East Africa Community, who is also the Director for Political Affairs, to come and read the speech of the Secretary General, and then he's going to invite the chief guest to speak. Over to you, Ambassador General.
I want to start by asking for your permission if you are ready to listen to a written speech of 5 pages now. You are not ready. Excellency, Chief Guest, I want to ride on the existing protocol, and I recognize all of you, but I want to emphasize the fact that I recognize the young people here more than before. Before I get into a summary of what the Secretary General has given us a message to you, I also want to say 1 or 2 lines of my own. 14 years ago, 2014, while I was still working here as a regional training and development advisor, we initiated what we call a Youth Governance Festival. If you are in that compound in front of Mandela and Library, you look this side, you see the wall. Be careful and read what is there. That Youth Governance Festival was supported by MS Denmark fully, and we brought 200 young people in this center to debate on issues of governance in the continent. At that time, we focused on East Africa. This has now developed and metamorphosed to what we are calling now YouLead Summit or YouLead program, which was further developed by my successor, Ivan Natuyambe. I am saying this because I'm proud to see this YouLead Summit and program grow, and a number of fruits have come out of this, especially with the guidance of our leadership, Secretary General and Patron. The fellowship that the fellows that you saw graduating a few minutes ago are a product of YouLead Summit. And we said we cannot just be having a summit, and what are we putting our fingers on as the outcomes of those, and that we can be proud of that as part of the outcome of YouLead Summit. I would like to bring an apology of my leadership from the Secretariat, EAC Secretariat. Some of you may not be aware, this is not a very good season for us in terms of running programs and activities at the Secretariat. We have so many major activities running at the same time. This morning I told you I just came from Moroto. I came with my supervising Deputy Secretary General. This morning he had to travel to Kisumu, where he's supposed to go and preside over finance administrative matters being discussed by the council. We have two Deputy Secretary General. The second one, Annette came back from Juba on Friday, also to attend to a few things on that Friday, and she had to fly back to Juba, where we are having a major activity we call the Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete exhibition of small scale business people exhibiting in Juba, but also it's a cross-cultural activity that brings all the partner states of East Africa to one center. While here in Arusha, we have another sectoral council for EAC, sectoral council for ministries responsible for EAC and planning, which also commenced this morning. Actually, Annette had to open it first. The Deputy Secretary General Annette opened it first, then she flew to Juba. And I'm saying this because this is supposed to be our convening space, MS-20 Center for Development Cooperation and EA Secretariat. And I don't want you to feel hungry seeing me since morning. That is that the only man or the only person in the EAC. So that is the reason why you are not able to see a number of them. And most of these activities are actually running up the 8th of this month. Coming to the message from the Secretary General, which I hope I'm not going to deviate so much from the content, although I don't have to read live, is that in the opening line, the East Africa community is honored once again to welcome you to the welcome you young people of Africa and to the 8th EAC Youth Leadership or YouLead Summit 2024, hosted here at Arusha at the 20th Center for Development Cooperation here in Usa River. I also take this opportunity to welcome all of you, the invited guests and policymakers, as well as the development partners to this summit. Ladies and gentlemen, under the theme, Igniting the Potential of Africa's Youthful Population, Reinstating Education as an Eminent Public Good, this year's summit put a spotlight on education in the East African region, but also in Africa as a whole, bringing together all these young people. I'm taking you through the introduction, but the rest I think I can help shorten it. In Africa, bringing together young people in the African continent, youth-led and youth-serving organizations, governments and development partners and relevant stakeholders to deliberate on the state of affairs of African education and its relevance. We intend to examine the extent to which the existing policy and institutional environment is in relation to the standard of education enables meaningful youth participation in leadership, the level of competence and skills that are responsive to the apparent needs and aspirations of the young people in Africa. In the rest of the message, she has made reference to the various commitments and the global, regional, continental commitments that we are working towards, but also try to evaluate to what extent we have achieved them and how much meaning it is adding to our endeavors, both in inclusion, access, quality of education. The next thing, the Secretary General also talks about the unfavorable statistics in education, both from primary up to tertiary, and how that could be addressed through better policy options, which partly we also discussed earlier with the policymakers and development partners in the roundtable, in the policy and the roundtable discussion. And also she mentions EAC efforts into doing its part as a regional policy center in this part of the continent, that EAC has frameworks that attempt to address some of the governance and policy and programming gaps in the delivery of education services in the region, but also applauds the partner states and at the national level for all the efforts that they have put in place in terms of ensuring an education services and delivery that meets the expectation of 21st century youth or unemployment market. Finally, she has appreciated the contribution of various stakeholders to make this summit a success. Appreciating everybody, but she has mentioned the European delegation in Tanzania, Embassy of Denmark, the Danida Fellowship Center, AGRA, Oxfam, Nyerere Center for Excellency in Kampala, and of course the foundation for the Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete Foundation here in Dar es Salaam. Finally, in her own words, I would like to appreciate the partners and sponsors of the 8th EAC YouLead Summit, with whom it would not be possible to organize. And on that note, now I also read from her own word. May you very successfully and enjoyably, may you have very successful and enjoyable time during summit in Arusha. And it is now my singular honor to invite the chief guest, His Excellency Amara Colon, Minister of Public Administration and Political Affairs of the Republic of Sierra Leone, to come and address this 8th EAC Summit and officially open it. Your Excellency, you are welcome.
Thank you very much, my brother, representative of the Secretary General of the EAC. Interestingly, this morning, while I was talking with my elder sister as to what should be my point of discussion today, I was thinking about whether I need to write a speech or I need to speak from the heart. But this afternoon during lunch, I was informed by her that I need to be part of the bonfire tonight. And as a scout, a practicing scout, somebody who has gone through the ranks of scouting from Cub Scout right to the second highest rank in global scouting, which as an adult leader, assistant leader, trainer, 3 bid. I think the best point wherein I can discuss with young people about my personal life and use it as an inspiration is around the bonfire. So how many of us have been scouts here? Wonderful. So I have my brothers in scouting, always in a state of readiness. Also, let me take this upon and ask that I stand on the existing protocol for time. And what I have done is to reduce my speech so that I don't keep the Gen Zs sitting here, because I know what happened in Kenya. And I don't want them to chase me, for time in this hall. But also allow me so that I can recognize the people at the high table for their good work. So, Madam Moderator, Mrs. Jamila, thank you so much for your good work. Mr. H.E., Mr. Jesper Kamasgard, the Ambassador of Denmark to Tanzania and the EAC. His Excellency, Madam Christine Grau, Ambassador of the European Union to Tanzania and EAC. The representative of the Secretary General of the East African Community we have been discussing since this morning. Dr. Anna Howell, Executive Director of the MS Training Center for Development Cooperation. Since yesterday, we have been together. Conveners of this great YouLead Summit, master planners and founders of this great, honorable and distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, all of you are my colleagues here, and most importantly, the Gen Zs who are gathered here. I bring you warm felicitation and love from the people of the Republic of Sierra Leone. Thank you for the opportunity to join you in Arusha for this year's YouLead Summit, a vibrant platform that brings together Africa's brightest and most promising young minds and seasoned leaders from across our continent. Viva. It is a privilege to stand before you today as we gather under the theme, Igniting the Potential of Africa's Youthful Population. That is, we are reinstating education as an eminent public good. Take note of that word. Eminent public good. So as the Minister of Public Administration and Political Affairs, my responsibility in my ministry is to make sure that services, public goods, are being made available for the people of my country to utilize. So when we talk about education as a public good, it falls within my domain to make sure that the bureaucracy of permanency, which we call the civil servants, are able to make sure that education becomes a public good in my country. Our continent is young, and Africa is the most youthful continent in the world. Over 60% of our population are under the age of 25 years. So meaning, if you want to fight a war, you need labor or manpower, come to Africa. If you want to do agriculture, come to manpower. If you want the manpower for agriculture, come to Africa. If you are an is here to prepare their graves. Because Africana is the home for graves, for dead bodies, after they have been skewed from the energy they have during their youth age. It's a shame. It's a shame. But as we sit on the brink of an era shaped by artificial intelligence, I was discussing with my sister. I have been in many young youth forums. They have the APRM Youth Symposium, the first, second, and third youth symposium, many across Africa and the globe. Young people, when they come to the stage, what they say, they criticize artificial intelligence. They cry down that artificial intelligence is here to take their job. Change your mindset. AI is here to stay. It is here. Whether you like it or not, it is driving public delivery systems and processes. So the question is, how do you make use of it? How do you apply yourself? But at the same time, how do you make sure that you become a critical thinker on utilizing technology? Very critical. Let us ask ourselves, can we equip our young people to strive in the world that lies ahead? The answer lies in a commitment to education. Education, education, education. Not just as a service, but as a fundamental public good that transcends the barriers of class, gender, and geography. Let us ensure that education is not a privilege, but a right accessible to every young African. Standing here today, I lost my father at the age of 6 months old, with a mother who was a fishmonger. The only thing who's making me to stand here today is education, full stop, nothing else. Nothing else. The last child to my mother and the only boy child. Nobody to take care of us. The only thing that brought me to this stage today is education, full stop. Nothing else. And so, if we want to invest in education, we have to look at education as a public good. Let's reinstate education as a public good because it matters. Because it matters. Even the agriculture, I'm an agriculturist mom. I have a technical certificate in agriculture, a higher national diploma in agronomy, a BSc in Agri General, a master's in rural development, and a postgraduate diploma in agricultural policy analysis in Africa. And so, even agriculture, as we are talking now, has been made sexy. Even agriculture, which while I was in school, while I was with my mother, I used to help my uncle. When I went to the university, they were asking me, why are you going to study agriculture? Your father, your mother, your uncle, all your family were farmers, and you also want to be a farmer? Mindset. It has changed. It has changed. The world at the global stage, anything has to do with education. If not, just lock yourself in the room and wait for death. And so, why do we need to reinstate education as a public good? Education has traditionally been regarded as the gateway to economic stability, improved health outcomes, and vibrant civic participation. But for too many African youth, this gateway remains closed, or at best, partially open. So this morning, somebody was discussing accessibility, quality, and equity. About 98 million children and youth in sub-Saharan Africa are out of school today. And the situation is particularly acute among girls, the rural youth, and the economically marginalized. So an educational system that treats students as a customer or views learning merely as a path to specific job skill is a system that has lost sight of its purpose. So that's why when I came here, I was discussing with my sister to look at the curriculum. She never knew why I was asking because I want to make reference to this particular clause in this presentation, and it fits. Because our curriculum or our curricula in Africa is still being customized to our colonial masters' way of education, while they have transcended boundaries, and now they are developing curricula based on the labor market. We still have people, we still have universities in Africa still studying history of civilization. Still studying English language, which is good. But the question here is, how do we employ ourselves? The question is not when we go out of the university, it's not about we seeking for employment. It's about we employing ourselves and creating employment for other people. That's the education we are talking about. And that should be the drift. Education as a public good must mean education that prepares youth, not just to participate in the labor market, but to shape it. Not just to live within our societies, but to improve them. So reinstating education as an eminent public good means that we may ensure every child, every teenager, and every young adult has access to quality education opportunity, quality learning opportunities that inspire curiosity, creativity, and critical thinking. Technology is here, but it has its limitation. If I call and ask, 80% of us here are now using ChatGPT. True or false? True. And do you know what it has caused? Even though we have to embrace technology, but when we're limited in our critical thinking. And that was expressed when we have our elderly sisters here in the field of research, talking about critical thinking and curiosity. So yes, we want technology to drive service delivery, but we should not use technology for critical thinking and curiosity. Now, the task ahead of us is immense and cannot be undertaken by government alone. It requires collaboration with the private sector. So somebody was talking about the private sector here. Civil society, we that represent the voice and voices of the marginalized and underprivileged. Our international partners who share our vision for an educated, empowered Africa. When I was young, Danida was in Sierra Leone. Adra was in Sierra Leone. I'm not seeing them alone. Can you please go back to Sierra Leone? We are calling on you. Partnership with organizations such as all of us here provide additional resources, expertise, and monitoring to sustain and expand this initiative. So I call on private companies to invest, not only in profit, but in people, in schools, and in technology. I urge our international partners to support initiatives that bolsters African education's landscape and empower youth. And I encourage our youth leaders to continue being vocal, advocate for their own education and future. We are advocating for Gen Z. We are advocating to be part of the decision making in politics. But have we been advocating for our own education and future? Have we been demanding for accountability? Have we been demanding for innovation? And have we been demanding for progress from all of us? So, education as a public good is a foundation for informed, active citizens who engage in civil life and contribute to the democratic process. Africa's youth have already shown they are eager to lead. That's why we are all here. We have all left our busy schedules our comfort zones, our country, we are here. And education must cultivate this leadership. Civic education will be central to our curricula, empowering young Africans not only to participate in democratic processes, but to lead them, driven in their communities. Let me share this with you. 62% of my cabinet, of our cabinet in Sierra Leone, is made up of young people in the age below 40 years. First time in the history of our country. 35% of our cabinet is made up of women, young girls, who are now leading decision making. For the first time in 2018, we have 18% women representation in our parliament. Today, after the proportional representation and the deliberate decision to have safe constituency for women, we have 33% women representation in our parliament. Deliberate. And today, the Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment Act 2022 of Sierra Leone is now saying at every decision-making level in governance, wherever, we should have not less than 30% women representation. The Anti-Marriage Act 2024 now holds you who weds a girl child below the age of 18, and even you who participate in the party and the marriage. It's a crime now. It's a big crime. And as I talk to you now, there is parliamentary discussion on the Child Rights Act 2024. Because that's the only way. We have to protect our own. We have to keep them in our country. We have to stop this migration of our young people killing themselves in the Mediterranean Sea because they are going to other countries where all what we are talking about here are available for them. So why can't we do the same in Africa so that we save our young people to stay and be part of the development agenda we are setting? Distinguished guests, friends, and young leaders, the journey ahead is long, but the destination worth every step. Let us reimagine, let us reinstate and reinvigorate education as the transformative force it is meant. As we gather to reignite education as an eminent public good, know that you are not just the beneficiaries, you are the leaders, the visionaries, and the agents for change. So let me leave you with 3 key issues, and I discussed those issues with my mom this morning. We still have the Honorable Judge of the Supreme Court of Uganda here. Ma'am, thank you very much for speaking my mind. 3 things that defines our future of young people. Vision, the institution that contributes to your vision, and the people that contribute to your vision. You spoke about 1. When everybody was asking you the question, why are you leaving this young, handsome guy? Probably at that time he was Gen Z. Am I correct, ma'am? Perfect. Gen Z at that time. And you said, you know what? I have a vision. And nobody will stop that vision. So first, have we set our visions as young people? Maybe we'll discuss further on it during the bonfire. Number 2, those institutions that contribute for us to achieve our vision. In my country, at the university, we have fraternities. And those fraternities contribute to who we are. Young people between the age of 18 to 25 years is the experimental age. We call it the exploration age, the age of discovery. The age that you want to experiment everything in your life. Everything you see on social media, everything you see on movie, everything you see other people do, you want to experiment it. And once you lose it between that age, 0, that's the end of it. The struggle begins. And so during that period, the institution that you find yourself For example, we have the MC here, TCDC. The institution, the social club you find yourself, the organizations you find yourself, how are they contributing to that vision? If they are not contributing, get yourself out. Get yourself out. Number 3, the people that contribute to your vision. Many of us here have friends, very great friends. Very great friends. After here, some of us will be taking the vehicles we want to go and marry around. Are those the friends that are going to contribute to your vision? Show me your friend, and I will tell you who you are. So those people you call your friends, those people who doesn't allow you to achieve your vision, get them out of your life. Get them out of your life. If you don't get them out of your life, they will get you out of their own life. Because in this world today, you are only relevant when you can contribute to society. Because there is a difference between being important and being relevant. Every of us here are important because we are citizens of Africa, we are human beings, we are well-dressed, we have been invited here, we are all important. But our relevance is what we are contributing to the situation we find ourselves at present. So if your friend sees that you at a particular point you are not contributing to what he is trying to be, you are not relevant in his or life. So we have, as young people, to ask ourselves in Africa, is education a right or a privilege? Do we see education as the way? It's not the matter about bringing all of us here. It's about the issue as to whether when we leave this place, what we are taking back home. Some of us are here because our friends are here. Some of us, our bodies are here, but our spirits are not here. Some of us, we are only here because we want to visit nations and countries. We want to explore and go on tourism. So when you leave this place, what are you taking back home that will contribute to your vision? So I implore all of you that life in itself is about taking risk. And the only risk on earth that is worth taking is education, full stop, nothing else. That's the only risk. The only asset that none of your children, none of your family, nobody, even your husband and wife will not fight for. You will not write a will for. They will not ask for, they will not ask whether it has been included in the will. It's education. That's the only thing. Nobody will ask you for the will. My honorable judge, where is the PhD? I'm your firstborn. I want to take your PhD. No way. No way. She goes and goes with it. That's the end. So you want to invest? You want to invest in assets, is good. But invest in your education, and the education will help you to invest in assets. And that's why we are here. As young Africans, we have a challenge. 2063 just behind the corner. 2063 is about 39 years to go. Some of us will not be alive to see the Africa we want. It's not about the Africa we desire. Let us come together as young people in Africa. Let us be the change. Let us represent the Africa we want to get in 2063 today. We should not be taking pride in fighting to leave our continent. I can assure you the only time I have traveled out of Africa continent is when I became a minister. Not that I don't have the opportunity. But I think the investment in Africa have done is my asset for life. Many of our African brothers and sisters are now preparing to come home. They are preparing to come home because it is done. Time and tide wait for no man. So let us don't make Africa as the grave of the returnees. Let us make Africa the land that produces milk and honey. It is possible. The great industrial revolution after the Second World War makes America what America is today. So why can't we do it? Policy makers, what are we doing with our policies? Putting our selfish interests above everything else. Think wise. When you think about policies for Africa, think Africa. That this is the only Africa we have. No matter how they give you citizen naturalization in America and any part of the world, you are an African, full stop. Full stop. You are an African. Whether you vote or not, you are an African, full stop. It doesn't change. It doesn't change. So let us focus. Let us build our education system. Let our young people focus on critical thinking to solve the problems of Africa. I'm not that old, but my hair are white today because 1 year, 3 months ago, I have been given a big responsibility, ever in the history of my country, to reform the public administration. A 70 years old child with empires that have been established, very difficult to break. But we have to do it. Because when we leave to go to America, they have systems. From the time you apply for your visa, it's a system. You don't negotiate. It's not it's not about who you know. It's about what you know and what you have, the criteria. Why can't we set those systems in Africa? You go into those countries, you fit into the system. The system is ready-made. Don't change it for you. And when we go, we comply 100%. But in Africa, we start to negotiate compliance. That's the fact. Our brothers return for the holidays. They comply with the traffic rules. But when they come back home, they start to shout at the police officers. They want to compromise with the traffic rules. They don't want to what? Insure their vehicles. They want to drive the vehicles without registrations. Why? Because we have refused to set the systems. Because we want the manual contact still. It's not about what you know, it's about who knows you. We have to make the change. I challenge you, all of you here, when you go back home, challenge your government, challenge us. Challenge us. The Gen Zs have done it in Kenya. It's not about fighting. Ask questions. Ask questions. Make requests. But at the end of it all, be accountable to yourself also. That whatever you asked for, you will be able to be accountable for it. And let me take this opportunity to thank my sister, Dr. Anu, and the team who put this great summit together. I only have 72 hours. I was informed 72 hours to be here. I had another trip. But because I was told that young people from Africa are convening here, I said I will be here. Because if we don't challenge ourselves, nobody is going to challenge us. Thank you very much, Mom. Thank you very much, the Republic of Denmark, for supporting, the European Union. And all of you, thank you very much. We know the genuineness around your support. Since this morning you have been here. Had it not been, you would have left. You are not under any obligation to stay with us up to this moment. But you're here. And so how are we going to pay them back? How are we going to pay them back? Look at them sitting here, supporting us because we have refused to do what we should do. We are punishing them because of our own neglect and complacencies. So how are we going to say thank you to them? It's not by words, but it's by making sure that their taxpayers' money, don't forget, their taxpayers' money, people sweating to twirl the swell, they pay their tax in Europe and America. It is those tax money that has been given to us here to make a change and make a difference. So how will you say thank you? It's by making sure that the result they are looking for is seen and felt over generations. And thank you very much. God bless you. And at this juncture, let me take this opportunity on behalf of we, the young people, to officially open the YouthLead Summit 2024. And I wish you the best of deliberations. And I wish you a safe trip back home as you end this summit. Thank you very much.
I'm going to invite Dr. Anna to hand gifts to our guests, and then they'll take a picture, and then I will instruct the rest of us how to leave the room.
So everybody who comes to YouLead gets a bag, a special bag with some things inside, like a t-shirt. Isn't that so? Yes, a t-shirt, a notebook, what else? The agenda. Yes, everything. So we have prepared them also for you to take home. And the point is that tomorrow you're supposed to wear these t-shirts. So even if you are leaving today, tomorrow at work, we expect to have pictures of you wearing your t-shirts. Is that okay? I don't know if it's possible. So we have our bags here. Okay, so first of all, let me give one to our guest of honor. Thank you very much. Round of applause. Thank you. And then to, yes, ladies first now. Yes, here you are. Thank you very much. And now to Ambassador Jesper. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks. And to Mr. Onen from the East African community. I nearly said European Union. Okay.
Thank you very much. Well, Lusimbi, I hope you've gotten your photo. I am not going to say anything else apart from to do announcements. There is coffee that has been sitting out there for a very long time. You need it. You need it because I want us to take coffee, a quick coffee, then we move towards the venue of the fireside chat. It's going to be a less formal environment, so you can chill. Dr. Anna, actually, you could leave with the guests so that they can go and take a bit of a break as we speak here. But they are all welcome to the fireside chat, and our guest of honor, we cannot wait to have you at the fireside chat. So you when you leave this room, please take some coffee here. And then we are all invited to the fireside chat. There's food, there's bitings, there's, all those. And we will be eating that as we have a conversation with our guest of honor. As you can see, he has plenty to say, and he has quite a challenge to give to the rest of us. And from the snippets that he has given us, there's a story that you must hear about his journey.
So I'm inviting all of you to just make your way there to pick coffee, take a health break, very short health break, and then you head to the fireside chat. Those of you who don't know where the fireside chat is, from the reception, if you check left, you will notice that it has transformed since the last time you saw it. There'll be lights, there'll be haystacks and everything, and so it's a bit of an informal space where we'll engage with our guests. Thank you all for your patience, for accepting to sit until the final word has been spoken. I'm certain that you have benefited up to the very last speech. It's only going to get better. The fireside chat will only be 1 hour. So let us try as much as possible to make sure that that 1 hour is earlier in the evening than later in the evening. And then tomorrow, don't forget to wear the t-shirt that you have. I have been informed by the MC that that t-shirt is going to be used for many reasons tomorrow, including a photo opportunity. So please make sure you wear it. If you don't want to wear it as you're coming here, at least carry it so that when we need you to wear it, you can wear it. There's something I forgot. We found gadgets. Good people, we found gadgets on our seats. Kindly leave that gadget exactly where you found it. Some of them are black and red, some of them are red and black. Please leave them on your seat, all of them. I know we have sat on our seats for too long, we're struggling to get up, but I really need you to get up. Stretch and go for a coffee, quick coffee, then we meet at the fireside chat venue.